We're on the case record we're on the record in case number 2021-00393. Mr. Cook, can you hear us?
Thank you very much for checking.
Great. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you would, Mr. Crosby, to recall Mr. Wilson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the companies would recall Mr. Wilson.
All right, Mr. Wilson, you're still under oath. I believe it's your turn, Mr. Bellamy.
Yes. You'll bear with me just a second. I was going to share my screen.
While you're doing that, I'll just, so the plan today, as I see it, is to go until 9:15. We'll take a 15-minute break until 9:30. We'll go from 9:30 to 10:50. Take a lunch from 10:50 until 12 o'clock. Come back at 12, and then we'll go back to our ordinary hour-and-a-half schedule, and hopefully we shouldn't have to plan much further past that. But that's what I'm thinking today. And that should be able to accommodate the rest of the hearing maybe before lunch, but certainly before 2 or 3, I would hope. Okay. All right, Mr. Bellamy.
Mr. Wilson, this is from page 8.1 of volume 1 of the IRP, and it's table 8.1.
Yes.
And this shows using the summer reserve margin and the summer availability of the various generation resources. This shows the plan that the model produced at base load and base fuel. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you were talking to Mr. Fitzgerald yesterday, you mentioned that when you ran the model that you only did basically the last year. I think you did 2035, and then use that to determine when resources would be added throughout the planning period. Is that correct?
We developed an optimal portfolio for the last year of the planning period, and then with an understanding of the end point, we then, in a separate step, developed the 15-year resource plan.
So, based on all of the inputs that you put into the model, you came up with the optimum plan here for base energy requirements and base fuel, and you had the endpoint, and then you kind of went back and added, based on when you knew certain retirements would be, where you would add the resources that were in the optimum plan for 2035.
We developed the annual plan to ensure that we were meeting our minimum reserve margin requirements along the way. So yes, with the assumption that Mill Creek 2 and Brown 3, for example, were going to retire in 2028, we would have a reserve margin shortfall in that year. So we added 440 megawatts of simple cycle CTs in 2028 to meet that shortfall.
And that's what I was going to get to next on this. So you have, under retirements and additions, you have for 2022 through 2025, you have negative 300, and that represents Mill Creek 1. And I think there was a comment that because of ozone standards, you're not running Mill Creek 1 in the summer. So that's why that's reflected as basically not operating at the summer peak, correct?
That's right. And then in 2025, Mill Creek 1 is retired in that year.
Okay. And so when you have the same chart, which is below for winter, and it shows that retirement here in 2025, showing that it was operating the years before that in the winter peak, but it's now not operating because it's been retired, correct?
That's exactly right.
Okay. And then, so then you've got the 2028, it looks like an additional, a little over 700 megawatts of available capacity in the summer is retired in coal in 2028, and that represents Mill Creek 2 and then Brown 3. And Mill Creek 2, you're projecting that retirement based on the good neighbor standards. Is that what you indicated?
Well, in the IRP, the Good Neighbor Plan hadn't been promulgated when we developed the IRP. So in the IRP, the assumed retirement of Mill Creek 2 was based on the analysis we provided in the 2020 rate case.
So it was based on economics?
Well, no, it was Mill Creek 2. In that analysis, we argued that it was reasonable to assume that an SCR would be needed in 2028. And we demonstrated that if that was the case, it would make sense to retire Mill Creek 2. So that was the basis for the Mill Creek 2 retirement.
And based on the good neighbor standard, will the SCR be required by 2028?
Well, Mr. Ember can talk, there's some uncertainty about that. I think we talked yesterday, it could be earlier, but we and the industry have provided comments back to the EPA that would potentially request more time to comply, but like I said, Mr. Ember can provide the details there.
And Brown 3, that retirement is an economic retirement for 2028, is that correct?
Right.
And what kind of analysis did you do to determine, I guess, that year for retiring Brown 3?
Well, for Brown 3 has some major maintenance that's coming up, and that would be needed in 2026 if we were going to operate beyond 2028. And when we did the analysis for the 2020 rate case, we demonstrated that we demonstrated that we could retiring Brown in 2028 for the purpose of avoiding that maintenance in 2026 was lower cost. I think Mr. Sinclair mentioned yesterday, if we can avoid that maintenance in 2026 and continue to safely operate the units for a couple more years, or that unit for a couple more years.
And then 2034 shows an additional, a little over 900 megawatts of coal being retired.
Right.
This was kind of mentioned yesterday. What units are those reflecting?
That is Gent 1 and Gent 2.
And when you did the IRP, why were you projecting that those two units would be closed in 2034?
In the IRP, those units are just assumed to retire at the end of their book depreciation life.
Was there any kind of analysis regarding how much longer they would be able to operate? Whether or not the book depreciation record?
I'm sorry, can I ask a quick question? At the book depreciation date or the date that was in Mr. Beller's updated retirement analyses? Is that a distinction? Is that a question to ask Mr. Conroy?
Yeah, I would have said they are one and the same, but definitely the retirement analysis cited 2034. And my understanding, the rates are consistent with that, but at least at a minimum, consistent with that retirement analysis.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr.
That was basically my question, except it was more articulate, so.
There's a first for everything that I'm asking an articulate question.
So those retirements, the model didn't, for those retirements, the model didn't actually retire those units. You all, through various external analysis, determined that those would be the dates that those units would be retired. And then when you ran the model for 2035, those units were already projected to be retired. So the model in that year was basically filling in that generation capacity. Is that correct?
Right. For the IRP, Gent 1 and 2, that was simply a planning assumption. You could argue, based on discussions, potential CO2 emissions, the date could be earlier. Some might argue it could be later, but for the IRP, we simply assumed that those units would retire in 2034. Now, we did, in response to PSC 1, when we were asked to look at different CO2 prices, we assumed the retirements through 2036 in the response to that question, but we allowed the model to choose whether to retire Gent 3 and 4, Mill Creek 3 and 4, and Trimble County 1 and 2. And when we let the model choose that, in that response with zero carbon, it didn't retire anything else. But then, obviously, and we talked about this yesterday, but with the additional carbon prices, we retired some additional units.
And is this what you're talking about here? This is response to staff's second request, item number 1.
Yes.
Okay. And this was kind of my question. So when you ran the model this time here, you ran it for 2035, but you actually did allow economic you allowed the model to choose economic retirements of various units based on the carbon prices that the staff had asked you all to run.
Well, specifically, we continue to assume the retirements of Mill Creek 2, Brown 3, Jet 1 and 2. Those were fixed in all cases that we ran, but in this case, you're correct. We allowed the model, in this case, we allowed the model to, or we assumed that Mill Creek 2, Brown 3, Jet 1 and 2, those were fixed retirements like all other cases. But in addition to that, we allowed the model to choose whether to make any additional retirements. So in the case that you see here, on the left side, when we have zero CO2 price, no additional, and that's why we labeled that line additional coal retirements. No additional coal retirements were made with zero CO2 prices. With 15, as you can see, Mill Creek 3 was retired, and then with 25, Mill Creek 3 and 4. And that depends on whether combined cycle requires CCS, as you can see there.
Why have you bifurcated those analyses? The determination of retirements versus the model choosing retirements.
Just
Like, why hard? And sorry, that was an inarticulate. I'm making up for the last one. If you know the model can make the appropriate economic choice, qualitative decisions aside, why not have it make the decisions in 2024, 2024 and 2028, and then for any year between 2024 and 2028, to see if there's been a change since Mr. Bellar's analysis that was conducted in 2020. I mean, it's already been, this is only a year and a half later, but it's now 2 years later since that analysis was completed. Why not just see what the analysis puts out? Why be wedded to those retirements over the next 10, 12 years? We
absolutely could have done that. That was just a simplifying assumption. And like I said yesterday, we think about the economics of our units a lot, and maybe we shouldn't have done this, but we just somewhat intuitively know that absent in new environmental regulations, and I think the zero price supports this. The conclusion with zero price, the zero CO2 supports this, but absent EPA regulations, we just intuitively know that the continued operation of our units is least cost.
Well, so, and I apologize, Mr. Bowman, but this is, if I try to write it down, I'll forget the context of the question. So, that's what, I guess I get what you say intuitively. I get, you said we could have run it. I'm curious, the why. Is it a significant amount more, computing that has to be done to include those in there is that an extra day? Is that an extra month of analyses to include, to not hard code the retirements of Gent 1, 2, Mill Creek 1, Mill Creek 2, and Brown 3?
It definitely, I don't know the time it would take, because we haven't done it, but it is definitely an optimization problem that includes the possibility to retire things in different years. It definitely takes the model, instead of a half day to run, it would take potentially 2 or 3 days to run. So it is definitely a more complicated problem.
Well, and the reason I ask is because I want to make sure I understand the intricacy of the planning. So, for instance, if you hadn't hard-coded those retirements, right? Mill Creek 1, Mill Creek 2, and Brown 3. You had, and Gent 1 and 2. If you hadn't hard-coded those retirements, could you all have in the model hard-coded the operating parameters around Mill Creek 1 and 2 given the around the ozone season?
Yes.
Okay. So then you would have let models pick the optimum portfolio for both energy and capacity, right?
Yes.
Okay. And for instance, during the day, the model is just going to pick energy from solar and energy from wind because it's zero marginal cost, right?
Well,
Or during the day. During the day for solar or whenever it's producing, does it show up the amount of production from each resource that you expected that optimal portfolio to reduce overall energy costs?
Yes, it considers all of that. And solar and wind, when wind is added, the solar is added to reduce energy costs primarily. And solar was modeled as a PPA, as we've discussed, at $28 per megawatt hour.
So, and it's not a take or pay, it's just whenever you receive a megawatt of solar, the model says it costs $28, right?
That's right. And solar is going to produce energy when the sun is shining, and we have solar profiles that reflect that.
Right. So like a radiance given
Exactly.
the state, okay. And those track, I assume, somewhere around what the Brown Solar facility does, but with greater efficiency, is that fair?
Well, the Brown solar technology is older than what is available today. Moreover, based on some work that we've done, we know that as you install solar facilities throughout the state, the diversity of the geographic diversity improves the availability of solar. So our solar profile is, number one, it's correlated with load to ensure that when load reflects a sunny day, solar generation reflects a sunny day. But then it also reflects that geographically diverse profile.
So I'm happy to hear that, because I think that's important, especially in acknowledgement that your whole service territory runs from Wycliffe to Harlan. You all certainly have the gamut of Kentucky. So it's going to produce, or it's going to take that energy from solar, which is going to reduce the amount of demand from dispatchable or thermal generators. Is that accurate? It's going to, in the event that there's not additive energy, it's going to displace the energy produced by thermal generators.
Right. When you look at total load and then less the solar generation, which is effectively must run, you can think of it that way, then that net load is lower as a result of solar.
Okay, but then it also, does it take into account the operating characteristics of the different thermal generators? So like the ability or inability of certain generators to ramp quickly or to respond
Absolutely.
to reductions in output of the limited duration resources?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, and so does that increase the number of starts, for example, the combined cycle, or not the combined, the number of starts for the company's CTs?
I don't know that I've run a before and after with the solar, but generally speaking, it would, solar requires more flexibility. So if anything, I would expect it to increase starts, but I don't know by what amount.
Okay, and the reason I ask, and starts of CTs is it's a very, it would be the most obvious, I think, change in the characteristics of operations. And there are overhauls required for CTs, not based on the number of hours like there are for steam turbines, but based exclusively on the number of starts for
Correct.
CTs. Are you aware of that?
Correct, yes.
Right. And so does the input, does it have a feedback loop where it says the CTs are starting twice as much, therefore the fixed O&M are variable but based off a number of starts of those CTs is going to also double? Does it have that feedback loop where it increases the cost of those CTs going forward?
Yes, we model CT start costs. So I don't have the exact number on top of my head, $10,000–$15,000 a start. So to the extent it will, as a result of modeling that cost, to the extent that cost becomes significant, and to the extent there's a generation portfolio, largely because of that cost that is lower cost, it takes that in consideration. Let's put it that way.
Okay, and then, so lastly, you can't start a boiler or you can't start a steam generator as quickly as you can a CT, right?
Right.
There's also some wear and tear that occurs during cold starts or, taking the steam generators online, offline, even ramping, my understanding, especially ones that weren't built for it. Does the change in the operating characteristics of those steam generators get taken into account given the increase in penetration or the addition to the model of different other resources?
Well, for a coal unit, for example, we have a minimum downtime, we have start times, we have minimum, there's all the physical characteristics of the coal units ProSim, Plexos, all models that I'm aware of kind of takes that in consideration. So those don't change, but to the extent those characteristics cause the portfolio to struggle from a reliability perspective, that would be we would capture that.
Well, and I don't know that I'm talking about the portfolio struggling. What I'm trying to figure out is whether the model would acknowledge a significant enough change in the operation of current steam generators based off the addition of primarily energy resources. I mean, they're all energy resources. Nobody, turns on the light and uses capacity. With the change in those operating characteristics, are those enough? Are those taken into your intuitive understanding of the actual cost of the generation? So, perfect example, coal plants running differently. I'm just making up numbers here. You know that it's $35 power, and you just don't think that, you're looking at it, you just don't think that retiring that effectively sunk cost makes sense to replace it with something that only, can give you $34 power. That's that intuitive, you all know what it costs to produce power with what you have, and you know it's not cheaper to replace it with something else. That's what you're talking about, that intuitive.
Yes, to some extent, yeah.
But if there are operating characteristics of that facility, although maybe when it's running full out, it is at $35, it is able to produce at $35 an hour, but it's slow to start, it's got poor ramping, and as solar comes on, it's being used less, whatever it may be. Does your all's intuitive thought process around what you know about your current system take into account the expected change in operation from the addition of these types of resources that the model's picking up?
I think it does, but I mean, like I said, we could definitely run these analyses to demonstrate this in the future. But I think it does. I mean, one of the analyses that we filed in response to data requests was our solar intermittency study, and that demonstrated the level of solar that would begin to challenge our system. I mean, we've kind of looked at this, and that was 1,000 megawatts, but the reason we were comfortable with 2,000 megawatts as an example is because we were replacing a lot of less flexible resources in our IRP with way more flexible resources in these simple cycle CTs or combined cycles. So I think it does, but that's, like I said, that's something that the models can evaluate.
And then the flip side of that is if the addition of certain resources would cause the rest of the portfolio to drive costs, and they won't add. Is that right? So so that's what if another 100 megawatts of solar is going to cause the operation of and I'm making up a scenario because I know it wouldn't be this basic, but 100 megawatt addition of solar, when the model's looking at it, says this is going to make our steam generation, it's going to be weird with the number of starts, the stops, the minimum runtime. It's actually going to drive more cost than that 100 megawatts of solar would. Drive more cost than benefits would be derived from the addition of the 100 megawatt solar. It just won't add the 100 megawatt solar. Is that correct?
Yeah, it would. Yes, it takes into consideration all costs. Yes, it would make that decision.
Wait, I'll let them finish.
Are you finished, Chairman?
I am. Thank you.
Oh, you're fine. You've answered some of the questions I was getting to, but just to clarify a couple things. When here in Table 1, when you ran the model for 2035, you didn't allow, the model couldn't select retirement of any units. Is that correct?
Correct. All of through 2036, the retirement assumptions, as a simplifying assumption in the IRP, the retirements were fixed assumptions.
So it was basically just filling in the gaps of the retirements that you all had inputted in earlier years, correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned when you ran this for commission staff that it did allow retirements, but I just wanted to clarify, did it allow retirements of any coal unit, or was there specific units that the model allowed retirements of?
No, and I may not be saying this, so let me try one more time. The retirements through 2036, so specifically Mill Creek 1, Mill Creek 2, Brown 3, Jet 1 and 2, and a few Brown CTs, just like in the first 9 scenarios that we initially filed, all of those were fixed.
I understand that, I apologize. I was talking about, did it allow for future retirements?
And so yes, so that's the story for them. But then for additional coal units with a book depreciation life beyond 2036, so that would be Mill Creek 3 and 4, Gent 3 and 4, Trimble County 1 and 2, we allowed the model to retire those if it made economic sense. And that's why you see, and the interesting conclusion when we did this, and really not surprisingly, but when we allowed the model to select additional retirements with a 0 CO2 price, in either case, whether combined cycle requires CCS or combined cycle does not require CCS, there were no additional retirements. And then you can see the results for $15 and $25. But that's kind of what we did on the retirement front.
And building on kind of what the chairman had asked about, how much extra time does it take to, just let the model select the retirements economically and just see if that matches your all's intuition regarding when things would be retired. You kind of mentioned computer runtime, might be a half day versus, 2 days. As far as inputting the data, would there be any difference in the data that you'll input, or has the data already been input? It's just a matter of running the model.
There's some configuration differences, but even if it's a 3, even several days to a week of runtime, that's something that we can do.
So the difference is in the computer runtime. Generally, the actual data is already in there. It's just a matter of picking the options you want to let the computer run.
For the most part, yeah.
Okay. Did the model consider, you mentioned when you were answering some questions for the chairman about the study you've done that anything above 1,000 megawatts of solar might give the system issues. But
Yes.
because the model's selecting more, units that are more dispatchable, you can turn them on and off, for lack of a better word, more often than you would a coal unit, that you were comfortable with higher levels of solar.
Yeah, with the 1,300 megawatts of simple cycle CT capacity that we added in the originally filed cases, we feel comfortable that we can integrate 2,100 megawatts of solar.
Did the model include any kind of cost for transmission upgrades that would be required for the addition of various levels of intermittent resources?
The NREL cost estimates include transmission interconnection costs, but they do not, because that is so site-specific, they do not include transmission system upgrades. That's something that we would look at in the context of an RFP analysis and a CPCN filing.
Are you aware of any models that actually do look at transmission upgrades? And I understand that it would be site-specific, but that could look at it, in general terms.
Well, I'm not sure it's a function of a model. It could be an input to the model. If you have, 4 or 5 options, and we do, when in a CPCN, in an RFP context, if we consider, when we're getting down to the top 3 or 4 options or what have you, we look at transmission system upgrades costs and fully consider that in the analysis.
Let me ask you, are you able to ask, and this may be a legal question, but are you able to get the information from your independent transmission operator as to the average on a megawatt basis the interconnection costs are for solar?
I am able to at least get an indicative result. Oftentimes, ultimately, Our independent transmission operator has to give us the official results, is my understanding, but I can speak with our transmission folks and to help us understanding that and evaluating the cost of options.
You can at least have an understanding of a facility study or a system impact study, what the required upgrades would be on a megawatt basis or a project basis, maybe get an average. You would have an idea of what the transmission upgrade costs are across a number of different facilities, right?
We can get that, yes.
Okay.
We can definitely factor that in.
All right, I just didn't know, I know there has to be a bifurcation with certain groups.
Right.
I don't think that Mr. Schram's allowed to maybe get that information, but maybe you are, I don't know. So I appreciate the
That is correct.
clarification.
Well, switching gears here for a second, I apologize. I just had some questions about the, sorry, I'm looking for the page, I've lost it. Let me just ask generally while I'm looking for this. When you modeled the effects of distributed energy resources, you did that model based on the effects of load, correct? Or the effect on load, correct?
Right, that was included in our load forecast, right?
Okay. And I'll see if I can't pull this up really quick. But there was three. It's on page 529 of the IRP report, and I'll try to display it here for everybody really quick. I'm looking at the graph that shows the base, the low, and the high.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, just make sure. Okay, I apologize. Sorry for taking some time on that. So with the low, or I'm sorry, with the base, that assumes a 1% limit on net metering. Is that correct?
Right, that assumes that net metering is capped at 1% of each utility's peak demand.
And then the high doesn't change any assumption from the base, except that it assumes that the 1% limit is eliminated. Is that correct?
That's right.
And is this the effect at the summer peak? Is this the effect on load at summer peak? Shown here.
That's a great question. This is just a model. This is just a plot of the it says solar capacity. Subject to check. I believe this is just the capacity of solar installed.
So this is like what would be like the nameplate of capacity.
I believe that's what that is. Subject to check. Yes.
Okay. And I don't recall seeing this in the or when you reflected this on load when you were doing the projection. I assume you took this information and then reflected the effect on load at the summer peak to determine capacity requirements. Is that correct?
That's correct. The high solar scenario was part of the low load forecast scenario.
Okay. Do you recall if that's in the record anywhere that shows the effect of the low, base, and high on summer peak?
I believe that it is. Go back to that. Oh,
I don't have any questions on it. I might just ask if it's not in there, I'll take a look, and if I can't find it, I might do a post-hearing data request, because I don't have any questions about it. But I guess the question that I did have, just looking back at this figure 513, you limit it to 1% in the base.
uh-huh.
And that's based on, I believe, on the statute that would limit net metering to 1%.
Right.
Was there any consideration of solar being, or consumers, adding solar beyond the 1% without net metering?
Yes, we do have an amount of kind of qualifying facilities that's built into our forecast, and it's a relatively small amount.
What do you mean by qualifying facilities?
Well, it's, and I'm probably not going to be able to talk very well from the specific rates, but it's solar that is of the size that doesn't qualify, or it's too big to count as net metering. We have limited qualifying facilities forecasted or included in our forecast.
And how did you all project the amount of those facilities that would be included?
In terms of the forecast specifically, I think we, I'd have to get back to you on that. I can't speak with certainty on exactly how we forecast that.
Would that include, for instance, if a business had a certain load and they know that they can put rooftop solar on and they're going to use every bit of that power without, having net metering, even if they can't have net metering because the 1% limit has been reached, would the amount that you, I guess, forecast for qualifying facilities include customers who would add solar under those circumstances?
I
guess the
believe so.
question I'm getting at is, if you remove the 1% limit, you are projecting that solar will be relatively cheap in future years, and a significant amount is being added. I guess if there's certain customers who can add solar and they don't have to actually participate in net metering because no energy is actually going into the system, would there be any significant number of customers, or was it looked at whether or not there would actually be customers who would add solar without net metering?
That's certainly a possibility. And when we remove the 1% cap, the reason that the forecast is that the economics of solar, as projected based on NREL's cost projections, the economics of solar generally, and then certainly private solar, are expected to improve over time. And especially based on this also assumes that rates remain unchanged. So, based on
your rates.
yes, our rates, based on current rates and NREL's projections of more favorable solar costs over time, that's what the removal of the 1% reflects.
Are you committing to rates not changing over the next 15-year planning horizon, Mr. Wilson?
That is just an assumption.
Okay.
And, sorry, I was distracted by the fact that you asked for that chart that I knew was in here. On page 538, you'll see the high and low case summer peak differences. So the impact of higher DER penetration on the summer peak demand is figure 521.
Thank you. do the distributed generation forecasts include projections regarding the addition of EV vehicles that consumers might use in addition to solar?
We did not model electric vehicles, their battery, as a distributed energy resource, no.
Do you think that would change the effects of or change the adoption of distributed energy resources?
We thought about that a little bit in the past. The most correct answer is I don't know. The big uncertainty is to what extent. There's some questions about warranties on the vehicles, and to the extent that utilities start using the batteries for purposes other than they were originally intended. There's also a question, just practically, if, like, think in the winter, our winter peak is 6 a.m. at night. If we were to utilize an electric vehicle and then render the car undrivable for the day, would that be acceptable? Same thing as in the summer, our afternoon peak is 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. To the extent, the question is will the cars be at home? Will the batteries be available for use? And then even if they're plugged in an office sort of environment, if we were to discharge the batteries at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, would the batteries be, would the car be available for driving home? So there's a lot of, we've definitely talked about that. There's a lot, but we didn't consider in the IRP, and so far we're just talking about it.
I'm almost finished. So I had a question about, this is response to staff's first request, item 51. And it's basically just asking about the localized cost of energy for nuclear units in 2022 and 2031.
Mm-hmm.
My question was, are these small nuclear units, or are these traditional nuclear units?
These are I'm not sure. I'd have to get back to you on that. Mr. Sinclair discussed yesterday a lot of the challenges with nuclear, and we did not focus on nuclear for this IRP as a result. So I'm not sure whether that's a small modular reactor or a different.
Sure. I was just curious what numbers you all used for this particular answer, because it wasn't necessarily clear. Would it be possible to get a kind of a levelized cost of energy for 2022 and 2031 for natural gas combined cycle with carbon capture and sequestration?
Yes.
Okay. I was going to ask for that as a poster and data request.
Yeah, we can definitely provide that.
And I'm sorry, just make sure, that's NGCC with
With yes.
CCS. Thank you.
And I'll send it in writing, honestly.
Okay.
With respect to the summer reserve margin, you had used a range of 17% to 24%, correct?
Mm-hmm.
With 24% being the one loss of load event every 10 years, is that correct?
Right. That's how that was determined, yes.
With respect, when you did the economic reserve margin, the 17%, was there any kind of constraint, I guess a lower bound that you would allow the reserve margin to get to, even if the economics allowed it, I guess?
That's a good question. The economic reserve margin, so to calculate the economic reserve margin, we basically looked at our existing system and added load until the cost of adding capacity, in this case, a simple cycle CT, was justified. So that level was 17%. Your question is if 10% was the economic reserve margin, would we go with 10% even if reliability was really, really poor? Is that your
Yeah,
question?
that's my question, and sort of like is justified, like, there's always gonna be conditions, I guess, under whether or not it's justified based on, sacrificing liability and the chance that something's gonna happen. I was just kind of confused about how you get to that economic, reserve margin and, adding load until, adding something is justified.
Well, specifically, so the reserve margin analysis, we focus on the cost of carrying capacity and total generation and reliability costs. Those are kind of the three costs that we're evaluating. So if you think about it, if you add a new generating unit, your capacity costs increase, but that generating unit will reduce production costs and reliability costs. You'll have fewer unserved energy events. So as your capacity, the more capacity you carry, there are benefits, but at some point that you have diminishing returns. So that 17% is the point when you're getting to a point to where as you decrease further, the increase in production costs and reliability costs offsets the carrying costs of new capacity.
So I guess maybe the better question, based on the way you explained it, is how do you determine the reliability costs?
Reliability costs we calculate that. We have two models for calculating that. It's something that we look at very closely. And that's all summarized in our reserve margin analysis. But the lion's share of reliability costs are unserved energy costs. And when basically we simulate the dispatch of our units over a range of weather scenarios, 48 to be precise. And then for each of those weather scenarios, we evaluate those units over a range of unit availability scenarios. We try to look at the full range of what could happen from a unit availability perspective for each of the weather scenarios, recognizing that when you think about reliability, unit availability and weather are the key uncertainties. We want to make sure that we can serve load in every moment in all weather scenarios. We talked yesterday about, in a given year, we have to serve load in some cases when the weather's below zero temperatures and above 100-degree temperatures. So we simulate the performance, if you will, the dispatch of our units across a full range of scenarios. In some of those scenarios, we can't serve load. We have unserved energy. So in those scenarios, when we have unserved energy, our models calculate that. And the cost of unserved energy we estimate based on some studies, and that's all laid out in the reserve margin analysis. But that cost of unserved energy is the predominant. We calculate that for each iteration and then average it over all the iterations. But that cost of unserved energy is the predominant portion of reliability costs.
So, and then is the cost of unserved energy, does that assume, is that essentially like the market cost? Like you assume you don't have the energy to serve, your customers, so you're going to be able to go get that somewhere? Or you assume that you actually will lose load, those customers won't be served, and you're calculating the economic effects of not being able to serve those customers?
It's more the latter, and I'm trying to see, it's based on and it's in the reliability reserve margin study, page 21. I'll need this to answer but the cost of unserved energy, theoretically, it's the value, and it varies depending on the type of customer. It's lower for residential customers, it's higher for commercial industrial customers, but it's the cost to them of the power going out. And it's based on a series of surveys, and frankly, it's an uncertain number, so we we look at a series of surveys. We take the results, we weight it by the portions of our service territory that are residential, commercial, and industrial, and we come back to a number. And the number is $19,800 to be precise per megawatt hour.
Okay. Thank you, that helps. I just had one more question, and I think this might be better for Mr. Ember, but you had responded to this request for information, so I'm just gonna ask you to make sure. But this is staff's second request, item 2. And it's basically asking about, why you included carbon capture and sequestration for natural gas combined cycle only, because that would obviously assume some sort of carbon regulation. And that why it wasn't included for simple cycle, and the response, which was talked about yesterday, was basically all new generation units are subject to the new source performance standards for selected emissions, including CO2. There's been discussion in the industry that the EPA is considering tightening CO2 emission limits for new NGCCs that would have the effect of requiring CCS. I guess my question is, what are those discussions that you're referring to?
Yeah, I think Mr. Ember can respond better than I.
That's fine. I just wanted to make sure because you'd responded to this question, so I'll ask him. I don't have any other questions.
Commissioner Regan?
I just have one question. When we were talking about the unserved energy, when you base those costs, do you separate residential from industrial, or do you calculate it as a whole?
Well, the surveys on which we base the number that we use estimate the cost of unserved energy for residential customers, and the cost for commercial customers, and the cost for industrial customers. So, for example, this is, I'm referring to table 12 on page 22, but just at a high level, the cost of power going out, if you think about it, we have some industrial customers, and understandably, if their power goes out, it's a big deal. It can cost them, some cases, millions of dollars if their systems are in a certain spot, so there's lots of redundancy. It's a big deal for the power to go out. But these surveys reflect the fact that for a residential customer, it's still a major inconvenience. We try to avoid it at all costs, but it's not as much of an economic harm if you want to think about this. So these surveys reflect that, and for residential customers, the cost is much lower than commercial or industrial. So in our case, if we break our service territory up into residential, commercial, and industrial buckets, it's about a third, or specifically 34%, 36%, 30%. But we take a weighted average of the cost for each class to come up with that unserved energy number.
Okay, thanks.
Morning, Mr. Wilson.
Good morning.
I'll do my questions in reverse. Start back at what you've been asked about recently. Scarcity pricing, value loss load, and operating reserve demand curve.
Operating reserve demand curves, okay?
So, on page 46 of 140, which is volume 3, let Mr. Lovecamp out here. It'll be on your screen in front of you.
Okay. What page is that again?
Page 46 of PDF, page 46 of 140
Okay.
in volume 3.
Yep,
Let me know when you're there.
I see it.
Okay. There's a scarcity. It's called it labeled figure 9 as a scarcity price curve.
Yes.
That I've seen that shape before. That's an operating reserve demand curve. That looks at the scarcity pricing as the excess reserves dwindle, right?
Right.
Right, and it starts at 0 on the far right when reliability is not necessarily a concern or reserves are adequate. Is that correct?
Right, the assumption there is you'll just pay marginal cost for power purchases.
Right. And then it moves to the left as reserves dwindle, or reserves are reduced. It moves closer to zero, in which you don't have a reserve, right? That's the end of that axis.
Right. Yeah,
And
as,
then, oh, go ahead.
well, just, yeah, as the market tightens or as supply tightens, then you begin to pay more than marginal cost for power.
Right, and then it moves in a curvilinear, I think is the correct way to say it. It moves in a curvilinear nature, and then all of a sudden it stops moving in a curvilinear nature, and moves in a stepwise manner, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a concept that's used other places. Texas uses this in their energy-only market. A couple of the other RTOs use it in their markets. Where did you all get this very specific curve from?
Well, our discussion before is helpful because at zero and really at roughly 3.75%, that's the point at which we cannot maintain operating reserves. That's 3.75 corresponds to that point. At that point, the value is the cost of unserved energy. So in some respects, the cost of unserved energy is kind of by definition, the idea is that we will pay $19,800 to avoid unserving load, but only up to that. So that's the maximum value. And then from the maximum value out to, beyond 15.75%, it is an interpolated curve. And to be perfectly transparent, there is not a lot of data on which to base this curve. We do have some experience from the 2014 polar vortex when we purchased power, I believe, from PJM at about $1,800 a megawatt hour. So the $1,800 portion of the curve is based on that experience. But aside from that, we are interpolating between $19,800 per megawatt hour at the far left edge, consistent with our cost of unserved energy that we just talked about, to zero, hitting $1,800 along the way. This is definitely an uncertain assumption, so that's why last year and the last IRP and in this IRP, we run some sensitivities on this value just to make sure it doesn't materially move the needle.
Yeah, and I want to ask about the sensitivities in a minute. Does it ever reach zero, or does it approach zero? Or let me ask it. It goes down towards zero. Does it ever reach zero that you're aware of?
Yeah, I think when the system is not constrained, zero means that we're paying marginal price for generation.
And so this shape, is this the shape that you all co-opted, or is this, because the shape, is it, how do I say it? Is the shape co-opted from other literature on these scarcity price curves applied to your all's value of lost load?
Yes, we developed this with Astrape Consulting, and maybe the reason that you've seen this in Texas is because they do a lot of reliability modeling in Texas, but we developed this with them when we started using their model, SERVM, S-E-R-V-M, back multiple rate cases ago.
So this operating reserve demand curve, that's your all's number for effectively the value of lost load when reserves get to zero. Can you remind me, you were answering about it earlier, the 3.75% was when you run out of operating reserves. That was your answer earlier?
Right.
And when you say operating reserves, is that the amount of reserves necessary to replace the loss of your largest unit?
No, it's the amount of reserves that we are required to carry per the agreements we have. And Mr. Schram can speak more precisely about that, but it is not 700 megawatts or, Trimble County 2 largest, or even larger than that, 750 megawatts. It is the amount of reserves that we're required to carry. I believe the number is roughly 220 megawatts.
Okay. And when you say the agreements, that's like NERC requirements or CERC or whatever it may
We
be?
have a reserve sharing agreement with TVA
I got it.
that kind of defines what that number is for us.
That makes more sense. Okay. So I'll ask Mr. Schram. About the minimum reserves. Okay. This is a very unfair question, Mr. Wilson, just be ready. Is 1 in 10 the right loss of load expectation to use going forward?
That is what the industry talks a lot about, but that, I'm sure there could be debate about the reasonableness. We chose that based on what appears to be the industry norm.
So it's weird. So 1 in 10 is reflective of what?
Well, specifically, it's one day in 10 years that we experience a loss of load event. And if you want to get into the details, the way that our model works is it's an hourly model. We just discussed about how we look at it across a full range of weather scenarios, and then for each weather scenario, we look at it over a full range of unit availability scenarios. So for each of those unit availability scenarios, we calculate production costs, but then reliability costs, and we've mentioned reliability costs are primarily unserved energy costs. So we calculate the number of, in each hour, whether we have unserved energy. So then the way that the model works is if we have the model records the number, it's the count of days that has unserved energy. So if we have a day with 6 hours of an outage or what have you, that would be one day.
So is it 1 hour, or is it a 24-hour period within an 87,600?
It is a day. So it could be
Could be 15 minutes.
well, it's an hourly model that we're
Hourly
looking
model,
at,
okay.
but it could be 1 hour to 24 hours, but it's a count of days. It's just the way the math works.
And it's not that you actually expect, I know it's the expectation, but it's not that you're planning on having at least a day every 10 years in which you don't have enough generation to meet demand. It's that you're calculating the probability, right? The probability that it's only one day out of every 10 years.
Well, we plan our system, well, I mean, we certainly hope that we won't have any outages, and we do everything we possibly can to avoid outages, but our system is planned with the expectation, I mean, given the way that, I mean, if we have an unserved energy event, then, and it happens once in 10 years, then it would make sense given the way that we plan our system.
Oh, it's one of the 1 million dirty little secrets in utility world, right? That you can't plan a perfect system in which there is no expectation of a loss of load event, right? I mean, it would have a 200% reserve margin, something crazy, right?
Because that's exactly what's why you could, but it would be really expensive.
Right.
So for that reason, we don't.
Yeah. But, well, let me ask this. Are you aware of a loss of load event since you've been at the companies?
No.
But that's the industry standard. I mean, across the United States is to plan for a 1 in 10 loss of load expectation, right?
Right.
You said people were talking about it. Is it to expand that to 1 in 15, 1 in 20? And is that really just surrounding customer expectation of perfect power?
Oh, no, I'm not suggesting, I'm not aware of any conversations where people are suggesting that we change that standard. I could imagine that people would ask that question, but I'm not aware of any conversations. I've not seen any literature that would even look at different thresholds.
And so just make sure I understand, whenever you're talking to Mr. Bellamy about the reserve margin, what you're talking about is the LOLE at the lowest end of the reserve margin. That's the 1 in 10. But as the reserve margin increases, the expectation, the probability of that loss of load event decreases. Is that fair?
Well, no, the upper end of the reserve margin. So 24% for us in the summer is the 1 in 10.
Okay.
And we're below that, our lower end, the range, I mean, recognizing we're gonna be somewhere, it's gonna vary. But the lower end of the range, 17%, is the economic reserve margin. So the economic reserve margin has a loss of load expectation that's greater than 1.
Do you know what that loss of load expectation is?
I don't. I can
get
certainly get
that?
that. Not off the top of my head. I can
If you would like it, Mr. Bellamy.
You can do a post hearing for that.
Yeah, what that range of loss of load expectation is across.
Sure.
Okay, so that loss of load expectation and reserve margin are, at least to a certain degree, intertwined, right? They use the same data set.
Yep.
Is the loss of load expectation calculated? What capacity attribute? What capacity value are resources ascribed in calculation of the 1 in 10 loss of load expectation and the reserve margin? Is it a UCAP? Is it an ICAP? Is it installed exclusively? Is it an ELCC? What is that? What capacity amount is each unit being given? Capacity value is each unit being given in calculation of that 1 in 10 and the reserve margin?
Well, in our models, we model the dispatch of the units. So if we have a 100 megawatt unit with a 5% outage rate, we model the 100 megawatt units. But 100 megawatts is the unit's capacity, and then we model the outage events. So it's not a unforced capacity. We actually model the dispatch of our unit as we look at across all of those scenarios. And part of the reason for all the math is to consider enough scenarios where, with the assumption that outages are uncorrelated, but still to consider enough scenarios where we have multiple units off at the same time. Because that certainly can happen and has happened in the past.
Yeah. Well, and moving towards natural gas, for instance, if replacement capacity is going to be natural gas, you run the risk of single contingency events that lead to multiple outages, right? If you have a pipeline disruption and you have 7 generators connected to a pipeline, all 7 generators are going to struggle to get fuel likely, right?
There's certainly some scenarios where that could be the case, but I'm not the best person to talk about this, but the pipeline companies have a fair amount of redundancy, and I would say a good amount of redundancy. So it takes a pretty major event to take out a pipeline. But certainly coming into, our Brown station, for example, at some point there is one pipeline that serves all the units.
Yeah. I want to make sure I understand what, are you looking at install capacity or net capacity?
We model installed capacity, and then we look at we model forced outages. So
No, I'm not, sorry, I'm not talking about forced outages like station power. Do you look at,
station.
pick a unit that has Brown 3 as a backhouse, right? That takes some sort of power to run the backhouse, correct?
Oh, yeah.
So the install capacity of Brown 3, the day it went in or whatever it has been updated, there's an actual ability for it to produce a capacity amount, and then there's the amount that it can actually put out onto the grid running its backhouse and scrubbers and everything like that. Do you all look at the amount that can go out, or do you look at the units amount?
It's the amount that goes out, the net.
Okay.
Sorry, I was differentiating between ICAP and UCAP, but we look at net ICAP, if you want to
Net
think about
ICAP.
it.
Okay. And so why not use, well, I guess you answered that earlier. You don't use UCAP because you say you model outages after the fact
Right.
to determine whether they're correlated or non-correlated or whatever, multiple outages after the fact. So it would be, is it your all's position that would be redundant to both model UCAP and outages?
It would, and the really reliability planning is predominantly about weather uncertainty and unit availability uncertainty. So the unit availability, modeling outages, and thinking about that well is a key part of reliability planning. So we would definitely want to model the units and their availability as a function of, as a function of their outage rates.
Okay, and then last question, we'll take a break before we come back and go down a different line. The last question on this is limited duration resources, how you model their output for the purposes of loss of load expectation and reserve margin. One, do you use the same values for limited duration resources for those two studies?
Well, for reserve margin, we, if we were to present, like in some of the tables where in some of the scenarios where we have battery storage, and where we present their reserve margin impact, we count 100% of their capacity towards in the calculation of reserve margin. So
Can I clarify their megawatt capacity or the capacity including the losses that Mr. Sinclair was discussing
their
yesterday?
megawatt. If we have a 1 megawatt 4-hour battery, the reserve margin calculation as we presented assumes that it can produce 1 megawatt for 4 hours.
Can it?
Well, and this is, yes, and so a 1 megawatt 4-hour battery is somewhat of a label that is assigned to a device that can perform that way. Mm-hmm. A 1 megawatt 4-hour battery requires more than 1 megawatt and more than 4. I think we talked about the lower and upper charging limits and what have you. In order for a 1 megawatt 4-hour battery to perform the way, and this is just the way the batteries are, to perform the way the batteries are configured, it actually needs more than 4 megawatt hours of battery cells.
Great. I was going to ask this, I was going to wait to ask you, but when you modeled, did you model the performance, like how it was marketed and the PPA or whatever you all buy from a battery manufacturer in your models? A 300 megawatt battery or a 400 megawatt battery as being able to produce 400 megawatts, or have total 400 megawatts on, built at 400 megawatts and only be able to produce 300 and something?
Right. Well, a battery storage is a specific kind of object, if you will, in Plexus, and comes with it all of the inputs to correctly account for what we were talking about yesterday with the 15% losses and the considerations in charging and discharging the batteries. So we model it in consideration of all of that, and Plexus allows us to do that.
Well, but is there a disconnect between are you all discounting something that in the price of NREL or in responses to RFPs has already been discounted?
No.
Okay, so when somebody says they can give you a 1 megawatt 4-hour battery, you're not then putting into Plexus, it's a 1 hour 4 megawatt battery, and then Plexus is then going on and discounting that to say, oh yeah, it's 1 megawatt, but it can't act, it's actually 8.5, 850 kW.
No, if we get a 1 megawatt 4-hour battery, we model it in Plexus. It will have the output that I mentioned, but Plexus will take into consideration the fact that there are losses in the operation of the battery, and model it accordingly.
Losses from a higher megawatt amount, though, not starting at 1, is what I'm confirming.
Loss. It reflects the fact that if I'm going to get 4 megawatt hours out, the energy to charge it is 4 divided by 0.85. It's more than 4 megawatt hours to charge it, and it reflects that fact.
Okay, on the energy side is what you're saying, not the capacity side, because the capacity side has already been, it may be a 1.15 megawatt battery, but it's given to you to be a 1 megawatt 4 megawatt hour battery.
That's the way we model
Okay,
it. Yeah.
I just want to make sure. I appreciate it. All right, we'll take a short recess. We'll come back. I've gone over, of course. We'll come back at 9:40.
Okay.
Take a short.
Thank you.
Mr. Cook, can you hear us?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Great. All right, Mr. Great. All right, Mr. Wilson, try to work through these a little bit. If I wanted to ask about updates on the Mill Creek 2 ELG retirement, is that you or Mr. Ember? Related to the retirement of Mill Creek 2 in relation to the ELG upgrades to Mill Creek 2?
Well,
Let's take a step back. I'll give you some context, Mr. Wilson. I withdraw the question. When the ECR case came in, the 60 and 61, I think, 2020, 60 and 61, when those ECR cases came in, Mill Creek 2 had a retirement date other than 2028, correct?
yes, we, in the analysis for that rate case, we demonstrated that 2028 was a more reasonable retirement date.
Okay. Well, so in the ECR, when the CPCN was sought to do ELG compliance with Mill Creek 2, it was a 2030, 2032, it was something beyond 2028, right?
Right, that's correct.
And do you remember that it was, you all looked at the stay open cost versus the marginal cost of expanding ELG compliance from 3 and 4 to 2 was fairly small, and the expectation that it was gonna operate for a number of more years. You all did the calculation, determined it made sense to do the upgrade to Mill Creek 2, right?
Right, the incremental cost then, I'm not sure what the actual number has turned out to be, but the incremental investment for Mill Creek 2 was $9 million.
Okay, so you all got that CPCN in 2020 to comply with it and to include ELG for Mill Creek 2. And then later that year, that's when that analysis, I assume you helped with, that Mr. Bellar supported the rate case, indicated the retirement date for Mill Creek 2 should instead be 2028, right?
Right.
Do you remember about ELG compliance, that if you were going to comply, you had to comply by a certain date, but you could actually choose not to comply, say you're going to retire and commit to a retirement date? I think it was 2028. Do you remember that?
Right, if you chose not to comply for the entire station, you could operate all units at a station through 2028.
Okay, so how does Mill Creek 1 get to operate? Well, so let me ask. So is that why Mill Creek 1 is then retiring in 2024 because of the entire station?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Go ahead. And so when Mr. Bellar proposed to change, well, he did, change the company's internal expectations of the useful life of Mill Creek 2, did you all rerun that analysis to determine whether it made sense to do ELG compliance with Mill Creek 2, regardless of whether you'd received the CPCN?
Well, we had, in the ELG analysis, we looked at the possibility. In the ELG analysis, we recognized that either Mill Creek 2 or Gent 2, because they don't have SCRs, we recognized that was a risk of earlier than assumed at that time retirement. And we ran some cases to see effectively if we retire Mill Creek 2 earlier than, I think their date was 2034 maybe, I don't recall exactly, we could look back, but if we retired Mill Creek 2, if we had to retire Mill Creek 2 earlier, then should we install ELG water processing capacity for that? Should we go ahead and do that, or should we just retire Mill Creek 2 in 2024 or 5 with Mill Creek 1?
Okay.
So we did that analysis and really recognizing the risk associated with a potential need for SCR. And the analysis showed, it varied by gas prices, there's lots of discussion about gas prices, but the analysis showed that even if we had to retire Mill Creek 2 early, we specifically focused on January of 2029, but if we had to, for that scenario, but if we had to retire it early, then it still made sense to install ELG.
Okay. So, and that was back then, when there was no expectation of additional generation over the next 15 years, or the last IRP. You hadn't had a new IRP between the last one and this one, right, at that time. And so the last one indicate no need for generation over the planning horizon, correct?
I think so, yes.
And then this one does indicate a need for generation over the planning horizon, correct?
Right.
And the only reason I remember the last one didn't is because subsequent to that, I think you all filed a DSM application for a 5-year plan that indicated a $0 avoided capacity, fixed capacity
Right.
amount. Capacity value, avoided capacity value, excuse me. So, did you all know that your capacity position had changed? I guess I'm the long-winded question I asked Mr. Sinclair yesterday about how often these analyses are run, and there's the replacement analysis, but then there's also the economic efficiency analysis that we're talking about here that drives need to determine whether, hey, we can retire this thing and replace it with something and to be cost beneficial. Did you all know when you reran the analysis, you ran the analysis or helped prepare the analysis Mr. Bellar provided? Did you all know then that your capacity position had changed?
Well, in the ELG analysis, I don't remember the exact words, but we argued it was reasonable to consider the risk of SCR at Mill Creek 2. So we knew in that analysis that that was a possibility, and certainly one worth evaluating, and one where we wanted to make sure that our ELG investment was reasonable. In the analysis that we completed for the 2020 rate case, there's still, I would say, and Mr. Ember can talk about what we knew and when better than I can, but there was still a reasonable, even in that analysis, we didn't know with certainty that we were going to need SCR, for example, for Mill Creek 2 in 2028. But in the summary of what we knew at that time, we felt like it was reasonable to assume 2028. I think I want to say that analysis looked at a range of when we may need SCR, maybe between 2027 and 2029 or what have you. But we knew, again, it was just kind of reasonable to assume that we were going to need SCR on Mill Creek 2, and it was really based on our statement is because it's reasonable to assume SCR in 2020 or at some point in the vicinity of 2028, a 2028 retirement year for Mill Creek 2 is a more reasonable retirement year than what we had previously assumed.
So that was presented to the commission in late 2020, and then January 7th, the RFP went out, right?
I'll take your word for it. I don't remember the exact date.
So we'll say early 2021 or late 2020, the RFP went out for new resources in the middle of the rate case, right?
Right.
Okay. So you all had an idea. You all had an idea when you filed the rate case that the company's position on capacity over the next 15 years had changed from the previous IRP. Is that fair enough?
Well, yes. I mean, it changed. We knew that it was reasonable to assume that we were going to need capacity in 2028.
Well, let me ask it this way: for your internal analysis, right? You're part of the group doing the internal studies on this. The risks surrounding SCR, the changing economics, whatever it may be. Is it safe to assume that at some point during 2020 or 2021, internally you all presumed your avoided capacity value over the next 15 years is not going to be zero through the planning horizon? Is that fair?
With a need for capacity in 2028, yeah, that would change the avoided capacity assumption for sure, yes.
And I guess what I'm wanting to understand is going back to the question I asked Mr. Sinclair yesterday about the analysis that are run to determine need, that economic efficiency, when do you all change internally things like avoided capacity value?
Well, the avoided capacity value is a function of the cost of replacement resources. So when we get new information that causes us, like we did in 2020 and like we evaluated as a risk in the ELG filing, information that says we may need SCR, then we evaluate that. So it's really just when we get new information is when we change that assumption.
And I say avoided capacity value. Avoided capacity value, at least in some degree, is a function of that stay open cost that Mr. Sinclair was talking about yesterday, right? With current generation. In the event that you're able to avoid the stay open cost in forward years, that at least plays into what that avoided capacity value is.
Yes, the avoided capacity cost that we typically think of though is and this is in a scenario where it doesn't make sense to install SCR on a Mill Creek 2, for example. If that's the case, then the avoided capacity cost is voiding the cost of capacity that would be needed to replace that unit.
Right, but there's an analysis run, when you say can't install a scrubber, you're saying qualitatively can't install SCR, or are you saying it doesn't make economic sense to run it?
The latter.
Do an SCR? Well, it's that initial analysis, I know there's a lot of focus on the replacement part, but that initial analysis, you're determining what the compliance cost is, right? For building the SCR, and then you're comparing it to alternatives, is
That's
that right?
correct. Yes.
Okay, and it's that compliance cost is the avoidable cost, that if whatever the other option is cheaper, I take it from your all studies that you assume the remaining book value of the unit is a sunk cost, so you don't take that into account, and it's whether compliance or replacement is cheaper at that point.
Right, so the avoided cost is whatever is cheapest.
Okay,
If replacement capacity is lower cost than SCR, installing SCR and continuing to operate the unit, the avoided cost is the least cost option, which in this scenario that we're talking about would be replacement capacity.
and that's easier to see because that's a big number, right? SCRs aren't cheap, so it may be tens or hundreds of millions of dollars. But if you're looking at comparing replacement generation to current generation, there's this is what I'm getting to before Mr. Riggs asks. You all have a study, and I can't find it in here right now, but you all have an initial analysis that compares the marginal cost of generation plus the fixed cost on a kWh basis. Is that right?
You'd have to,
Yeah. So it's it's how you all. It's your screening analysis. So let me.
yes,
What I'm really doing is asking a lot of questions that leads into your screening analysis. You all did an initial screening analysis. Here it is. It's on page 43 of 140 of volume 3 of the IRP.
okay,
And you all looked at the marginal resource costs. So you have $1 per kW year stay open cost.
yep, hold on, let me make sure I'm in the right spot.
That's okay. It's table 10 on PDF page 43 of 140 of volume 3. The bottom of the page says page 20.
Marginal resource cost, is this the reserve margin?
It's on the big screen now. The table that's.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's technically in the section on the screening analysis, but
Yeah, this is, it's actually, I see the label, it doesn't matter, but this is actually in our reserve margin. The
Right.
Reserve margin, yep.
it's those stay open costs
Yep,
that you will look at, and at the bottom.
for the purpose of determining our marginal units, correct.
Right. And marginal units are code for most expensive, right?
Right.
Yep. So you all looked at to evaluate generation portfolios with lower. This is right below the table. So to evaluate generation portfolios with lower reserve margins, the sum of stay open and average energy cost in table 10 was used to determine which baseload and peaking resources to consider for retirement. Average is effectively levelized cost of energy, but excluding capital cost, right?
Yeah, it's just the average energy costs over a year.
Okay, so it looks here, it just says you all looked at what effectively on a $1 per megawatt basis, what the most expensive units were, combining stay open and the cost of producing electricity, right?
Well, yes, and this is specifically for the purpose of determining which generation portfolios we evaluated in our reserve margin analysis, yes.
And that's fine. I wanted to know, in terms of screening units, Is this where you all would start by running the economics of those units that are most expensive in the far right, in the far right column? Because those are the ones that have the highest stay open costs or the highest energy costs, and at least the far right column is looking at both of those as a function of the production of energy.
In terms, when you say where we would start for what
Well,
purpose?
so like, let me say it this way. Would it make sense to use, I'm trying to follow a mismatch here. So like Gent 2 is a perfect example. It has a really low amount in the last column, right? Relative to the other amounts, $29 a megawatt hour. Some of that may be the function that it doesn't have SCR, but it doesn't really matter. It has a very low amount.
Yep.
So I would think that it would be one of the last units that you all would study for economic retirement, given its low stay open costs and its low cost of producing energy.
Right. Yeah, it goes back to what you said about the cost of SCR.
What I'm trying to figure out is where that then comes into play if you're looking at that internal economic analysis around economic efficiency and need. It would make sense for me to start with Brown 3. To say, okay, hey guys, we have an RFP, we just got the responses back. Let's see if the RFP responses, going out and getting one of these RFP responses is cheaper than continuing to run our most expensive units. Just my brain, I would start with Brown 3 as the first comparison because it's one of the highest units on this chart, right? That and the peaking units at Brown. And that it's not what you all, not the same context, but you all started your marginal cost. Looking at your reserve margin, you all looked at the most expensive units in that far right column. What am I missing in terms of, what am I not taking into account? Why is Gent 2 one of those marginal resources, it sounds like? Where does the cost of SCR compliance come in terms of economics, or is it merely just a qualitative determination because it may need scrubbers for compliance, and that changes the stay open calculation, the stay open dollar per kW?
I would say Gent 2 and Mill Creek 2 are on this list because of the fact they don't have an SCR and because of everything we know about the risk of them needing an SCR to continue operation. But Brown 3, from a fuel cost perspective, you're exactly right. It's on this list because of its a little bit higher fuel costs just due to transportation, where it's located, and what have you. So there's different reasons for why these units make this list.
Okay, so let me ask this. Is the stay open cost a dollar per kW year average, or is it a specific year?
That is a average over, I want to say it's a kind of an 8-year-ish maintenance cycle. So it's considering the costs over a maintenance period. Recognizing that we have outages in years when you have a more significant outage, the costs are higher. So there's a little bit of a levelization over time that is required to really compare these on an apples to apples basis.
So when you do your 15-year planning horizon that we were speaking about earlier with moving targets and input, all the input costs and changes in the way things operate, does it only take into account the stay open costs for the 8-year cycles, or does it take into account the end of those 8-year cycles there's going to be a significant maintenance outage? And does your analysis, your economic replacement analysis, your retirement analysis, does it take into account that increased stay open cost in the years in which the maintenance cycle occurs?
It does, yes.
Okay. And so is that one of the reasons then, well, okay. So that would take into account that higher level of expected costs for the maintenance cycle. If, to the questions I was asking earlier, had you not hard-coded the retirements of Mill Creek 1, 2, and Gent 2,
And Gent 1.
Gent 1 as well? Okay,
Well,
and Brown 3.
Brown 3, yep.
Would it have picked up your all's input of SCR cost in 2025 for 2026 compliance?
We did not do that for the IRP. That was just a simplifying assumption, but we could cause the model to evaluate that.
Yeah,
yes.
and to be clear, I don't just mean in the context of IRP. One of the reasons I was asking Mr. Sinclair those questions yesterday and pointing out that it only happens in very specific cases is, as opposed to a CPCN, we don't see these as opposed to the wasteful duplication analysis that we see often in CPCNs, right? We don't necessarily see these need analyses, Ryan. And my question to you is, are you all running these independently of proceedings like IRPs?
We develop a 30-year plan every year.
Okay.
So to the extent that we get new information that causes us to feel like, so to the extent that we get new information that, for example, says an SCR may be needed, that's obviously, there's lots of uncertainty about that, but to the extent that we get that information and it moves us in the direction of doing analysis to see whether we should do that, then we will update our analysis to reflect the results. Our
And-
30-year plan with it to reflect the results.
Yeah, and so those plans that you're doing, are the retirements of Mill Creek 1, Mill Creek 2, Gent 1, Gent 2, and Brown 3 hard-coded for retirement, or are they reassessed every year holistically in that analysis?
Well, we're typically focusing on the next retirement, and we're really not focusing, so we Gent 1 and 2, for example, I mean, to answer your question very specifically, in 2034, in those studies, we will typically hard code Gent 1 and 2 for the purpose of isolating the decision and focusing on the near-term decisions, the ones that we're actually making.
Well, so when you say the next, you mean the next in this context would be still the 2024 retirement of Mill Creek 1?
No, we're kind of committed to retiring Mill Creek 1.
Okay, so with
Basically.
that,
So the next, we're focusing it today, with the RFP that we issued, we're focusing on potential additions in the 2028 timeframe.
okay, so Mill Creek 1 fixed.
But we can't, because of
Let me
what we're,
finish the question, sorry. Mill Creek, in this analysis, Mill Creek 1 fixed, just horses out of the barn. I got it right today. Horses out of the barn, Mill Creek 1 fixed, you're retiring at 2024. Gent 1 and 2, 2034 fixed. You're focused on, everything else is floating, everything beyond Gent 1 and 2, and everything between Gent 1 and 2 and Mill Creek 1 is up for whatever the output of the economic analyses provides?
well, Gent 1 and 2, from a planning assumption, is fixed. Mill Creek 3 and 4, from a planning assumption, is fixed. And the subsequent retirements from a planning assumption is fixed. With this RFP and the results, we'll be evaluating lots of alternatives for what to do with Mill Creek 2 and Brown 3. And I said Gent 1 and 2 is fixed. That's not correct. We'll be evaluating to the extent that the Good Neighbor Plan has an impact on Gent 2 from an SCR perspective. We'll be evaluating what to do with that. So Gent 1 and Gent 2 is not fixed. Gent 2 is in play, given what we know about the future environmental regulations.
Any given year when you update this 30-year plan with new economic data, how many of the retirements of generation are fixed? And how many are left to be solved for economically?
Well, I don't know if I can answer in any given year. This year, the ones that are left to be solved for are Mill Creek 2, Brown 3, and Gent 2. And those are the ones that we're focusing on right now. The ones beyond that, just because what we assume beyond these initial 3 won't have a major impact on the decision we're making today. Just the ones beyond that are just as a simplifying assumption, they're assumed to retire at the end of their book depreciation life.
So let me make sure I understand. So for your 30-year economic analyses, 30-year plan that you're doing every year for generation, you're fixing the retirements over the next 3 to 5 years. Then you're solving for those that are 5 to 8 years out, and then you're fixing all of the other ones. And for IRPs, you're fixing all the retirements for the next 7 years.
Well, for this IRP, we as a simplifying assumption, we assumed through the 15-year period, we made assumptions about what units would be retired and then proceeded from there. So to use the fixed terminology, all retirement assumptions in this IRP were fixed.
So we have this extremely complicated economic analysis that puts out a preferred plan in which the retirement dates for the company's generation resources were predetermined prior to the run of the analyses. Is that an incorrect statement?
Well, and with input from prior analyses, I would say, I mean, Mill Creek 1, that's a good assumption because we're not installing ELG water processing capacity to operate Mill Creek 1 beyond 2024. 2028 for Mill Creek 2 and Brown 3 are reasonable assumptions based on the analysis we provided in the rate case. Those are still reasonable assumptions, I would argue. Gent 1 and 2 were just assumed to retire at the end of their book depreciation life because we did not have any information about the Good Neighbor Plan. So the Good Neighbor Plan is new information since the IRP was developed. So I would say we made reasonable assumptions throughout the IRP planning period.
But you said prior analyses, perfectly fair, but they're separate analyses, correct?
Correct.
And those separate analyses specifically could not take into account the information provided in the IRP that reflects the cost of replacement energy pursuant to the resources that were used in the IRP, right?
When they could not, no, because that information wasn't available, right?
Okay. And then when the information is available pursuant to the 2021 RFP, for instance, that would show what the replacement cost of certain types of resources might be, is that input in your 30-year plan?
Well, we're issuing an RFP today. You mentioned 2021, but we're issuing an RFP, or we issued in June. We'll get the results back in August, and we'll evaluate all of this in the context of those responses.
Right, but last year's plan, was it run with the information contained in the 2021 RFP responses?
Last year, the plan, the 30-year plan that we provided, our business plan, we just assumed, last year we didn't have to make decisions. It wasn't time to make decisions about 2028 yet since we were in 2021, so we continued just to assume 2028 for the retirements of Mill Creek 2 and Brown 3.
But we heard from Mr. Sinclair yesterday that assuming the best thing, 4 to 5, maybe even, well, his response was 4 to 5 years to build a natural gas combined cycle. It would seem like you all wait to make the decision to where then you're constrained by what the outcomes are because you only have enough planning horizon for that specific outcome. So for instance, if you all filed a CPCN application today, at best, maybe it's rolled on by the end of the year, right? Mm-hmm. So you're in 2023 when you effectively start planning. Let's assume for argument's sake, it's a natural gas combined cycle. You're starting in 2023 to build a unit that takes 5 years to be online in 2028, which is when your capacity need is. Is that math correct?
If we started today, the earliest that we could potentially get a combined cycle on is probably more like 2027 if everything just
Went perfect.
worked perfectly, yes.
Yeah. But isn't that kind of the purpose of the IRP, is that we have a holistic data set and an ability to look at all the information and look at the model and look out 15 years to figure out what these things are? I mean, would you agree that's one of the primary purposes of having a 15-year time planning horizon in IRP?
Well, the purpose of the IRP, at least in my mind, is really to show how that optimal portfolio varies with load and fuel prices. And through the course of the conversations that we've had, to see how that optimal portfolio, see how things like a new source performance standard for CCS would affect the outcome, to see how things like, as the commission asked, CO2 prices affect the optimal portfolio. The purpose of the IRP is really to see how that optimal portfolio varies across a wide range of futures. And then along the way, understand kind of our process for modeling load, our process for thinking about reliability, our process for long-term expansion planning, and then get feedback through this process to make updates and improvements in that for analyses like CPCN filings is the way that we approach the IRP.
What capacity contribution to reliability did you ascribe limited duration resources in this case?
When you say limited duration, are you talking about battery storage?
Yeah, no, limited duration. Limited duration would be wind, hybrid resources, hydro, solar, and by hybrid, I mean a combination of anything I'm mentioning, and battery technology, whether it's, you know, a flywheel, whether it's chemical batteries, whether it's pumped hydro, which I know you all don't have, we talked about that yesterday. But for any limited duration resources, how did you all determine what their capacity value or capacity contribution is?
Well, the methodology, I may have to look back to it. We used, our capacity contribution for solar was 79% in the summer and 0% in the winter. For wind, it was it was a different value, and the methodology that we used to develop that was provided in the rate case in the context of net metering discussions.
So for for wind and solar, you basically used a 2 CP process to determine what its capacity value is?
Well, we looked at and I don't have the information in front of me, and I probably won't be able to recite it perfectly, but we looked at the contribution of solar, for example, during our peak hours. We looked at that in every month. And then for the winter capacity, I think we took an average of December through February of that contribution to solar. I think that was 0 for the summer capacity. We looked at it over the summer months. I don't remember which months precisely, but maybe June through September. But that's the way we calculated the 79 and the 0.
When you're talking about peak, are you talking about the hours in those seasons in which the loss of load probability is more than 0?
I'm talking about the hours in which our peak demand for each month typically occurs.
Okay, so more like an 8 CP calculation for the summer, or 4 CP for the summer, and then an average in the winter?
I don't recall the precise months. I'd have to get the analysis, but it was I think 3 or 4 months average for the summer, and then a 3 or 4 months average for the winter.
Okay. And so how do those time periods, for instance, how do those line up with your all's loss of load probability determination for what hours have a probability of a loss of load event above 0, more than 0?
Well, the assumption of 0 for solar aligns completely in the winter. The assumption of 0 for solar aligns completely in the winter because solar's not available during the hour in which our peak demand occurs in the winter.
But not just talk about peak demand, hours in which so you're telling me that you don't have any single hour in the winter in which your loss of load probability is more than 1 when it's light outside?
Well, no,
Or 0, I'm sorry, 0.
think more than 0, right? No, we definitely so we are not, we assign 0 capacity value for solar in the winter, sorry. We assign 0 capacity value for solar in the winter, despite the fact that there are some hours during the day when the sun is shining that we have loss of load probability.
And that a solar facility
Non-zero.
would contribute to meeting reliability.
It would contribute in those hours, potentially depending on clouds, but not in the peak hour.
4 a.m. Yeah.
Well, the peak, 6 a.m., yeah, the peak hour, yes.
Does this IRP use effectively the same models that previous IRPs used? Are there any new models that you used in this IRP that you did not in the past?
Yes, we used this, for this IRP, we used Plexus for the first time.
Are you happy with your Plexus experience? I don't work for them or anything, I'm just curious. You all intend on using Plexus moving forward?
We do, yes. All production cost capacity expansion models are complex. There's definitely a kind of a learning curve, but we've been working directly with Plexus for that purpose, so far so good.
And then, do you all have access to, you were talking about ServM earlier, do you all have access to that, or do you just have a contract with Strape?
Astrape, no, we license the software
You all also have the software
with access to them for support.
support? Okay. And they're a leader when it comes to ELCC. Them and E3 are basically they just are. The primary two firms in the nation that do effective load carrying capability calculations. I think both of them have contracts with California PUC, who's been using ELCC for decades, or years at least. Have you all had conversations with them using either ServM or separately ELCC for the determination of capacity contributions for limited duration resources and planning?
Not specifically in that context, no. I know ELCC, you just mentioned a couple RTO context. ELCC is almost a necessary tool to use in an RTO context where there's, capacity is not
Product.
differentiated by, it's just a product or what have you. So ELCC, I can't think of a better way than ELCC to assign a capacity value to solar. In our context, we can look at the impact of we model the impact of the resources in every hour, but just for the purpose of reporting, and ultimately, our reliability assesses the availability of solar, for example, in every single hour, but for the purpose of reporting reserve margin, specifically winter and summer reserve margin, we use 0 contribution for solar in the winter and 79% in the summer.
Well, and the reason I ask is you all have been using LOLP for decades, maybe even at this point, in doing your resource planning, right? For years.
LOLP, we use loss of load expectation in the context of reliability, planning, reserve margin analysis. I know in past rate cases, one of our consultants used LOLP as a proposal for some rate-making issues. But beyond that, from a generation planning perspective, we look at loss of load. For reliability planning, we focus on loss of load expectation.
Well, now I'll still a line from Mr. Spinard. The record will speak for itself, but the bases in those rate cases for using LLP for cost of service purposes was that it's a similar or same calculation as used in resource planning. And I guess it was what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So I just want to make sure that you all aren't taking into account the expectation that the loss of load is in excess of 0 in those hours when doing resource planning. I mean, that is a loss of load
for our
probability
reliability
calculation.
studies, and when we look at reliability planning, we look at loss of load expectation, loss of load probability. They're kind of intertwined. We absolutely we use those metrics to solve, and over a range of weather scenarios and unit availability scenarios, we use those metrics to think about reliability. What we don't look at for long-term planning is loss of load in a single normal weather scenario, which is going to, loss of load is going to vary loss of load probability is going to vary depending on the weather, not surprisingly. Under normal weather circumstances, our summer peak demand is about 6,100 megawatts-ish. I may be off a little bit. And then the winter is about 300 megawatts lower. So under normal weather scenarios, which that was the context that was discussed in rate case proceedings, loss of load in the winter is definitely, loss of load probability in the winter is not a concern. My point is it's only in the context of this reserve margin planning and weather uncertainty and unit availability uncertainty that we look at loss of load probability and loss of load expectation.
So, that loss of load probability, it's been cited in this case, I think there was a heat map that somebody had, maybe you all provided, and somebody just used. Would you agree that with loss of load probability, that just receiving a megawatt of additional capacity in the hours in which, that a megawatt of capacity given to the companies in hours in which the loss of load probability is something more than zero, is more valuable than a megawatt provided to the company in those hours in which the loss of load is zero?
Yes, the value of capacity is higher when loss of load probability is higher, yes.
Okay. And is that intertwined or taken into account or just correlated with that scarcity pricing demand curve that we saw earlier?
It's the scarcity prices increases as your reserves decrease.
So, but the value of receiving additional reserves is higher in hours in which the reserve margin percentage at the bottom, x-axis, gets lower, right?
Say that again?
Well, so you look at the value of lost load, and being able to receive capacity to serve that load is of greater value in those hours to the left than they are on the right, correct?
Well, that's saying the scarcity price curve says that you're gonna pay more than the marginal cost of energy as your reserves shrink. So, and it's regardless of the hour that occurs, that you will pay more. To the extent you're short for whatever reason, you're gonna pay more. So, but I agree, as the loss of, in the hours in which the loss of load probability is higher, adding capacity, to the extent the capacity is available in those hours, that capacity is of more value. But I want to stress it is critical to look at loss of load probability, and you mentioned the heat map specifically. We don't make any decisions based on loss of load probability just on normal weather.
And
think
risk
we
is
talked about
important. I got some questions on risk here in just a second. You did present value revenue requirement determinations of different portfolios and different resources in this case, right?
We calculated the optimal resource, or the optimal generation portfolio for 9 scenarios, and we just focused on 1 year in doing that. So, Plexos effectively minimized revenue requirements for 1 year in doing that. In terms of a present value revenue requirement calculation, the IRP, the statute asks for kind of lots of information about one plan. We calculated the present value revenue requirements for just the base load, base fuel price plan.
And I think that's fine. I think I can ask specifically about base,
Yep.
because that's part of the determination of the optimal portfolio, correct? Is that revenue requirement impact?
We calculated an optimal portfolio in the scenario with base fuel and base
Yep.
load.
So, that optimal portfolio solved for the economic retirement of certain generators and others were fixed, correct?
No, the optimal, in the originally filed 9 scenarios, and we've mentioned the basis for the assumptions, but Mill Creek 1 was assumed to retire in 2024, Mill Creek 2 and Brown 3 in 2028, Jet 1 and 2 in 2034, just focusing on the coal units. In those scenarios, those retirements were assumed to be fixed.
Okay, so the base outcome, optimal
Those are the only
portfolio,
retirements we considered, sorry.
did the plan solve for the other units' economic retirements?
No. The analysis only considered the retirements assumed to retire. We developed an optimal resource plan to replace the units that were assumed to retire through 2036.
And the present value revenue requirement calculation of that optimal portfolio took into account the remaining expected lives of those units through those fixed terms?
Yes, yes, the revenue, yes, sorry, the revenue requirements the revenue requirements presented in table 9.1, I think, include the stay open costs for all of the units through the end of those assumed lives.
At current depreciation rates? Or
Well,
did you, what I'm asking is, did you take the net book value of a unit and divide it by the remaining years? Or did you take the current stay open cost as your old
no, the
current
values that,
depreciation rates and everything like that?
the values that we presented in 9.1 reflect only the costs that were evaluated in the study, and we did not think about in the IRP planning process any kind of existing investments or depreciation expense, for example.
But that's an inherent, those are inherently included in a present value revenue requirement determination, right? The expected remaining life earns a weighted, I mean, the undepreciated value, rate base earns a weighted average cost of capital, right? So the longer it goes, the more impact that carrying charge has, right?
Right. But that existing investment is the revenue requirements associated with existing investments the same in all scenarios, we assume in the IRP. So we didn't include it in there, just to be clear on what's included, yeah.
And but that's a simplifying assumption that doesn't allow the, again, going back, if the retirement dates are set, then it's the same in every scenario because the retirement dates are set, right?
That's right.
If the analysis is unable to solve for the economic retirement dates, then that present value revenue requirement isn't gonna change on some changed end of life because the end of life is set
Right.
ahead of time.
Right, with that assumption, yeah, there's all those revenue requirements to be the same.
Does the revenue, the weighted average cost of capital that was used, the numbers were in here, there was a 3 point, I don't have it in front of me, but there was a ROE amount, there was a debt amount. Do you know if the debt amount is the company's current embedded cost of debt or whether it's the expected marginal cost of debt moving forward?
It would have been an embedded cost at the time of the analysis was completed.
If the analysis is looking and basically assuming that capital previously invested is effectively a sunk cost in that analysis, right? And you're looking at stay open capital, which is future capital. Would you agree that future capital is going to be received at a different rate than the embedded cost of capital?
Yeah, the analysis implicitly assumes there's not a material difference between embedded, and I am definitely not the one to speak as to why, but that's a correct observation. Our analysis assumes there's not a material difference.
That passed this prologue.
Right.
So I was going, sorry, I skipped a question. Going back, we were talking about ELCC, you were talking about the way you all calculated the capacity contribution of limited duration resources. 79% summer is great. Maybe at 100 megawatts, maybe at 200 megawatts. If you were a planner, just say if it was your job to make sure the lights stay on at a utility, these utilities, do you think it'd be reasonable to continue to ascribe a 79% capacity value for the summer contribution of 2,100 megawatts of solar?
Well, and maybe it's a function of what you're trying to do. I think it's reasonable, well, that was 79% was an uncertainty that was highlighted in the IRP as something that once we get more substantial amounts of solar on our system, something we really need to understand. Because for a given peak day, it's not difficult to imagine cloud conditions varying over a given solar field, causing the availability on a very similar day in terms of temperature and load, causing the availability of solar to vary. So we need to, one of the things that the reserve margin study highlighted is the need to really get into that. But 79% was an assumption. I think it's reasonable to, let's say that's right though, let's say that's what we can reasonably assume, 79% is, it's reasonable to assume that 79% of the 21, if that's the right number, 79% of the 2,100 megawatts will be available during the summer peak. But, to that end, does that make sense? To that end, it's reasonable to assume that. From a reliability planning perspective, though, as we add more and more solar, and that's what happened in our analysis, our reliability focus shifted squarely to the winter. So while 79% of the resources available in the summer, and we get, much higher summer reserve margins, from a reliability perspective, we're focusing entirely on the winter in terms of maintaining reliability.
But isn't that the benefit of ELCC? That you don't need any more megawatts in those hours in which all that solar is producing. Another megawatt has very little value to the company in meeting load at that summer peak once you have 2,100 megawatts of solar, right?
ELCC does reflect the diminishing returns, so to speak,
Right.
on solar. It absolutely does that. In our case, and one thing I want to be clear, 79% and 0% are just numbers that we're using to calculate summer and winter reserve margins, focusing on 1 hour. Our reliability planning, we look at the availability summer and take into consideration the availability of summer in all hours. So including the winter daylight hours that has a non-zero loss of load probability. If the irradiance is such that the sun is there, then we'll take that in consideration. So there's a little bit of I think our reliability planning takes into consideration kind of what we're talking about in this context with diminishing ELCC returns. Our process would reflect that as well. It's in the calculation, and that is separate. The point I want to make is that is separate from the presentation of reserve margins that are just a calculation focused on 2 hours, one in the winter and one in the summer.
Right, but what I want to make sure is that separation isn't necessarily a limitation on the entry of additional resources. So that 79% solar coming in, that additional megawatt of solar is of very little value, but increasingly, to your point, it moves the reliability concern to winter, which would then increase the value of generation available during those winter peaks, correct? Relative to summer peaks.
It definitely moves it to the winter, but solar in our plan is really not being added for capacity at all. I mean, after we get to a few hundred megawatts, we're adding solar for its low energy cost.
Right, and that's great, but if it's going to be producing energy in the hours in which there's the demand, that's all that matters, right? Serving customers' demand.
Right, in all hours though.
In all
not
hours.
Not just, yeah.
That's fine, but what I'm saying is, it has shifted, adding this amount of solar shifts your planning prerogative, or shifts your planning demand, to your point, where it sounds like to me the loss of low probability increases in those non-summer months, once this if this optimum portfolio is put into account, in which generation available during winter months is now becoming more valuable.
That's correct.
And ELCC doesn't just diminish a particular resource, it's almost like a balancing, right? Because it then says, wind may be worth more, or a hybrid resource, or hydro may be worth more, or thermal generation may be worth more, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, as we go from 2,000 to 2,100 megawatts, the model reflects the fact that it adds that because of the energy value and not because of any capacity need.
So I just want to, and this may fall into the DSM EE, and I'll ask others if you need me to push this question to somebody else. But load can move and change that loss of load probability in any given hour significantly, right? Mm-hmm. And that's if, or maybe net load, if you start talking about net load at some point. But if people start using more electricity in the summer at night, mm-hmm. then that reduces the loss of load probability during the day in those summer hours, right? All else being equal.
If they're able to, maybe for something like drying clothes or something like that, if there are things that they can actually shift.
Yeah.
Correct. If it's weather dependent load, then maybe not.
And that is the bifurcation of issues going forward, especially with electrification, right? What amount of load is discretionary and what amount of load is non-discretionary? So, perfect example, summer cooling. Some homes are gonna be at the point, mine's probably in this category, that I don't have an efficient enough home that I can pre-cool my home, turn my air conditioner off in the middle of the day, and then cool it back down in the evening because it's gonna drop so much during the day. It's just not efficient enough to keep it. Some people might be able to do that and be able to participate in some, time of day, program, right? Actually shift their load, right?
That sounds plausible.
So I guess what I'm asking, in doing this planning, what the loss of load probability is, how you're trying to meet, you're trying to solve for all these things with supply side resources primarily at your disposal. Where do things like changes in rate design or changes in DSM or DSM implementation come in that actually, instead of just looking at supply side, actually looks at demand side changes to that load curve?
Well, and I will eventually push this to Mr. Bevington and Ms. Saunders, but our approach, the IRP assumed the load forecast, and we've talked about this, I think, but the load forecast implicitly assumes that energy efficiency from DSM and customer-initiated energy efficiency extends through the forecast period. So, and there's a table in volume 1 that you're probably familiar with where we affect, and that extends as a function of some things we're assuming about end-use efficiencies improving. So when we basically take that portion, that effect out of our models, load is 6% higher than it otherwise would be. So there's a pretty significant impact on residential and commercial customers, as particularly that graph pertains to residential and commercial customers. There's a pretty big impact assumed for DSM and customer-initiated energy efficiency. And then the IRP, based on the conversations we've been having, is observing that we have, depending on a wide range of assumptions, we have a capacity need for 2028. And over time, especially if we add renewables, the focus on reliability is going to kind of shift to the winter. So with that information, gathered from the IRP, we are working, David mentioned, Mr. Sinclair mentioned this yesterday. My team and Mr. Bevington's team were working closely together to think about DSM alternatives to meeting that 2028 need. So in a CPCN context, kind of with information gathered from this IRP, we'll evaluate it all together.
Isn't it too late? I mean, if you all are going to come in this year and ask for a CPCN for a natural gas combined cycle or some other type of generation to be in service by 2028, that again, horses out of the barn, right? That capital is spoken for. If that's going to be needed to meet 200, 300, 400 megawatts of power, whatever it may be, then isn't it too late to do any DSM to actually defer or downsize, which is going back to I think the 30 or 40-year-old avoided cost QF proceeding administrative case we had here, defer or downgrade that future investment in generation?
I don't think so, but I'd have to defer to Mr. Bevington or Ms. Saunders on that point, in terms of that they can speak way better to the timing and implementation, all that kind of stuff.
Well, let me ask you about the generation. Can I ask Mr. Bellar about that, and whether you all come in and ask for a CPCN, and all of a sudden Ms. Saunders and Mr. Bevington get together and figure out how to effectively come up with the next 3 years with 2 or 3 or 400 megawatts impact of DSM. When do the companies need to know when to stop building or deferring or downgrading the size of a generation facility?
Well, our CPCN filing, I think we said yesterday, our CPCN filing will thoughtfully consider DSM. So it will be a coordinated filing if circumstances lead to that.
Let me ask this question. Going back to, I think, the first line we had today, how long have you all identified the avoided capacity value as something more than zero for purposes of planning?
I'd have to be precise on the date. I'd have to go back and check. I know we considered it as public record, we considered it as a risk in the ELG analysis, but I don't know, we certainly weren't assuming then that it's always a risk, I guess, but we were considering as a risk in the ELG analysis. I would say it's with the 2020 rate cases when we officially said that 2028 is a more reasonable, for speaking for Mill Creek 2, in that rate case is when we officially said that 2028 is a more reasonable retirement date for Mill Creek 2 than 2034.
So that rate case is, they were 249 and 250, so let's say, when were you working on that analysis for Mr. Bellar? Was that August, September, October of 2020?
I honestly, I don't recall.
Okay, but that analysis was included in 2020, changing the internal planning date for retirement of Mill Creek 2 to 2028, is that right?
Yes.
And it's now July, is it July? It's July of 2022. So if I wanted to ask, given your all's internal expectation of that retirement, knowing that in 2020, who's the person I can ask about why it's taken 2 years to update the DSM and EE side of the company's portfolio?
I would start with, I'm sure there's several people that can answer that question. You can ask Mr. Bevington, Ms. Saunders, Mr. Beller has some information as well, probably.
I have lots of questions about DERs, but I think that I can probably accommodate them through my questions about DSM. There's little to no difference. It's confidential information, so I'm gonna ask the question, and before you answer, look over at your counsel. Is the current prevailing natural gas price, now or through the next couple of months futures, higher than the high gas price, used in the IRP?
I believe that's the case.
Okay, and today's high gas price, and would you also agree, well, is it higher than the forecasted gas price through the end of the planning horizon, or the horizon in which you provided forecast gas prices?
Today's gas price? Well, we only have visibility. Mr. Schram can speak better to today's, like, current gas prices. We only have visibility about gas prices through a certain point. But I believe we discussed yesterday that the EIA, based on its current view, we have seen a shift up in natural gas prices.
Would you agree that it can be fairly characterized as a significant increase in gas prices as compared to those presumed in the IRP?
That's one of those kind of value judgment statements. I don't know that it would. There's obviously today there's a lot of uncertainty. What happens in 15 years? I don't know that I would characterize it as significant.
Okay. Do you all just depend on others for expectations and risk and volatility around gas prices?
Volatility around gas prices?
Like like, do you all internally go, we think it's gonna go up by X, or do you all depend on IHS or other EIA, IEA? Do you all depend on other professionals to determine and just say, we're gonna take their word for it? They're the people that do it every day. We run a utility.
For our long-term gas price forecast, we rely on the EIA for kind of the range of prices. Obviously, fuel prices are an uncertainty in any kind of decision we make. So our goal is to look at that analysis over a reasonable range of decisions, over a reasonable range of prices. But we do rely on the EIA for that long-term range of prices. And I think Mr. Sinclair discussed, as you mentioned volatility, I think Mr. Sinclair discussed yesterday some of the things we do from a fuel procurement perspective to manage volatility.
Okay. I think I'll follow up with Mr. Bellar for the rest of those questions on that. I think it's probably unfair to put those to you. Last question. Page, this is volume 1 for Mr. Lovekamp. Page 8-13. I wanted to ask this yesterday, but I hated to interrupt a line of questioning by Mr. Kurtz. What's the cause of the degradation in the capacity factor of Trimble County 2?
That is, Trimble County 2, as you know, burns a blend of PRB and PRB coal. And that capacity factor degradation, at least over this period, it kind of levels out actually, beginning in 2030, but the degradation we see is primarily a function of PRB coal price assumptions.
Do you have an expectation that an input cost is going to increase to the point to reduce the capacity factor of Trimble County 2? Is that a short way of saying that? It's an economic reduction. It's not a facility issue. You don't expect to have problems that reduce the capacity factor. It's a function of the fuel cost
Oh,
increase.
yeah. Here it's just fuel price. And then the Trimble County 2 carries a little bit more maintenance, so that's why I think we discussed that yesterday as to why it's where it is, even though it's a very efficient unit. But I don't anticipate any issues with the unit that would limit its capacity factor beyond just the need for maintenance.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Those are all my questions. Mr. Mr. Crosby will give me a chance to do redirect, but we're gonna do that after lunch.
Yes, sir. Fine.
All right, we will take a recess until 12 o'clock. We'll start back promptly then.
Thank you.
wants to unmute you too. Can you hear me, Larry?
Yes, sir.
Great. Yes. We're back on the record in case number 2021-00393. Mr. Crosby, do you have any redirect, Mr. Wilson?
We don't, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wilson. You can step down. Thank you for being here the last 2 days with us. I would ask,
I'm sorry, I had a couple of follow-up questions. Is that possible, or
on what issue?
on the 1%, on the and on the issue of reserve margin analysis?
Mr. Crosby?
Mr. Chairman, we have no redirect. Mr. Fitzgerald has that opportunity, and we have a lot of witnesses to get through in very little time.
We have the time we have. Let's be fair about that.
It's up to you, Mr. Chairman.
Let me ask a clarifying question. It sounds like Mr. Bellamy may have a post-hearing data request or two. Is it anything that you can pose in a post-hearing data request?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. And I just ask, pursuant to what we discussed yesterday, if you'll also stick around until Mr. Beller's testimony is done, and then I'll entertain a motion to excuse those first two witnesses after Mr. Beller goes.
Thank you.
Unless Mr. Beller has a, is it Beller or Bellar? I've never.
Beller.
Beller, okay, look at me, always right. Unless he has a scheduling conflict, given that he's the highest executive at this point here, I would just ask that he stick around to the end of the hearing.
So Mr. Beller does not have a scheduling conflict, Mr. Sinclair does. So
Yep.
our intention is to call Mr. Ember and then Mr. Beller, calling that therefore Mr. Schram after Mr. Beller out of order, so that we can hopefully complete Mr. Beller's examination in time, therefore to ask that Mr. Sinclair be excused.
So, let me just ask this. Would you like to excuse Mr. Sinclair?
I would.
Is there any objection at this point in excusing Mr. Sinclair from the remainder of the hearing?
No.
I have
No
follow-up.
objection.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. I have no follow-up for Mr. Sinclair, given my questions to Mr. Wilson. As long as Mr. Wilson can stick around until after Mr. Beller goes, that will be fine.
Yes.
So we were happy to excuse Mr. Sinclair.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
So, back to you, Mr. Riggs. You may call your next witness.
Yes, I'll call Mr. Ember. And then, Your Honor, in terms of scheduling, after Mr. Ember is finished, I would also like to ask for him to be excused. He had a vacation.
The only three that were important to stick around were in a particular order to me were Mr. Wilson, Mr. Sinclair, and Mr. Bellar.
Okay.
Given the interaction between the, I don't want to ask somebody a question about one where they said, "Oh, you should have asked somebody else." So we'll certainly entertain the request after Mr. Ember's done.
Thank you.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
Philip Ember, business address 220 West Main Street, Louisville, 40202.
Mr. Riggs?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ember, would you please state for the record your business title?
Director of Environmental and Federal Regulatory Compliance.
Mr. Ember, did you guys be prepared and filed in this case certain responses to data requests?
Yes,
Do you adopt those as your testimony this afternoon?
yes.
Mr. Ember is now available for any examination.
Mr. Cook, any questions
I
for Mr. Ember?
apologize, Mr. Ember, do you have any materials with you?
I have KRS 278, Volume 1, 2, and 3 of the IRP, my data request, a couple other data requests, and the Investor Day presentation hard copy from PPL Enterprises.
Thank you.
Can I ask the date of that Investor Day presentation?
The date of it?
The date of it? Is that the June Investor Day presentation?
Yes.
Do you also possibly have the June 10th investor presentation regarding the new PPL?
Well, this is the Investor Day presentation from, and I can
Gonna
take
save
it
you a lot
out
of time if it's
rather than
perfect.
having it here. It's dated June 9th.
June 9th. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Riggs, anything else?
No, that's all. Your Honor.
Mr. Cook, any questions?
No questions, Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Nguyen?
I do, thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Ember.
Good afternoon.
Just a couple of questions. regarding, do you remember table 8-4, which shows the capacity factors? Do you recall that in the first volume of the IRP?
We're gonna bring it up here.
Okay.
I don't recall it specifically off top of my head, so. There you go.
Got that?
Yes?
Okay, for Mill Creek 2 in 2025, 2026, and 2027, it shows 79%, 76%, and 80% respectively for the projected capacity factors. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Does that take into account the limitations on NOx emissions for that the companies have entered into with Louisville Metro?
The
and
agreed
Louisville
order?
District? Yes.
I don't know the answer to that exactly, but given Mill Creek 1 is not applicable in each of those, then certainly, and we continue to operate those units in the concept of meeting that 15-ton goal.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Did you have any input on the capacity factor forecast for?
No,
Okay.
no, I did not.
And just a general question, for CO2 emissions at any plant, particularly a coal plant, are those monitored, the rate of those emissions monitored by the companies in any way, shape, or form?
Yes,
How?
continuous emission monitoring systems.
Okay. So there's a specific monitor in place to I guess,
Correct.
measure the rate of the CO2 that's being emitted by that particular plant.
That is correct.
Okay. So that's on coal units and also on natural gas fired units?
Correct.
Okay. And in general, would the emissions from a coal unit, is that about, or let me say it this way, is the CO2 emissions rate from a natural gas unit about 60% less than a coal unit?
I think that may be a little low.
What would be the comparison then for CO2 emissions comparing a
Are we
coal,
speak,
coal
what
unit?
kind of gas unit are we discussing?
Well, that was gonna be my next question. Well, is there a difference between, how a natural gas combined cycle unit, the CO2 emissions rate for a NGCC as compared to a simple cycle combustion turbine?
Yes.
Okay. What's that difference?
I would say approximately a natural gas combined cycle is about 80% of a simple cycle's,
Okay.
approximately.
And what's that a function of?
The function would be related to the efficiency derived from the steam turbine system on a combined cycle unit.
Okay. So it's just purely the efficiency. It doesn't relate to the amount of runtime for the combined cycle versus the CT?
Startup and shutdown do impact efficiency of a unit.
Okay.
And so an intermittent resource could be impacted differently.
Okay. And the type of coal that's burned, I'm sorry, with respect to a coal unit, would the type of coal that's burned impact the CO2 emissions rate for a particular coal unit?
I think that's a very general statement.
Okay.
I would like to know more about the coal discussion, but in concept, yeah, the BTU content of a coal and the carbon content of a coal would impact the CO2 rate of that a unit. Sure.
Efficiency of a coal unit as well impacts as compared to another coal unit, will impact the rate of CO2 emissions?
Yes, the heat rates of our units are well documented to this commission, so you could utilize the heat rates to assess comparatively CO2s across each of our units.
Okay. And could you discuss about the net zero concept in general? What does that mean? Net zero in terms of CO2 emissions.
Net zero. Net zero means, to me and to, I think, the company, that you would have net, I mean, exactly what it means, net zero. If you were to generate carbon dioxide, you would have to offset it in some mechanism such that the netting would be zero.
Okay, so if you have a fossil fuel plant that's still being generated as a portfolio within the company's portfolio, that's emitting CO2 at a certain rate, in order to reach net zero, you're going to have a reduction in, I guess, CO2 from another source to offset that emissions, the CO2 emissions from the fossil fuel. So in the company's calculation of that reduction in the emissions, so for instance, say if there are 500 megawatts of a coal plant still in the portfolio, and you have, say, 1,000 megawatts of solar resource, how would that reduction be calculated in terms of the CO2 emissions that is being reduced by that solar unit?
Solar units do not reduce CO2.
Okay, so how would you arrive at a net zero then for?
In your equation posed, you would not have net zero.
So from the company's perspective, how would the companies achieve net zero if fossil fuel is still being used as a fuel for generation resource?
That is yet to be determined. That is an aspirational goal. The technologies are not defined at this point.
So it's an aspirational goal with no set parameters in place? Is that a correct characterization of?
I don't understand your question.
So, if it's a goal, even if it's an aspirational goal of net zero, how can it be achieved without not knowing what the technology to offset the carbon the carbon dioxide that's being produced by a fossil fuel generator?
As Mr. Sinclair discussed earlier, technologies may not be in place for net zero. That being said, I mean, we could plant trees, things like that. But we don't know what the regulation is going to be or what technologies will be 28 years from now. We as a company continue to invest and actively work towards technologies that would support that aspirational goal. So, you know, it's not a goal on hopes and dreams. We as a company are acting upon it today. The University of Kentucky Center for Applied Energy Research work that we're performing, EPRI related, I mean, I assume the commission knows what EPRI is, and other avenues for trying to advance the technology to support that aspirational goal.
So what are those technologies that the companies are trying to advance?
As of today, carbon capture storage is definitely one. And I would probably punt to, Mr. Sinclair or Mr. Beller for further, but I mean, hydrogen could be an opportunity. I'm not certain.
Okay, but you're saying that solar or any renewable generation
Nuclear could be,
offset,
yeah.
could not offset any CO2 that's being emitted by a fossil fuel?
Yeah, well, yeah, yes, let me put it that way, yes. In the calculation of net zero, renewables are not a negative.
Okay.
So if you generate carbon, you have to have a mechanism for reducing it or offsetting it.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Childers?
Good afternoon, Mr. Ember.
Thank you, good afternoon.
Following up on the last line of questions, is the company proposing to offset carbon emissions with the carbon credit market?
I'd punt that to Mr. Schram.
I'm sorry?
I'd defer that to Mr. Schram.
Okay, I thought I heard Mr. Sinclair say something about that yesterday, so I was curious. Isn't it true, Mr. Ember, that KU is out of compliance with groundwater protection standards at the Gent and Brown plants?
Objection, relevancy.
It's in a data response room. Question 6, Sierra Club's initial request for information. They didn't object to it at that time.
Who's the respondent of that data request?
Mr. Ember?
What does this have to do with the IRP? We answered the data request, but didn't waive any objection to answering questions about this. This has nothing to do with the IRP. This probably has to do with potential litigation at that plant.
I think it has to do with viability. I'm sorry.
Let me roll on it. I think he's entitled to ask cross-examination on a data request response, given that the witness has been tendered for exactly that purpose. If it strays beyond the relevancy, I'll make that determination and stop the questioning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Would you repeat the question, please?
Yes. I said, isn't it true that KU is out of compliance with the groundwater protection standards at the Gent and Brown plants?
I would say the Gent and Brown plants are in full compliance with the CCR rule, the groundwater monitoring requirements, the groundwater reporting requirements, and the assessments related to those results.
But they're out of compliance with the groundwater protection standards, correct?
The CCR rule requires performance of Appendix 3 constituents testing, and comparing them to background. If statistically significant increases of those Appendix 3 items are found, you continue on to do testing of Appendix 4 constituents of concern. At both Brown and Gent, Appendix 4 constituents of concerns, statistically significant levels of some constituents of concern as defined by the CCR rule have been observed. Assessments of corrective measures have been published. Public meetings have occurred, and we continue in the process according to the CCR rule in full compliance.
You recall responding to data request number 6 that Sierra Club propounded, correct?
I
So the
do
initial
recall
request
responding to 6, yes.
And at that time, you said the company's semi-annual groundwater sample collection analytical processes required by the rule have identified parameters in excess of the groundwater protection standards at the KU Gent plant, KU Brown plant, LG&E Cane Run, LG&E Mill Creek, and LG&E Trimble County stations.
That's all true. As it relates to the CCR rule, yes. We have observed statistically significant levels of Appendix 4 items.
Will you briefly describe the company's plans for bringing these coal ash disposal facilities into compliance?
Gent and Brown specifically?
All five of those. I
Oh,
also
all of
was going to
them.
ask you about Mill Creek, Trimble, and Cane Road.
Okay. We are in the, all but 3 CCR units that are not active landfills. All but 3 units are closed today, vegetated, look like nice yards. 2 at Trimble County and 1 at Gent are in process of closure, construction closure.
And what is the timeline for that?
I believe, according to our business plan, we will be done spending money on those in '24.
And what will the total cost be for the closure of those?
I don't have an answer to that.
That's all.
Mr. Excuse me, I don't know where that came from. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Thanks.
I'll ask Mr. Cook to unmute himself so he can cheerlead you from through the computer.
Just send me a little text, let me know if I'm doing okay.
Okay.
Mr. Amber, I'm Tom Fitzgerald, I represent the joint interveners in this proceeding, and I had a handful of questions, if I could, and if you're not the person to answer them, just feel free to let me know.
Certainly.
I'm not gonna ask you about the DSM and the energy efficiency, because I understand that's.
I would defer all
Bevington's-
questions.
Perfect, perfect. You were, is it fair for me to assume that you were familiar with what the endangerment finding was on CO2 that the EPA made?
I have some familiarity with that.
Okay. And that, they made a finding that CO2 causes or contributes to endangerment is kind of the first step to regulating CO2 under the Clean Air
Certainly.
Act? Okay, and you're familiar with the fact that endangerment finding was upheld by the Court of Appeals?
Yes.
Okay, given that, and you're, just one other preliminary question, you're familiar with the fact that until the commission asked for other assumptions to be made, that the planning cost for carbon in this IRP was 0?
I am aware that a carbon tax or a carbon price was not implemented in the IRP. There's a
Okay.
difference between cost related to carbon and an actual price, but yes.
Okay, well, let's explore that for a second. Were carbon costs considered in the IRP, in the modeling?
The costs associated with the technologies for control or related to the generation, certainly.
Okay, you're talking about in terms of carbon capture and sequestration?
Yeah,
or-
well, each of the generation systems that were posed have different cost profiles and have different CO2 emissions profiles. A renewable, obviously 0. You know, so yeah, in concept, cost is incorporated.
Okay, was compliance with future constraints on carbon modeled?
The context of carbon capture and storage on natural gas combined cycle contemplates future compliance.
Okay, what about the coal-fired units?
The IRP did not include technologies for existing units.
Okay, has there been a determination by EPA or by the Commonwealth of Kentucky that there will be, with a certainty, no compliance obligations imposed on existing coal-fired power plants with respect to CO2?
Can you restate that?
Sure.
There's a little
I'm
cumbersome.
just wondering if there's some empirical basis for having categorically concluded that there won't be any control on existing sources.
We developed the IRP in context of what the existing rules are, contemplated a future new source performance standard, but did not include a existing source performance standard. We just haven't had we didn't include existing source. There isn't a strong justification. I mean, I can go through the history, if you want to talk about the basis, but.
We do that some other time.
Yeah.
Out of everybody in this room, probably you and I are the only people who really kind of nerd out thinking about all of those issues. So, your answer was sufficient. There's an assumption, as I understand the testimony, that was baked into the numbers that the existing energy efficiency and demand management measures that have been imposed have resulted in about a 6% reduction in load. That was the testimony, I believe, from Mr. Wilson. Do you, and if this is something you're not comfortable answering, do you know whether, as part of the modeling, consideration was given to adding more robust conservation or more robust DSM as part of a future portfolio?
I was not involved in any planning or implementation of DSM within the IRP.
All right, then I'll kick that to them. We may be done. In just a minute, let me double check. I think that's it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Fitzgerald, you mean with this witness, right? That's not your final question? Reminds me, only reason I asked reminds me of the 6th grade when I did a mock trial thing. I thought it would be funny to say I rest on the first witness, and I didn't realize that was the case for me.
Well, I don't know that LG&E has successfully imposed a numerical limit yet on the number of questions. And I don't think that bill passed the legislature. So, Mr. Chairman, if it's okay, I do have a couple of questions for other witnesses.
I'll ask you then.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Spinar, Mr. Strobo, you have questions for this witness?
No, Mr. Chairman, we do not.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kurtz?
Thank you, just a few. Mr. Amber, just as a general matter, on a per megawatt hour of generation, I want to go from highest to lowest in terms of CO2 production. So coal would be the highest CO2 emitter per megawatt hour of generation.
If we're talking about utility scale, yes.
Okay. The next highest would be the natural gas combustion turbines.
I would say in simple cycle, yes.
Okay. Then would be your Kane Run 7 natural gas combined cycle.
Yes.
Okay. Theoretically, natural gas combined cycle with carbon capture sequestration, that would be obviously below just regular combined cycle. Would the CCS take it to 0 or something? Would it capture all the carbon under your modeling?
I'm not certain what Stuart modeled, but as a rule of thumb, 0 is not a obtainable goal.
I would think so. And then the least emitting would be your solar and your hydro at 0.
Within our fleet, yes.
Clarifying question, Mr. Kurtz. Where do the aeroderivatives sit in that?
Well, I would say an aeroderivative is a gas simple cycle
Similar
combustion
emissions
turbine.
to the
Yeah.
simple cycle CTs?
Well, the bigger the gas turbine, most likely the more efficient it's going to be. So aeroderivatives tend to be smaller, so they're going to be less efficient. Generally,
Sorry.
that's
Okay. New question. When are we going to get clarification, additional information from EPA on whether CCS is the best available control technology for a combined cycle?
Well, best available control technology is a very specific term in the rules, but I'll just say from a new source performance standard, the initial new source performance standard was promulgated in 2015. The EPA, per the Clean Air Act, is required to review the new source performance standards on an 8-year basis. They can do it in less time, and the Trump administration did do a review, but did not finalize a proposal back in 2018-19 timeframe. So we are due for a review according to the unified agenda by the EPA in March of 2023. I think it was March of 23. But that can be found online very easily. So that would be the next case. And then again, during this planning period, you know, if they stayed on schedule, another review in 2031, and then again in 2039 if it stayed on schedule. So, you know, each of those are bites at the apple, and or it could be done at the whim of the EPA for new source performance standards. And once new source performance standards are implemented, the EPA is obliged to propose existing source performance standards. And that's where the Clean Power Plan came from back in the 2015 timeline. And, you know, kind of like Fitzgerald said, if we want to go down the history path and talk about all that, I'm happy to, but I'll pause there to see if I answered your question.
You did. So by about March of next year, we should know whether for new combined cycle plants, CCS is a requirement.
Well, the requirement will be a rate or a mass-based type limit, and that rate or mass-based type limit has to be based on a technology. And so if a new source performance standard comes out, we would assume the technology would be carbon capture and storage, yes. And so the rate for a new source performance standard, if is implemented, it would have to be on the unit. You know, that's what the Supreme Court ruling was about, you know, a couple weeks ago. Has to be on the unit. Yeah, we would see it then in 2023.
In your opinion, is that a technically feasible technology for combined cycle plants in Kentucky?
In my professional opinion, that would be litigated by many people.
So if it were considered to be required for new combined cycles, I take it would be very difficult to meet?
Yes, yes. Across the nation. In some places, it may be easier to meet than others. I mean, geology clearly comes into play here. Or the economics of an infrastructure that does not exist today to deal with the carbon dioxide.
Let's suppose that in 2023 that the CCS is not required, then anybody, but it is 8 years later. So that means that for the existing power plants, combined cycle power plants, you would have to look at whether or not you could retrofit with CCS?
Possibly. I mean, that's to be determined. I don't have a good feel for that. I mean, and again, there is an existing new source performance standard. The EPA does need to promulgate a existing source performance standard. It's just had lots of trouble doing that, as you would recognize in the press.
In your opinion, if CCS is required in March of 2023, would that essentially prohibit combined cycle construction? Effectively?
Well, for units proposed post the finalization of that rule. The finalization of that rule won't be March of 2023. It'd likely be sometime late 23 or early 24. So if you permitted a source prior to that, then you would be, quote, grandfathered in the existing new source performance standard. So post, and to clearly answer your question, I'm sorry, I may have gone off track. Post 2024, I think it'd be really hard to permit or to implement carbon capture and storage today? Yeah, or with the knowledge of technology and geology today for LG&E and KU?
If you started building a combined cycle plant tomorrow, then those new rules, you would be grandfathered, and whatever new rules were implemented on new sources, you would be grandfathered from those?
For new source, yes. But that doesn't preclude the potential for projects that would require new source review and potential for significant deterioration calculations and all those that would then bump you up into the concept of meeting that new source standard. But if we put a shovel in the ground today and built that unit and operated it as it was designed specifically over the life of the facility, we would not be, we would be grandfathered in, to use that term, to the rules today.
Just like Kane Run 7 is apparently grandfathered?
Correct.
So it seems like there might be kind of an incentive if you're to get going sooner rather than later to meet.
For reliability purposes and others, yeah, I would agree with that statement.
When are you going to get additional clarification on the good neighbor? That's an amendment to the Casper rule?
Yeah, it's another, maybe number 6, cross-state air pollution rule. We anticipate December of this year to get more clarification. The Unified Agenda also noted that it could be in the spring of next year.
Can I, Mr. Kurtz, just clarify, I think, for everybody's benefit, Casper is the same thing as the good neighbor that everybody else has been discussing, or is it different?
Yes, yeah, just simply, yes. It is
It's called like 3 or 4 different things, so I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page, that we're talking about the exact same rule.
Yeah,
It's
the
about
Good Neighbor Plan is a cross-state air pollution rule.
Right. And there are other, or have been other cross-state air pollution control rules, right?
Yeah, I mean, there was CARE, Casper revision, you know, I mean, there's been a multitude.
This is about cross-state SOx and NOx, is that right?
This is, well, the cross-state air pollution rule could be related to any criteria air pollutant, but we are specifically discussing NOx.
NOx, with the good neighbor rule.
Correct.
Revision, that was, okay, thank you.
Now I forgot. When did you say there'll be clarification? December
Hopefully,
of this
we think in December.
year? And what are the range of clarifications?
What are the range of clarifications? Oh, well, are you talking about the commentary that we may have?
No, I
Put
guess
in?
just when you're.
With the EPA, what are the range of clarifications
Yes.
that the EPA may put forth? Well, I don't know for certain. I will state that I think when I last looked, there were 704 sets of comments submitted to the docket, so this is a very contentious rule. A lot of concern related to reliability and the market that they are have, I don't want to use the word concocted, manufactured to manage the NOx going forward. So yeah, I think the clarifications could be related to the banking recalibration concept, could be related to the dynamic budgeting concept. One item that was specifically asked for on commentary was a potential retirement concept like the ELG that has been discussed earlier in these proceedings. I think those would be primary issues for clarification.
Just real quick, any entities commenting about reliability that we would be familiar with? NARUC, EPRI, EEI, things?
All of the above. I mean, MISO, PJ, I mean, RTOs, I mean, a large group of RTOs put comments together. EEC our own cabinet put in comments. The UIEK put in comment. I mean, there's, LG and EKU themselves put
Were
in
these
comments.
comments concerned about reliability?
Yes, yes, yes. Our peer groups, yeah, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Reliability is a big issue.
Thank you, Chairman.
I don't think that very much.
That's why I asked.
Yeah. Mr. Bellamy? Any questions for this witness?
Yes. I'm basically just gonna ask you that.
Same
two
question.
witnesses have been leading into, but you sort of answered it a little bit, but when we had asked basically why was CCS applied to natural gas combined cycle and not simple cycle, the explanation was the new source performance standards and some discussions or rumors regarding it being applied to NGCC and perhaps not to simple cycle. I would just, what were kind of the discussions regarding the application of CCS to natural gas combined cycle that kind of led to the companies including only natural gas combined cycle in the IRP?
Carbon capture and storage on the NGCC, right? Yes. Yeah. So, generally speaking, I talked about the process of the review of the standard. The coal standard today has got partial carbon capture and storage on it, right, at 1,400 pounds per megawatt hour, or, yeah, megawatt hour. The natural gas does not. Press has EPA folks have communicated in the press about potential standards. We subscribe to various publications that we collect and read that information. Peer groups that we're involved in, communicate on these things. But I think, the biggest issue in my mind really boils down to the technology application. Carbon capture and storage is bolting a chemical plant on the back of your plant, right? And that chemical plant uses a lot of energy. It uses solvent that has to be maintained at temperatures for absorption and desorption, and it really likes steady state. Simple cycle gas turbines are intermittent by definition. Nobody's trying to implement that technology the carbon capture and storage technology on an intermittent basis right now. And I think it's a big step for the EPA to incorporate carbon capture and storage on an intermittent source in this planning period.
So that was the basis for the decision to model simple cycle without carbon capture and sequestration, but to model natural gas combined cycle with carbon capture and sequestration?
I think, generally speaking, I would say yes.
And you kind of mentioned like publications discussing potential standards and stuff. Did any of them discuss standards? When you were talking to Mr. Kurtz, you kind of indicated that it's not actually a requirement that they do CCS, it's that they set a specific limit, and that limit would
Sure.
drive the requirement that CCS being the only technology you could actually use. Were any of the limits discussed that you've seen been at a range that would actually require CCS for a natural gas combined cycle unit?
I have not seen quotes that are publicly available from the EPA on rates specifically, no.
When the EPA would set a rate for the new source performance standard, would it be specific to the fuel source, or would they distinguish between simple cycle and natural gas combined cycle?
Today, the EPA does not differentiate. I can't commentate on or guess what they will do in the future.
So as of today, it's based on fuel source only?
As of today, the new source performance standards for EGUs, electric generating units, is based on the fuel source, natural gas.
So if it continued to be based on the fuel source, then you would have the same limitation regardless of whether it's simple cycle or
Yes,
natural gas.
if it maintained that, correct.
There's, some of the previous witness kind of indicated that some things might have changed a little bit with respect to the new source performance standard, in that there was a white paper that was released since the IRP was filed. And could you just kind of explain, the white paper discusses basically the potential technologies that can be used to limit carbon emissions, is that correct?
That is true. The EPA published a white paper in April of 2022 that identified potential technologies for reduction of carbon dioxide on natural gas EGUs.
And you mentioned when they ultimately set the standard, it has to be based on available technologies. Did that white paper, and I understand it's a draft white paper, is that correct? So it could be.
Yes, it was a draft and they requested commentary, correct.
So, but with respect to that draft white paper, did it give any indication of, where the EPA's thoughts were on whether or not carbon capture and storage was actually viable at this point?
The preamble of that white paper, or like the introduction of that white paper, stated that this white paper was to be a source to assist in the development of a standard. However, the supporting information lacked detail, in my professional opinion, to support the technologies today for implementation.
They released it in April of this year, I guess, and you mentioned the 8-year timeframe when they reviewed the standard. Is it kind of your expectation it was released this year, so that when they're looking at the standard next year, that that white paper would be kind of a source that they might rely on?
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
And when you say, they indicated that, it would be used when establishing the standard, and then, you indicated you didn't feel like it had enough details. Was it your impression that they recognized that there wasn't enough information to actually impose a standard, or was that just your impression that they were potentially heading for a standard but didn't support it?
I would state that it was my impression the EPA wanted to utilize this document in the standard setting, and it was my impression that it did not support. But yes, that the EPA was issuing it to support a standard and asking commentary on it.
What would be the timeframe for the final white paper?
I don't recall it saying, but I think commentary was due back on June 6th, maybe, or sometime in June, the comments were due. That has closed, the window. The docket's available online.
And did you say that LG&E submitted comments on the white paper?
No, LG&E did not, well, nor KU.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. Did PPL?
No, no.
And all the comments that anybody thought would be in the docket online, correct?
Correct. I know EPRI did for certain, but
You kind of mentioned this earlier, and I think I knew what your answer was, but the Supreme Court case kind of indicated that carbon regulation should be based on specific units. So with that, I guess is it your impression that that case wouldn't necessarily affect the EPA's enforcement of the new source performance standard?
that case would not, that case does not impact the existing new source performance standard, if that's what you're asking. Okay.
You can ask the question, and then if we think it's confidential, then we'll move on.
Okay. Just because this is my second day on the job.
Historic
I just
first
wanna make sure
question.
that I'm-
I'm so excited, I'm on the record.
Am I correct that carbon neutral, when using fossil fuels, is really just a buzzword? Because you can't, if you're using fossil fuels, get to carbon neutral unless you're doing the carbon capture and storage. Is that fair? Because wind and solar don't offset?
Yeah, I mean, there are lots of ways to define carbon neutral, carbon net zero, all that. I mean, I just suggest that whenever you read these issues or these words, you ask for a foundation of what the
Okay.
basis is. So I'm not sure how to answer your question, to be
So
honest.
the terms don't really mean the same thing.
There are no defined terms in the
yeah.
regulatory process for any of this stuff.
Okay, okay,
So people may use them in manners that are misunderstood.
okay. Thank you.
You have that June 9th, investor presentation?
Yeah, would you like me to?
That'd be great. It keeps me from having to bring it up on my computer.
Sure.
And I just asked while you're finding it, you may want to hand it to Mr. Beller when you're done. And I've got a couple of questions for him.
Oh, okay.
So, I'm gonna find the quote here. Says it a couple of times. The first time, page 4 may be the first example. And this is something, I think this presentation was maybe the first time I saw it written down from PPO.
Okay.
The fifth line down of the page entitled "The New PPL Delivering Top-Tier Sustainable Growth."
Certainly.
1, 2, 3, 4. The fifth line down says, "Compelling opportunity to transition existing coal fleet to cleaner energy resources. No unabated coal by 2050." You see that?
Yes, I do.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And there's a footnote. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. What does the footnote say? It's really tiny.
Yeah, yes,
Okay, I don't know how big it is for
yeah,
you.
no
I can
worries.
see it. I just
Yeah.
wanna make sure
I
it's
mean,
not-
one of the, yeah, blessed with good eyes. PPL is economically transitioning coal-fired generation and has committed to not burn coal by 2050 unless it can be mitigated with carbon dioxide removal technologies.
Okay, so just a couple things. So when you're talking net zero and offsetting, that's not, at least in your all's current plan, PPL's current plan, that's not an option for coal post 2050 to net it with some sort of carbon reduction policy. It has to be carbon dioxide removal technologies. That's what your shareholder presentation would indicate, correct?
That's what it indicates. I don't know the depth of that carbon removal requirement, but yes, that's what it indicates.
Okay. So economically transitioning. So were you in the room earlier when I was asking Mr. Wilson?
I've been here the whole
questions?
time, yes.
Okay, great. So I was asking about the hard-coded, is a term I used, I don't know that he did, but hard-coding retirement dates for generation, as opposed to letting the model select it holistically. You remember those questions?
Vaguely, yeah.
Okay, all right. So, from your perspective and the interaction here, is it your understanding that for purposes of compliance with things like, I'm not trying to get into the SEC world, but making statements to shareholders about intentions or expectations within the context of, it's always the second page of cautionary statements and factors that may affect future results. But that the expectation is you will have retirement dates set for certain generation that was based on economic analyses, right? That's what Mr. Wilson was discussing.
That is true.
Okay, right. Are those set in the sense that that they're expectations, or is it your understanding, even in your position, sort of looking at this environmental side of things,
that there's still the actual decision around it is going to be based on economics.
Well, a lot of things go into retirement. I'm not an expert in determining all that, but we're talking about a very long timeline, much of it outside this planning period of the IRP, and no one knows what the regulatory perturbations will be between now and then. So
Yeah, and that's fair. I mean, look, we're asked to rule on certificates for things that are going to be built and be in service for 50, 60,
Yeah.
70 years, right? So I get the idea of the only certainty being uncertainty.
yeah, but by all means, we're planning, and we've made these commitments. I mean, we're planning and we're implementing our business model to meet these aspirational goals.
That's what I want to. I think there's a couple words you used that to me seemed in conflict, right? Aspirational goals and commitments seem to be at some point in conflict with each other, and also the statement about it be about the fact that the transitioning of the coal generation is going to be economically transitioning the coal-fired generation, right? So if you make a commitment to something, you've committed to something. What my question is it your understanding that in this context, in the environmental context, that the commitment is to specific retirements or a commitment to retiring things as it becomes economical?
The commitment is to meet, so this is, so we are imposed by standards by this commission and by this state, right? Economics is one of them. And so we have prepared plans and we've set goals within the confines of the standards that we are supposed to work to. And that's what the basis of this stuff is. So in the mechanism of the things we can control as LG&E and KU, we absolutely commit to performing those things. If things change outside of our control, then we have to adjust and bring those plans, projects, et cetera, to you through IRPs, CPCNs, rate findings, and other.
So is it a commitment to not burn coal in 2050, past 2050 unabated?
PPL Enterprise and thus LG&E and KU have made a commitment to not burn coal unabated past 2050. How that happens, we are uncertain. But as mentioned before and through Mr. Sinclair's testimony, we are performing actions today to put ourselves in a position to do that. We don't know how it'll happen, but we are working towards it.
Right, and the concern about abatement is around carbon dioxide, right? That's where that carbon.
Clearly, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
And so.
Well, we're maximum achievable control technology on everything else.
Right, right. And so what I want to make sure of is, have I missed the economic analysis that shows what the cost of emissions, cost of CO2 emissions are that leads you all to commit to abatement in 2050?
So that is 28 years from now. Again, we don't have any idea what the regulation and processes, technologies are going to be at that point. The company has made a commitment. Don't know how we're going to get there, but we've made a commitment to do this. So from an economic standpoint, it may be uneconomic at that point. And that's a decision that will be dealt with by probably people well beyond our time in this.
Speak for yourself. So 2050 though.
2050, 28 years.
The concern is around carbon, right? That's the risk around the 2050 and the abatement technology, right? Carbon dioxide.
With the risk with respect to what? I'm sorry.
Well, so there is no other factor that's indicated that drives this commitment in 2050 to an abatement technology other than carbon dioxide, right? That's the purpose of this abatement technology is exclusively
yes, carbon dioxide.
carbon dioxide removal technologies.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. That's an inherent something out there. Whether there's something bad about carbon dioxide that is causing you all to commit to not burning coal unabated in 2050, right?
The yeah, our parent company and LG&E and KU have made a commitment to do this. CO2, I guess, are you asking me about statements specific, company statements specific to climate change?
No, so all I'm trying to figure out, candidly,
Okay.
is why if the unabated burning of coal past 2050 is of such concern to the company that you all have committed to not doing it, exclusively because of the carbon dioxide emissions, right, that's what it says,
Yep.
that if that's such a concern, why, other than modeling only a natural gas combined cycle with CCS, any risk around carbon emissions is otherwise not taken into account anywhere else in the IRP?
I mean, the company has set a goal as it relates to carbon capture and storage. It is acknowledged in the Investor Day presentation and in other areas that carbon could be a problem, yes.
Carbon could be a problem. That's great. If that's an acknowledgement, that's fine.
Well, I think yes, the
Let me-
company.
sorry, that wasn't a
I'm
question.
sorry,
Let me-
can he
let me
finish
finish
his
the
answer,
question.
please?
I started a question,
Okay.
and he's trying to
Yep.
answer something else. So I'm asking a separate question. What is it that the rest of the IRP took into account out of this same concern around CO2? Where, let me rephrase that. Where in the IRP is that same concern about other emissions shown other than burning coal unabated past 2050 around carbon dioxide?
We've identified the retirements of our units, meeting the imposed standards of the commission, the state of Kentucky, so economic operation. And at that time, transitioning to lower emitting fuels as discussed by Mr. Sinclair yesterday.
Right, but the retirement of those generation facilities had nothing to do with CO2 emissions, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So if there's a cause for concern around CO2 emissions in 2050, is there also a cause for concern around CO2 emissions in 2045?
So, we are working towards the standards that are imposed to us. Okay? 2050, we set an aspirational goal. Until our state, local, or federal elected officials implement different requirements, we will continue to operate within the planning period here, according to the rules as defined.
Okay. So 2050 is a goal, not a commitment. Let me rephrase that question, I'm sorry, because I made a statement without a context. No burning of unabated coal after 2050 is a commitment or a goal?
I guess I'm not sure the definition of commitment or goal. What's the difference? Can you help me
One
understand
is
how
saying
to
you're
answer this
going to
question?
do something, and the other is you hope to be able to do something. You have an aspiration to. Aspirational goal is the words you're using, and I'm wanting to understand if there is a distinction between a commitment to do something, saying you're going to do something, versus hoping that you're able to do something.
By all means, we hope, yes, I guess it's aspirational. We hope to do this. And we're working towards developing technologies that will support that.
And to be candid, I'm not being critical of what your goals are or what your commitments are. To be honest, I'm wondering why, if there's such a concern for this 2050 date or these interim dates, where the apparent risk or concern emanates from, whether it's a CO2 pricing regime or a new source review or a new source concern, whatever it may be. Until today, frankly, I didn't understand, or yesterday, I didn't understand that it was surrounding the new source issue, why you all would have chosen the natural gas combined cycle CCS. I still don't necessarily think I understand the distinction between requiring a CCS between natural gas combined cycles and simple cycle CTs, but
Mr. Bellamy is smarter than I am, and I think understood to ask the right questions on that issue. But I want to be clear, I'm not being critical about what your goals or aspirations are. I guess I'm concerned or curious why the things that lead you to have those goals and aspirations don't otherwise emanate through the rest of the planning, and especially during the 15-year horizon in this IRP.
Mr. Chandler, may I respectfully suggest that you ask these questions to Mr. Beller?
I certainly can. If Mr. Beller you think is the better witness for it, that's fine.
I think the challenge with Mr. Ember is that, he is limited to the input that went in, and I think Mr. Beller has a broader position to answer.
That'd be fine. I only ask if Mr. Ember can share the sheet that we're talking about with Mr. Beller when he comes to the stand.
The Investor Day presentation?
The June 9th Investor Day presentation.
Certainly.
The other two questions I have about this Investor Day presentation are for Mr. Beller, so congratulations. You can close that book. The other question I want to ask you about is methane.
Methane, okay?
Right. I don't know that I saw in the IRP, and it's a big document, I don't want to, but there's not a lot of discussion around methane in the IRP. Would you agree?
I would agree.
Okay. And methane is a greenhouse gas, similar, methane and CO2 are both greenhouse gases.
That is a true statement.
Okay. In your position, and you hearing from people, and you were talking about the publications that you get, have you had conversations with or heard concerns about a similar risk, and I mean risk in the sense of a likelihood, a similar likelihood or some likelihood of there being additional emissions requirements or reductions or emissions cost, whatever it may be, around methane, similar to the discussions around carbon dioxide?
I don't know if I'd say similar, but yeah, there are definitely dialogues about methane regulation.
Okay. And when you say dialogues, you mean?
The unified agenda, I'd have to double check, but yes, I mean, there has been EPA releases on potential methane issues, yes.
Okay. And those would be upstream and downstream regulation?
Yes.
Okay. And you all, as a general matter, would be more, I don't think you all own any natural gas production, so you all be mostly downstream uses of natural gas for things like the simple cycle CTs, Cane Run 7, and then, completely separate, not relevant to this, but the gas business, right?
Correct.
Okay, end use. And is it your understanding that it's possible that there are methane emissions at the stack and somewhere before the stack for combined cycle or simple cycle CTs?
Yes.
Okay, and at the stack is, again, I've had science class a long time, but basically unburned natural gas effectively still contains the methane, and since the process isn't 100% effective, it's just...
Very small amounts.
Okay. Have you all looked at that risk of what the current fleet versus the optimal fleet might be with the methane emission regulations?
No.
And is that something that you've heard people talk about doing, starting to run those analyses or look at those concerns or risks?
It's not something I've studied at this point.
Okay. Do you have an expectation that during the next planning horizon that may be something that's a greater conversation? Given the previous conversations you've had, do you expect that conversation to be louder between now and the next IRP, or to stay the same?
Louder.
And is that something that you're actively engaged with, or engaged on with groups or, EPRI, different?
Yeah, I
different
mean,
groups you're
as
members
it
of?
gets louder, we will engage further, yes, with various organizations.
And and the risk, I keep using the word risk because the old-fashioned thing, deviation from, some set level of expectation, but the risk, as I see it, can be twofold. I want to make sure I understand if there's any other risk. The risk would be that you all have your own emissions that are somehow, have a cost to them, but also that there are emissions that have to be abated, upstream, no, yes, upstream, that then affect the cost of the commodity, right? So, capping wells or emissions monitoring, whatever it may be. Are there any other risks that you're aware of around methane that could lead to or drive? Are there any other sets of risk that could drive uncertainty around methane's emissions when it comes to the utilities generation planning that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of today.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Ember. Mr. Riggs, was this your witness?
It is, Your Honor. May I personally request a short break?
Yeah, we've been going for an hour, 15 minutes. That'll be fine. So we'll take a 15-minute recess and come back at 1:30.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Cook, can you hear us?
Yes, sir. Uh-huh.
Let us know when we're on, Candace, just whenever. Great. Mr. Riggs, do you have any redirect of this witness?
I do not, Your Honor.
And Mr. Bellamy, is there any reason this witness can't be excused?
No, sir.
Okay. Is there any objection? Mr. Ember being excused? Mr. Cook, any objection to Mr. Ember being excused?
No objection.
Thank you, Mr. Ember, for being here. I can leave. Enjoy the rest of your week. Is this the time, Mr. Riggs, that you'd like to call somebody out of order?
I can, Your Honor, given the reconciliation of the scheduling conflicts, we would propose to call Mr. Schram and then Mr. Beller.
That'd be great. So, that's fine with me. So no objection. So, Mr. Crosby, if you'd like to call your next witness?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We can call Chuck Schram.
Your Honor, thank you for accommodating the scheduling conflicts.
No worries. No worries. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
My name is Charles Schram. Address is 220 West Main Street, Louisville, Kentucky, 40202.
Mr. Crosby?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Schram.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your title and by whom you are employed?
Yes, I'm the Director of Power Supply for LG&E and KU Services.
Excellent. And did you cause to be prepared and filed in this proceeding certain responses to data requests?
Yes, I did.
Do you adopt those as your testimony today?
Yes, I do.
And do you have any materials with you that we need to inform everyone about, please?
Only those data responses.
Okay, those are the responses that you provided previously?
Correct.
Okay, very good. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Schram is available for a cross.
Mr. Cook, any questions, Mr. Schram?
No questions, Chairman.
I'm amended list. Mr. Kurtz is throwing me off. I used to know the order, and now it's wrong. Mr. Nguyen, any questions for Mr. Schram?
No questions.
Mr. Childers, any questions for this witness?
Just a couple, Your Honor.
Please take your time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schram.
Good afternoon.
My name is Joe Childers, here on behalf of Sierra Club. I asked this question of Mr. Ember, and he, I think, referred it to you. And the question was, with PPL's zero emissions aspirational goal by 2050, is it possible that the company would consider offsetting their carbon emissions from coal at that time or from gas with carbon credits in the carbon credit market?
I don't think I can answer that with regard to the overall PPL goals. I would acknowledge that that is a tool in the toolkit as viewed by most for offsetting CO2 emissions.
But that's not the answer that I heard earlier, which is that I think the chairman asked a question, would there either be no coal burned after 2050 or all coal that's burned would be sequestered? And I think the answer was yes.
So I'm answering a slightly different question, which is speaking very broadly. And again, as Mr. Ember noted, the definitions of these terms could even vary somewhat. But I'm just saying broadly, in our industry, there is an acknowledgement that you can offset CO2 emissions by purchasing the green attributes of renewable generation elsewhere. I'm not saying that's what PPL intends to do. I'm just saying that is a potential tool in a toolkit for an entity that is trying to claim net zero emissions.
Have there been any discussions within the companies of doing that as one means of offsetting carbon emissions?
Not that I have been involved in.
Okay, thank you. Are you familiar with the report that was attached to the Southern Renewable Energy Association's comments from Ms. McCoon, Miriam McCoon?
Yes, I do recall reading that.
Okay. One of the statements in there has to do with the fact that the company's IRP failed to consider solar resources paired with battery storage, choosing only to model the resources separately. Can you address why the company chose to do that?
With regard to the IRP, I would have to defer that to Mr. Wilson in terms of what was chosen there.
Are you familiar with solar plus battery storage technologies?
I am.
Do you have an opinion as to whether they're cost competitive now with natural gas peaking plants?
So what I would observe from the results of our 2021 RFP, storage plus solar did not appear to be competitive.
So you would take issue with that report where it says that it is competitive?
I think the devil's in the details with regard to storage and with regard to the specifications. The results that I saw from our RFP, we did not view as being competitive.
Would it be competitive if you had to add the carbon pricing into the natural gas side of it?
I don't know the answer to that because I don't know what kind of carbon price you might be anticipating.
Are you aware that solar plus battery storage is available, it's eligible for the federal investment tax credit?
Yes, I am aware of that. I think with the stipulation that you are charging the batteries with solar or possibly a renewable resource, yes.
And that's a 26% credit of installed cost, is that right?
I take your word for that. I'm not sure the exact percentage.
And are you aware that batteries alone are not, they're not eligible for the ITC, correct?
That is my understanding.
That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Schram, Tom Fitzgerald, representing joint interveners. I will be uncharacteristically brief here. I had a couple of questions for you. Is it am I correct in understanding that the IRP did not contemplate any changes or additions to generating resources for the next 3 years other than the Roods Creek Solar and then the retirement of Mill Creek 1 and Zorn 1?
I mean, subject to confirmation by Mr. Wilson, I believe that's correct.
Okay, yeah, I think that's what I read. I just wanted to make sure, and just so we can get that confirmed. If you could, I don't quite understand, and I would appreciate just understanding the relationship between the IRP and the June 22nd, 2022 request for proposals that was sent out over your signature. If you could just explain, it, as I understand it, is exploring additions no earlier than 2025 to enable the companies to address, quote, it says potential EPA regulations, load growth, unit retirements, and the diversification of the company's generation portfolio. Is the relationship between the two that you're looking now, because there's a lag time between the RFP and what you might actually add in 2028?
Well, you do have to start that process earlier, as it takes potentially multiple years for a resource to be developed. One possibility is that you have an RFP response of an existing resource that you could contract with. That's not always the case. So you do have to work well ahead of your potential need.
Okay, and what confused me is this was saying no earlier than 2025, and the last RFP, I think was last year, said 2028, and the IRP was saying we don't need anything else until 2028. So is there a reason why this one backed up to 2025?
Well, I think one is, I think you're looking at the retirement of Mill Creek 1, okay? Secondly, there was an effort in this case with this RFP to make it as broad as possible.
Okay, following up on that, in terms of making it as broad as possible, the language in here, and I don't mean to pick it apart, said the companies are exploring additions, right? Could those additions include an RFP that would suggest a more robust array of end-use efficiency measures and incentives, or a more robust array of DSM programs?
This RFP is addressing supply side solutions,
Okay,
not DSM.
okay, do you have a separate one that, that has been let or will be let that would look at ways to capture what are referred to occasionally as negawatts? Those
Well-
efficiencies that could be extracted from end use or from load management on the other side of the meter?
I'm going to let Mr. Bevington and Ms. Saunders respond to that.
Great, okay, I will save that for them. In terms of the modeling, was it your input or was it the input of Bevington and Saunders regarding whether the models considered improvements in efficiency by the utility or improvements in efficiency by the customers as part of the way to meet future load?
Are you speaking
I'm
to
talking about the IRP.
the
not
IRP?
RFP.
Mr. Wilson would have to address the mechanics of that.
Okay, I assume I could do that as part of the data request, because that was something I was gonna ask him. Okay, and the last thing I really wanted to talk about with this RFP is in the requirements section, and I'll just read the sentence. It says, multiple proposals from multiple respondents may be selected to achieve the optimum generation portfolio for the future. Okay? What do you view as being the optimal generation portfolio?
I think that's to be determined based on the responses and based on Mr. Wilson's team analysis of those responses.
Okay. So is there a possibility in this that you might get a proposal regarding renewables or regarding a combination of renewables and storage, or renewables from one of the multitude of new solar merchant plants that are siting in Kentucky, that you might say earlier retirement of one of the coal-fired units may be justified?
I don't know, because at this point, of course, the responses aren't due until August. It's just yet to be seen what we will receive.
Okay, okay. And I guess the last thing, the response to one of the questions that Mr. Childers asked regarding the feasibility or the economic competitiveness of solar plus batteries, you indicated the RFP, the last RFP responses didn't reflect that. Do you look beyond the responses to an RFP usually to determine the feasibility of particular technologies or the economics? Or do you just, because there's a whole universe out there of information, and I'm just wondering, is the RFP the only source?
Well, when it involves my team, we are on the commercial side of the business. We're only dealing with real projects, which have real hardware associated with them, and not anything theoretical or potential technology for the future.
Gotcha. And that would include projects that have been done by other utilities in the real world, but which haven't been bid on in response to your RFP?
It has to be a response to our RFP. It has to be something that would be actionable.
Okay, that's the last thing I need. Thank you very much. I don't think I was as succinct as Mr. Childers, but I've got, the bar has now been raised, so thanks very much.
There's certainly worse attorneys you could compare yourself to,
I'm trying,
Mr. Fitzgerald.
I'm trying to trade up.
You've set the bar high and compare yourself to Mr. Childers. Mr. Spinard, do you have any questions for this witness?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And you're discussing requests for proposals, is that correct? And your responses to Mr. Fitzgerald?
Yes.
Okay. With regard to the request for proposals that were issued on or about June 22nd, 2022, and the parameters, were those proposals restricted to RFP seeking over 100 megawatts, if you know?
100 megawatts or greater, correct.
Okay. And so, in terms of the RFPs, what is the rationale for selecting that as a floor, 100 megawatts as a floor? Somebody came in and had a great, very, very low cost, a great proposal, but it happened to be 95 megawatts. I mean, how did you all come up with that dividing line?
We selected 100 based on prior experience with responses to our RFPs that clearly showed economic advantages for relatively larger projects. 100 is a means of, it's a selected number. Anyone can respond and make a non-conforming response to our RFP. We wouldn't be obligated to review it, but I think we all use common sense around these things, and if it was 99 megawatts, for example, I think we'd be compelled to look at it closely.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Kurtz?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Schram, are you familiar with the May 20, 2022 responsive comments of the companies that were filed in this case?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to read you a couple excerpts. Page 53, and see if you agree. There are two ways to receive energy market benefits: lower cost energy to serve the company's customers and the opportunity to make off-system sales. Regarding the former, the companies rarely purchase economy energy from RTOs because the company's energy costs are nearly always lower than LNP or market, meaning there's little reason to expect there would be significant energy market benefits from being in an RTO. Do you agree with that statement?
Yes, that has been our experience.
So your production costs are nearly always lower than market energy prices?
That is the norm.
Okay. That's good for customers, right?
It is.
Okay. Do you maintain your power plants in good condition in order to promote that policy, in order to have the available generation to avoid expensive market purchases?
The companies believe that we do optimize our maintenance to ensure the availability of those units.
What would be indicia of good maintenance? Would equivalent availability or forced outages or capacity factors, what would be a good indication that you're doing a good job?
Forced outage rates and availability, equivalent availability factors are both good indicators.
Do you maintain adequate coal supplies at your power plants to avoid expensive market purchases?
Yes, we do.
Okay. One other thing, on page 23 of the comments, there was a chart that was referred to earlier. It shows the run time. Are you looking for it? Okay.
Yes. I have it.
There, okay. There's a phrase that said 85% of the runs of the Trimble County combustion turbines, the peaking units, 85% of the runs were greater than 4 hours and 71% of the runs were greater than 8 hours. Do you see that?
Yes.
I should have asked this first. What are startup costs with regard to peaking units?
Well, there are some inherent startup costs in terms of fuel, but if we take the Trimble County combustion turbines as an example, their maintenance cycles are largely based on the number of starts. We really have arrived at what is roughly a $5,000 per start charge that we look at as a charge for committing one of those units and starting it. And I use that because if we were considering starting one for off-system sales, we want to make sure that our costs are adequately calculated and understood. If we're starting it to serve load, we're starting it for reliability purposes. We're going to start it when it needs to be started and run it for as long as it needs to be run to ensure reliability.
Okay. As a practical matter, however, you run these units 71% of the time greater than 8 hours, because once they're up and running, you've already incurred the startup costs. And
Again, this operating profile for those units, their maintenance cycles are still based on starts, not equivalent operating hours using a combination of things.
would it be relatively unusual to run a peaking unit for 1 hour?
It would be unusual. It would suggest that something's happened that was unexpected in the system.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Schram.
Mr. Bellamy?
Thank you. With respect to the 2022 RFP, you'd indicated and several witnesses indicated that there was a limitation that bidders would bid at least 100 megawatts in their proposal. Is there any kind of upper limit or explanation that says, in the time frame, we're looking to replace 600 megawatts or 700, whatever it is? Is there any kind of explanation of that so people know how big they can actually size them to potentially create economies of scale?
No, we did not put an upper limit on it. I think part of that is recognizing that from the time you issue an RFP to the time you evaluate it, you could even have changes in regulations that could occur. So we wanted to leave this as open as possible. It's been our experience in the past that respondents will have projects to submit, and capping them at a certain size may not be the best move for our customers.
And I don't necessarily even mean capping them. I was honestly wondering if there's an explanation in the RFP as to what the amount you're looking for. You could fill that, if you're looking for 700 megawatts, you could fill that with, 7 100 megawatt, generation facilities, or you could fill that with a 700 megawatt facility potentially. And if bidders don't necessarily know, the size that you're looking for, would that potentially affect the results of what you get? Because no one's gonna bid in a 600 megawatt natural gas combined cycle unit if they think you're only looking for 150 megawatts.
I think our experience has been respondents have projects of various sizes that they may submit for RFPs regardless of the upper limit parameter we may put in the RFP. So we actually believe leaving it open will lead to a better result in terms of responses, rather than trying to get very specific on the amount of megawatts we're replacing or adding.
And do you all typically do an RFP nearly every year, or do you do one every year?
Well, we have done an RFP. We did one for renewables only in 2019. We also did a broader one in 2021, and then this one in 2022. So for the past several years, it's been very frequent. It hasn't always been that way.
And I guess circumstances are driving when you're doing those to some extent, but is there any concern that obviously responding to RFPs isn't free for the respondents? Is there any concern that, doing them so often and not specifying exactly what you're looking for that, might start to dissuade people from responding, or are you all still getting numerous responses to the RFPs?
Well, I believe since we acted on in both the 2019 and the 2021 RFP for our Green Tariff Option 3 customers, we did select, and we have agreements for development of projects from both of those. I don't sense there's any RFP response fatigue out there.
would there be anything in the, say in the 2022 RFP, which I guess is generation source neutral, would there be anything that would prevent another utility from responding and proposing to share generation capacity?
No, we've seen offers in prior RFPs that were perhaps from other utilities for contracting a portion of a unit or a plant. We've encountered that before.
So if someone's looking for 300 megawatts, they could propose, hey, we're gonna build to 600, we'll sell you 300 at this price, and you'd review that against the other RFPs you get.
We would assess that accordingly.
Okay. Just a couple more clarifying questions. The January 2021 RFP, and you kind of mentioned this, there was a mention in the IRP of an agreement that occurred around October 13th of 2021 for the 125 megawatts to serve the Green Tariff Option 3. Is that the unit you were talking about that resulted from the 2021 IRP?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And have any other contracts been signed arising from the 2021 IRP?
No, that's the only project, and that was a solar PPA.
Okay. And is that 2021 IRP, is that now closed? You wouldn't...
No, we would anticipate at this point with the issuance of another RFP that projects would respond to the current RFP. There could very well be projects that responded, or developers who responded to the 2021 RFP who will submit the same project to this RFP. That's very possible.
Sure. With the 125 megawatts Green Tariff Option 3, that was constructed for specific customers, is that correct?
Yes, that's under development. It has not reached construction.
Oh.
It's kind of under permitting.
I misspoke, I
Approvals.
understand.
Right.
Have there been other large customers looking to take service under Green Tariff Option 3 that would necessitate additional solar capacity?
We have had a few other inquiries. You need a critical mass to really have a Green Tariff Option 3 project. We have not gotten to that level as yet.
And the critical mass would be about 100 megawatts, I assume?
It really is for the economics that those customers are going to be looking for, yes.
And what about are you at now, just in inquiries? And I'm assuming they're not firm or anything.
No, I would say we're perhaps only halfway there.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you very much.
Mr. Schram, excuse me, again, I'm making sounds, I don't know where they're coming from. Are you aware generally of the generation interconnection queue of LGEE?
Generally, yes.
So are you aware that there are two newish generation interconnection requests from an LG&E and KU affiliate received in June for 660 megawatt combined cycle plants in either Jefferson or Mercer County?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Do you? You've been in the hearing room this whole time?
I have.
Are those related to the CPCN proceeding that Mr. Sinclair indicated was eventual?
I guess they could be.
Okay.
That's possible.
What I'm trying to understand is, do you know if those two are responsive to your request for proposal?
Well, we haven't received them yet. It would appear to me that those could be potential self-billed responses to the RFP.
Okay. And that's what I want to get to is that you all have a bifurcation, may not be right, it might be more than two splits, but there's a generation planning group internal to LGBTKU that can respond to these RFPs. Is that fair?
I think I would characterize it as a project engineering group.
Project engineering group. Okay, but there's a group, we'll just say a group
Yes.
that is, are they walled off from your group?
Not walled off from a FERC compliance perspective necessarily, but from an overall discussion perspective on RFP responses, certainly.
So they're not walking their response down the hallway, sitting down at your desk and saying, let's talk about why our proposal is gonna be better than everybody else's?
No, no.
All right. And this is not new necessarily. I don't know. I mean, this came in on the 21st. I don't know when the RFP went out, but around the same time. But it's not necessarily rare for the generation interconnection queue to all of a sudden, for lack of a better term, explode following an RFP by the company. Is that accurate or fair?
I think that's a valid observation because I believe you have developers who want to show progress with their project and they want to get something in the queue.
Yeah. So there's lots of responses in January and March of 2021. There are lots of responses in March of 2019. It just seems, it seems to line up with the company's previous RFPs. Is that your experience?
I think that would be a valid observation, I'm sure.
Is there a, your understanding, again, I know you don't deal with this, but you do from the generation planning side. Is there a benefit from being first in line in a queue? Is there any, does it move, let me ask this. Does your position in the queue make any qualitative difference when your group, a project's position in the queue, when your group is looking at whether a generation facility should be the one that you move forward with?
Not necessarily. When we're viewing the kind of what we believe are actionable proposals that we received, I think that is an indicator that the developer could use to show progress on their project. I think it's an advantage for the developer perhaps if they can understand the transmission costs sooner rather than later.
Okay.
But it does not necessarily cause us to be, have a hard line of yes or no in terms of proceeding with a project. As I recall, we have proceeded with projects before that perhaps were not in the queue yet.
Does having ground under control, like having actual leases, is that take into your determination if two projects are identical and one has leases, for instance, a solar PPA and the other one doesn't?
Yes, that's an indicator of progress.
Do you all look at other permitting requirements, whether it's going to be a self-build and need a CPCN, whether it's going to need a certificate if the company builds it versus a siting certificate if it's a PPA? Do you all look at that and make qualitative determinations?
We consider all of the requirements in terms of permitting overall.
Okay.
And consider progress on those.
Does the type of service, what's characterized on the interconnection queue, but whether it's, I think it's transmission service is what it's referring to, whether it connects using an NRIS or an ERIS, make any qualitative determination around deliverability or anything else when looking at different alternatives?
I have to admit, I'm not necessarily familiar with those acronyms.
Okay. Well, the reason I ask is I think those are again related to the transmission interconnection. I was wanting to follow up on Mr. Sinclair's comments yesterday about firm transmission and
Sure.
whether there's a different service. So I'll hold that.
One thing I think I would add is that, and I think our RFP specifies this, we really need those projects to be ultimately eligible for network integrated transmission service kind of in our system. If there's a firm point-to-point requirement to import that power to our system, we'll have to make the assessment of those costs, as Mr. Sinclair noted.
Okay, so NIT service within the NIT territory or firm transmission
To deliver it to our
to delivery.
BA, yes.
Well, does the existence of TVA and the fact that they don't require open access, does that limit geographically the type of out-of-state respondents that can provide you responses?
Well, I have to say you could, there could be a response and there could be TVA transmission involved in it. That's a possibility. We have seen responses like that in the past.
So talking about TVA, one of the questions that got pushed to you is around, this one's awesome. Around minimum reserves. You all have a minimum, whether it's a joint reliability coordination agreement or some agreement with TVA around reserves compliance, right?
Correct.
Your standalone utility may not be big enough. It's easier, less requirements if you combine with somebody else. Is that kind of the idea?
Yes, so if we were standalone and we're not part of a reserve sharing group, we would need to cover the contingency of the loss of our largest unit. For example, Trimble County 2, summer net capacity is around 730 megawatts. That's total. That's not just the company share, it's the total unit. Instead, we are only obligated for 243 megawatts this year based on our reserve sharing agreement with TVA. And that agreement uses a load ratio share between LG&E and KU and TVA, and it applies it to the largest unit of the two companies, which happens to be a 1,300 plus megawatt unit at TVA. So our customers are really well served because we're only having to have 243 megawatts in terms of those reserves instead of 790.
Like a Watts bar or a large nuclear unit?
I have to say I don't know which unit it is specifically, but that's the unit size.
1,300. And
Right.
you will have a load share ratio, so it's around, it doesn't change materially year to year from that amount.
No, the peaks will change. So, the last peaks are on the order of 4-hour LGE KU BA 6,000 plus megawatts. For TVA, it's 30,000 plus.
And so you are the only two?
We are in
part
this
of that.
agreement.
Did East Kentucky used to be part of that before it joined PJM?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And is that, do you know, was that taken into account given your position with, and I just don't remember, from the RTO study, would there be a reduction in your load share ratio of having to maintain a minimum amount of reserves? Because for RTO wide, it would still just be largest unit if you were in a PJM or a MISO. Do you know if you talked to anybody about that being included in the RTO study?
Yeah, I have to say that, subject to check, I feel like that was covered in the RTO study in terms of required reserves, but that would be subject to check.
Okay. But regardless of how big or small the entity is, it's your understanding that NERC requirement is largest unit, single contingency outage, you have to carry enough operating reserves for that unit to go off?
Yes, you do.
Okay, and is that a UCAP or an ICAP? Is it nameplate, you have to keep that much reserves?
Yeah, in terms of the absolute number, I kind of quoted the Trimble County 2 summer net capacity. It's a very large number.
That's okay. All right. So one thing that I'm not clear on, the 2021 RFP responses in the rate case were super secret. Have the parties, in this case, do you know if the parties are privy to what those responses were under a petition for confidentiality? Have those been released to anybody outside the company you're aware of, at least
The 2021s,
2021 responses?
I'm not aware that they've been released publicly.
Was there anybody that requested those data request responses, or?
Not to my knowledge,
Okay.
no.
Well, so I'm not asking you to divulge prices or anything like that. And I'll ask you the question, I'll let you look at your counsel as to what you can talk about. But as a general matter, is that RFP stale?
Yes.
Okay. So those responses, those people wouldn't be, not that they're necessarily committed to the prices they give you initially, but in that terms, they're not, it's not an active RFP. That's last year's prices, right?
Given what's happened in the world and in terms of inflation and material cost and labor cost, I don't think we could expect anyone to hold to those prices.
Yeah. Well, at least not for solar or wind.
Correct.
Right, yeah. So what I wanted to ask about is, and I asked Mr. Sinclair this question yesterday, about if you received battery responses and what the battery responses looked like in terms of whether they included I think Mr. Fitzgerald or Mr. Childers asked about this, whether it included, or something similar to this, whether it was, they were being charged by co-located solar, whether you all were gonna be responsible for the energy, or whether they were going to be responsible for the energy. Were there any distinctions in bids for batteries, or were there any bids for batteries that made distinctions in those types of characteristics?
Yes, I believe so, because we had storage only or battery only proposals. We also had solar plus batteries that were contingent on being charged by solar, which I believe was to take advantage of the investment tax credit. So we did have differences there. Clearly, the capacity charges on the battery-only projects, again, you're paying a capacity charge, but you're still having to use generation to charge the battery. So you're only moving the electrons around in time. So it's a capacity charge on something that we would historically look at and say, I pay that capacity charge, I have the rights to generation if I fuel the unit. But now you really only have the ability to extract the energy, apply the energy to the battery and extract it later, and you're paying for the generation as well. It's just the difficulty of the economics.
Well, certainly a difference from the way things have been planned for the last 80 or 100 years.
Right.
But would you agree that capacity is likely going to be more scarce moving forward than it has been in the past?
It does seem to be that way in some regions.
So, have you all ever entered into tolling agreements?
Yes, we have.
Okay. The most recent being Bluegrass?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. How would that work? That was about fuel, right?
Right.
Again, it's just energy. That's all we're talking about with a chemical battery, right? Did you have specific concerns about those proposals, about tolling? Was there anything that, other than just, it doesn't feel right that, we're still having to provide the energy, you're just giving us somewhere to put it for the time being, but it's still our energy that we have to, produce? It just, that's my characterization. It feels weird. But do you have any particular concerns about those tolling arrangements related to the batteries in terms of that, not just the economics, right, that you have to pay the capacity charge regardless, but operating characteristics, timing? Mr. Sinclair was talking about the amount of time it may take to produce electricity. You may need that electricity to serve customers at the same time you're charging batteries. Just curious what your takeaway or concerns or interest may be around the tolling characteristics of bids if you received any around batteries.
I mean, all of those are concerns, and in the evaluation, you have to take into account when you have the energy to charge the battery. And of particular concern then would be the specifications around the battery project. And for example, my observation was that most of them had a certain number of maximum round-trip operations in terms of charge-discharge for an annual cycle.
Total or by year or by month?
Just annually.
Okay.
Yeah. However, you may get into more frequent limitations in terms of how much you can charge or discharge the battery. The specs that we requested and were provided were pretty extensive, and it's clearly not unfettered operation. And we would anticipate, as mentioned earlier, a comparison to something prior, if you were paying a capacity charge for a generation resource, it was a tolling agreement, you provided fuel, you can call on it whenever, outside of forced outage or planned outage periods. Batteries would not be like that.
So other places have installed bigger batteries, other places in the U.S. Do you chalk that up as just being a difference in economics, that some of those places have, their prevailing residential rate, for instance, is 2 or 3 times higher than Kentucky, or capacity is at a greater premium in those areas? Is that why it's economic?
Well, I think my observation could be, it could be a difference in economics. I think it could be a difference in regulation and what's required in those areas in terms of battery storage. California has some pretty lofty goals with regard to battery storage, as well as renewables.
And lastly, on this idea of RFP, well, not lastly, close, RFP responses, locational requirements. So the utilities have to balance their system. Again, at least in Kentucky, from Wickliffe to Harlan, and certainly even beyond for the rest of the KU territory. Do you all, with the expected retirements, I'll call it that way, the expected retirements, known load conditions, do you all have a preconceived idea of where it's most likely that you all will need generation located on your transmission system?
Well, from a transmission perspective, I don't and can't have the information due to compliance limitations. I can't have that information.
Okay.
So our transmission team may know that, or may have a better idea of that than I do.
Okay. So your operations people know if there are going to be concerns about retirements, stability, voltage issues, thermal issues, how those are taken into account?
I believe our transmission operations team would certainly be more in tune with that. My generation dispatch and trading team would really not
Okay.
have privy to that
And does
information.
that go back to that FERC required bifurcation of operations?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have a operational bias to replacing generation at the site that it was previously located so that it doesn't drive operational issues?
No, but I would say that, and I'll just use Cane Run 7 as an example. I think the siting of Cane Run 7 offered some synergies in terms of location and utility assets that perhaps wouldn't have been available to another developer if they were a complete greenfield development.
Well, the reason I ask, I mean, so Cane Run 7, obviously there was some infrastructure there that could be used, right? I
Right.
think that's where you're alluding to. Big Rivers recently converted a coal unit to a gas unit, and part of the discussion was, once you build a pipe there, then you have optionality for subsequent units to be built there with less upgrade cost. You all canceled or asked to, I don't really know what the phrase is, but you didn't act on the CPCN for the Green River facility, but that was another location in which you had land, it was flat, whatever it may be, you had transmission there, reduces the costs or risk, right, locating something. But is it that the bifurcation keeps that completely from being taken into consideration when you're doing your job and looking at RFP responses? That you just don't know what those operational requirements are?
Yes, I would say until the transmission study is done, I don't really have knowledge of that.
And that's what I want to circle back to. And so if those people enter the queue or have already proceeded through the queue significantly, they would indicate whether their upgrade costs are $0 or $100 million. And at that point, you would know, hey, the thermal violations that occur if you locate here going to drive your cost. You find out it's going to drive your cost $100 million. They may say, never mind, we can't do it here for the price we could give you, right?
Well,
is that where you see it for the first time?
That's where I would see something specific for the first time.
Okay.
But there may be something more general. It could be a developer who wants to build a project in an area and they're going to build a radial transmission line of multi-miles to that project. Well, the reliability aspect of that may cause us to question that project. That doesn't look like necessarily to us, even with my limited view of transmission, a reliable connection. So we may assess it in a qualitative means from that side as well.
Okay. That's helpful. I want to go back to the question you were asked about the 100 megawatt. Is it a threshold not a fair characterization given your response to Mr. I don't know who asked you the question. Mr. Spinard?
I mean, threshold's a fair, it's as good as any other term.
So 100 megawatts, is that an arbitrary amount? Is it fair to say that that's not based on any particular assessment or analysis?
It is an arbitrary amount, however, and I would say it's arbitrary, so it's not 101, it's not 99. But our experience has been with multiple RFPs and the responses that initially we saw, for example, solar projects below 75 megawatts were considerably more expensive. In the last RFP, we saw solar projects below 100 megawatts were considerably more expensive.
And that's specifically what I would ask you. Based on your experience, you've now had 2 RFPs that would have been open to those types of wind and solar of varying sizes. And if you could characterize for me, I mean, is it 10 to 50 kind of are similar, and then 50 to 70 are kind of in the same range, and 70 to 100, but then 100 and over are much, much cheaper than the rest. I'm trying to understand. I'm kind of withdrawing that question, but that's what's going through my mind. But I was asking Mr. Sinclair, I was asking him questions yesterday, and he was specifically talking about economies of scale, right? And with generation, you have economies of scale. That has certainly been the case for decades. That's why TVA has a 1,300 megawatt unit, right? Because it was probably cheaper than building a technology for building a 600 megawatt nuclear unit. That's all great, but is 100 megawatts the threshold that you all have anecdotally found is the distinction between cheaper and more expensive projects? And if it is, what was really the harm of leaving it open to see if there are smaller projects that are still cost competitive with those in excess of 100 megawatts?
Yeah, so I would answer that in two ways. One is that our last RFP, I think, generated 360 plus proposals from 30-something entities, developers. Part of this is an effort to manage the process. Part of it is indeed our observation that there were apparently considerable economies of scale, kind of starting at the 100 megawatt level. Now, I've been asked a question before from a developer. You know, a developer says, well, wait, I have two 50 megawatt solar projects that I want to bid as one project of 100. Well, that's a conforming response in my opinion. So we're not necessarily ruling out an individual project lower than 100, but the response needs to be at 100. And our experience has been that that's
be automatically reviewed.
Yes, and you know, again, I was asked the question, what if someone submits 95 megawatts? We use common sense in this. We really need to do what's best for our customers. We're going to look at that.
And I, you know, just be honest. If you're getting 300, 400, 500 responses, right? What I'm asking is, if it's less than 100, is it just? You hear stories about people reviewing resumes, and if a person doesn't have X on their resume, they throw it out. They don't look at the rest of it, right? I want to clarify. I want to make sure that if somebody comes in with an RFP response that isn't at 100, it's not deemed non-conforming and then dismissed.
Now, it could be deemed that based on our RFP requirements. The way they would be sorted, there would still be a team member on my team looking at that.
I just want to make sure that if there's something that looks like it's beneficial to customers, that it's being reviewed by the company. It sounds like
Yes.
that's your commitment.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, last question, line of question. You were asked about the cost effectiveness of co-locating storage with renewables versus peaking gas plants, whether one was cost effective over the other. And you said you didn't see in the responses that, tell me if I'm wrong, but I took from your answer that you didn't see in your responses that the co-location was cheaper than the combined cycles. And then when asked about it, you said, well, there may be use cases or certain requirements that it may be cheaper. Did I hear your responses wrong?
I don't know. I'd like for you to repeat the question. I'm not sure I understood.
Okay. Did you find solar, perfect example, did you find solar and storage co-located hybrid resource cost competitive with with natural gas generators in your 2021 RFP responses?
No, but I think more importantly, we didn't find solar plus storage to be competitive with solar. I think that was,
For energy purposes.
yes.
And that's why I want to ask a couple questions about it, because the energy purchases for energy only is a qualifier, right? If you're only looking at, we're trying to get economic energy, we're not looking at using any of these units to reliably serve as capacity, that's a distinction between those responses and a gas turbine, right?
Right.
If you're looking at them through this unit is only for energy and this unit can be for capacity, that's a qualitative determination that you all have made that is a distinction, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, and if for instance you said a peaking resource had to last 6 hours, then solar plus a 4-hour duration resource would not be considered a peaking resource, correct?
Well, if you had such a requirement on a peaking resource, then yes, I would agree with that.
And that's kind of what I wanted to ask is around capacity resources or resources that, again, that distinction. Do you in these responses discount the ability of generation plus storage being able to be used to be a capacity resource?
The mechanics of that evaluation are done by Mr. Wilson's group, and I think we're getting into very specific inputs.
Okay.
I would really defer that to him in terms of how we would analyze that. I would say that I believe we do have a means for analyzing storage and evaluating storage and its advantages in our system.
As a capacity resource or just as an energy resource?
I would think as a capacity resource, but I think the question is, again, you do have to charge the resource. Do you have to charge the battery?
Energy has to come from somewhere, right? Batteries
Yes.
are not a generator.
Just moving things around in time.
That's right. Okay. I really appreciate it, Mr. Schram. I suspect you'll be getting lots of emails over the next month. People asking clarification. Sounds like you've already gotten a few, so best of luck to you on those responses. Thank you for being here today. It was Mr. Yu.
Mr. Me.
Yu, Mr.
Yes.
Crosby. Do you have any redirected this with?
I do not, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. You can be excused for the remainder of the hearing. Mr. Riggs, should I call
Yes,
your next
sir.
witness?
Mr. Beller, if you please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. State your name and business address for the record.
Lonnie E. Beller. My business address is 220 West Main, Louisville, Kentucky, 40202.
Mr. Riggs?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Beller, for clarity, would you state your title for the record?
I'm the COO for LG&E and KU.
Thank you, Mr. Beller. Mr. Beller, are you adopting the data responses from Mr. Drake, Mr. Palmer, and Mr. Wolf in this case as your testimony?
Yes.
And are you adopting the data responses by Mr. Arbo as they concern the topic of OVEC in this case?
Yes.
And do you adopt those as your testimony today?
Yes.
Mr. Beller, do you have any materials with you at the stand?
Yes. In my binder, I have materials that are already in the record in the IRP case, and I have the analyst presentation. I think it's dated June 9, 2022 for the PPL Investor Day that the chair asked that I have in my possession.
Thank you, Mr. Beller. I have no further questions, Your Honor. He's available for any examination.
Thank you. Mr. Cook?
I do have a couple of questions, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Beller.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cook.
It's been a while since we've had the opportunity to ask you some questions. I haven't been storing them up, just waiting for you. I assure you of that, but a couple questions come to mind. And I want to ask you, first of all, would you agree that generally fuel prices for this coming winter are looking sort of bleak?
So from a price standpoint, natural gas prices are up significantly from prior time periods. Coal prices, there was discussion about our coal position, so we're not as impacted by coal prices as we are gas prices, but they are also high. So I would agree with that situation. It creates affordability challenges.
Okay. And I'm just, forgive me if another witness addressed this already, but I was just curious if the company is going to be filing anytime soon any application to amend its DSM, its suite of DSM programs.
As we've talked about and through, I think, at least a couple of witnesses, we anticipate making a filing that would go along with any CPCN that we request for new generation.
Oh, so it would be simultaneous or as a separate filing or part of the same filing?
We haven't really worked out kind of the regulatory approach, whether it is one filing, Mr. Cook, or two separate filings at the same time, but it would be at the same general time frame in terms of decision making.
Okay. And I know better than to ask you for timing of when you're going to file that application, but I'm getting back here to my initial question about this coming winter. Is there anything that anybody can come up with to help people out with these prices?
Well, we have current energy efficiency programs that are available to some customers. We have energy efficiency tips that I would encourage all customers to make themselves available to on our website. And, that is a challenge, though, Mr. Cook, in terms of the prices and managing customers' loads and decisions they can make, as outlined in some of our energy efficiency tips, can have a material impact on that.
I understand. Okay. Chairman, I think that's probably all I'm going to have.
Yes, just one quick follow-up to what Mr. Cook had asked, Mr. Beller. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The company's current suite of DSM portfolio, that said expired 2025, is that correct?
I believe that to be true, yes.
Okay. So do you anticipate filing the new suite of DSM portfolio before 2025?
Yes.
Okay, so for that particular filing, the CPCN filing would be around that same time frame as well?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know approximately when in 2024 that will occur?
Well, it would, I'm contemplating that it would occur sometime this year.
Okay.
Obviously, depending upon all the things we've been talking about here, the results of the RFP and the like. Those responses are due back in August, and so we will have to take the appropriate time to evaluate all those, have conversation with respondents and reach a conclusion, and then develop the filing. So I wouldn't suspect it would be any sooner than the end of the year.
Okay. All right, thank you. Those are all the questions.
Mr. Childers?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Beller.
Good afternoon.
I want to follow up on one question that you were asked by Mr. Cook. It has to do with coal prices. I think you said that natural gas prices are up significantly and will be higher this winter, and coal as well, but you're not as impacted by that. Can you explain that?
Yes, we, and I believe Mr. Sinclair outlined some of these parameters, but our coal purchasing strategy is to have a significant portion of that, up to 100% of that commodity procured in advance. And Mr. Sinclair described our natural gas purchasing philosophy is to have up to 50% of our gas purchased for our natural gas combined cycle unit, and then we buy the remainder of gas for that unit and then all of our simple cycle CTs from the market. So that creates the basis of my answer.
So with coal, you have long-term contracts that prices are locked in? but with gas up to 50%, you're subject to the spot market, is that correct?
50% of the combined cycle and 100% of the simple cycle CT gas use.
Thank you, thank you. Do you agree with the statement that, quote, "the United States has continued its inexorable long-term energy revolution, one in which renewable power, storage, and demand-side management are becoming more and more cost-competitive and reliable"?
Is there a citation? Are you asking him to agree with a specific quote?
That's a quote from Sierra Club's comments.
Well, without restating the comment, clearly our data in our IRP shows that renewables are and have since the last IRP continued to be more economic. And, you know, we are in the course of evaluating new DSM options. So hopefully we'll find many of those to be in that same vein, more economic than they have been in the past.
Do you agree that solar and wind generation, battery storage, and energy efficiency measures represent healthier and more climate-protecting measures than relying on coal and gas for our energy needs?
As a broad statement, yes.
Do you agree that relying on coal-fired power plants to meet energy needs of LG&E and KU's customers are becoming less economical and less necessary to serve the reliability needs of these customers?
I wouldn't agree with that statement as presented. What I would say, and is evidenced by our previous retirements of coal units, is that there are more economic choices available as our coal units reach the end of their economic lives. So I would agree with that statement that somewhat relates to what you proffered.
I've heard mentioned several times during this hearing that solar is considered often by the companies as a cost-saving measure. Is that true?
Correct, particularly at the rates that we have received in the two RFPs that we're mentioning. Those energy rates have created savings for those customers who have signed up for those, and then in a small portion, we demonstrated, I believe the amount was 25 megawatts, that if the first 100 megawatts we're developing is constructed would go to native load, those would result in savings for native load customers, yes.
Will LG&E and KU commit to comparing the all-in cost of an alternative portfolio to the prospective cost of continuing to operate its least economic coal-fired assets?
I think we do that through our process. There's been lots of discussions about the timeframes in which we do that, the frequency at which we do that, so I won't repeat all of that, but we're constantly looking for the least cost portfolio, and I believe all the actions and discussions we've had in the hearing to date support that.
Mr. Beller, are you familiar with the testimony of expert Jeremy Fisher in the company's 2018 rate case where he scrutinized the company's contract with Ohio Valley Electric Company?
Yes, I reviewed it back in that time frame, yes.
Okay. Have you reviewed it recently?
No, I have not.
Do you recall that the commission in that case, in its final order, directed Sierra Club to address the company's contract with OVEC in the next IRP case?
Yes, that was part of the Sierra Club's comments in the IRP, yes.
Yet in the company's comments in response to the intervener's comments, it stated that all of this discussion about OVEC is irrelevant, that Sierra Club's comments are irrelevant. Can you explain that?
Well, I think the comment centered around the purpose of the IRP and what was being established in the IRP, and the consideration of the contract that the two companies hold with OVEC with respect to the IRP. That was the relevancy line.
Do you believe that since the 2018 rate case that OVEC's two coal-fired power plants have become even more economically unattractive?
I wouldn't agree that from our standpoint as a purchase power participant that they're uneconomic the way we look at those units in the first place. So obviously from one standpoint we've been talking about higher fuel prices. The variable cost of those units has not changed significantly from that time period. So from that vantage point, the dispatchability of those units has become more favorable.
Do the two coal-fired units that OVEC has, are they in long-term supply contracts?
In terms of coal supply, I'm not familiar with the duration of the individual contracts, but I know from recent experience they've been able to deliver competitive coal to those units to allow them to dispatch. Competitively priced coal, to be clear.
Are you aware that OVEC's board of directors has decided to authorize expensive capital projects without first getting approval from any state's public service commission?
I'm not aware that OVEC is under the jurisdiction of any particular state regulator.
You are familiar that they have directed or authorized expensive capital projects, correct?
They've authorized capital projects. I wouldn't necessarily classify them as expensive or otherwise.
Well, they've authorized major projects ultimately paid for by the sponsoring companies, including LG&E and KU's ratepayers, in order to become compliant with federal environmental regulations, correct?
Correct.
Does LG&E and KU have a member on the OVEC board?
Yes, we have two members. I'm one of the members. Mr. Arbaugh was a member, and we are seeking to have another member added to the OVEC board upon his retirement.
As a board member, did you vote to approve incurring additional capital costs to comply with the CCR regulations at OVEC?
Yes.
Did you and/or Mr. Arbaugh vote to approve incurring additional capital costs to comply with the ELG regulations?
I think that was part of the same vote. Those were packaged together, yes.
Did OVEC and/or IKEC present the board with a major investment prudency analysis that looked at whether it was lower cost to retrofit these coal-fired power plants compared to alternatives?
So OVEC presented an analysis of the cost of the environmental retrofits, as we've been discussing. They compared that cost, and it's in those comparisons are in the record from OVEC board meetings. They compared that cost to the cost of retiring the unit effectively and paying down all of the debt that remains at the OVEC level, and all of the make-whole payments and other costs that would be incurred with satisfying those debt obligations and closing the plant.
So that was considered as opposed to the alternative sources?
Correct. OVEC looked at it as a either cease operations to plant and incur the implications that I described a moment ago, or continue operations and invest in the environmental controls.
Is that analysis available? Do you have a copy? Does LG&E have a copy of that analysis?
It's in the record.
It is in the record.
Yes.
Okay. Are you saying it's in the record in the board minutes?
Yes.
So the analysis itself is part of the board, is it an attachment to the board minutes, or?
Yes. Part of the board, there was a PowerPoint presentation that was part of that, of one of the board meetings.
Okay, thank you. I think we might need to go into confidential session, Mr. Chairman.
All right. First we'll go into confidential session. Let us know when we are. Mr. Childers?
Mr. Beller, are you familiar with the Michigan Public
sorry,
Service
Mr.
Commission's order?
Mr. Childers, sorry.
I'm sorry.
We need to, before we move, I don't know that you moved to introduce.
I would move to introduce Sierra Club Confidential number 3 and Public number 2.
Mr. Riggs?
No objection.
Okay. You hear that, Candace? We'll go ahead and make these part of the record. Confidential. Public too. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Childers.
Mr. Beller, are you familiar with the Michigan Public Service Commission's order which stated that the OVEC arrangement and contract is imprudent and unfair to ratepayers?
Only in the context of the comments, responsive comments your clients filed in this case.
So you haven't read that order?
I've read what was included in those comments, yes.
May I approach?
You may. Thank you.
Mr. Beller, I'd like to refer you to page 20 of this document.
Okay.
You're there before I am. Hold on just a second. Okay. At the top of this page 20, it's stated, the record shows that independent analysis and those conducted by OVEC sponsors demonstrate that on a forward-looking basis, the operation of the OVEC units is uneconomical. Do you see that?
I'm sorry, what, I know it
The
doesn't
top
have
of
line
page
numbers.
20, first sentence.
Oh, okay, thank
Did I
you.
read that correctly?
Yes, you did, thank you.
Do you agree with that statement?
I'm not an expert on, and haven't studied again all the analysis that the state of Michigan did to come to that conclusion. The only thing I would offer in observation of that is that from my reading of this document, the applicants here, Indiana Michigan Power Company, did not receive approval to enter into this power agreement. So I'd only have to assume that that factored into this statement. But I don't agree with that statement for our particular situation here in Kentucky. But obviously, this regulator came to that conclusion.
I'm referring you down to line 7, the 7th line down. There's a sentence that starts with economic assessments. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it states, economic assessments done by sponsoring companies to the ICPA also demonstrate the long-term negative economics of the OVEC units. In April 2019, First Energy Solutions, another ICPA sponsor, conducted a forward-looking analysis through 2040 and found projected losses scaled to I&M's share of $267 million relative to market alternatives. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Has LG&E done any sort of analysis as to the forward-looking losses that are projected for these OVEC units?
We haven't made any calculations similar to that, no.
In the next paragraph down, the second sentence starts, the company states the company has put on notice that the commission is unlikely to permit the utility to recover these uneconomic costs from its customers in rates, rate schedules, or PSCR factors established in the future without good faith efforts to manage existing contracts, such as meaningful attempts to renegotiate contract provisions to ensure continued value for ratepayers. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Now, LG&E and KU are locked into a contract with OVEC's coal-fired units that runs through 2040, is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I move this into evidence as Public 3, Sierra Club Public 3.
Mr. Riggs?
No objection.
So we entered into the
record as Sierra Club Public Exhibit 3.
Mr. Beller, do you believe that this decision from Michigan stands to imperil the viability of the OVEC partnership with the sponsoring companies?
I don't see it as that. I've not seen any evidence of that through our participation in OVEC.
Okay, I'd like to refer you to company's response to Sierra Club's first data request, question 10.
Okay?
In that answer, Mr. Arbo stated that the MPSC, which is the Michigan Public Service Commission, does not regulate the companies, and the quoted language cited above in this request does not apply to the companies. If Indiana Michigan Power Company, or OVEC, takes any action in response to the order that could affect the company's customers, the companies will consider an appropriate response and take reasonable action as needed to protect their customers' interest. Can you explain what he meant by that answer?
This response refers to if any participant in the ICPA, we call it, Interconnection Power Agreement, with OVEC were to try to not fulfill their responsibilities, that LG&E and KU would seek to hold them to the terms of that contract. We suspect OVEC and other members would do the same, but this is specifically calling out what we would anticipate doing should that occur.
How would you anticipate doing that?
Through our board membership, and while I'm not a lawyer, any legal remedies available to us.
Now, I believe LG&E and KU have an 8.13% interest in OVEC,
Correct.
and so you're a minority on the board, correct?
Yes.
You have 2 members out of how many?
I'm not familiar with the total count of the board, but
It's
yes.
more than 10, I think, isn't it?
That sounds correct.
Do you know if the Ohio Public Utility Commission is considering similar warnings to its sponsoring companies as the Michigan warning?
Not aware.
Do you believe that the Kentucky Public Service Commission's 2011 authorization of LG&E and KU's contract with OVEC was based on conditions and predictions that are fundamentally stale and untrue today?
No, I haven't studied that record in detail, but as a general rule, I wouldn't say that that is a broad, true statement.
Do you think that it will be, that those will be stale and untrue predictions and conditions going forward to 2040?
Again, I haven't studied all that record and all the evidence that was presented, so I couldn't make a broad statement that all of the information in that proceeding is out of date or stale, in your words.
Isn't it true that the approval of the commission was based on the finding that OVEC's power was low cost and would likely continue to be low cost?
I'm sure the commission took that into consideration based on the evidence that was available at that time.
Isn't it true that at that time the commission also relied upon factual findings and assumptions concerning OVEC's units operating levels that have proved untrue in real-world operation of the plants?
Again, I haven't reviewed that information and compared it to the way the units operate today.
Certainly, there have been environmental compliance issues that have arisen since the 2011 approval by this commission.
Yes.
And in 2011, this commission found that because the OVEC units had always been operated only in base load mode, the units were expected to be operational at or near their historic operating levels through mid-2040. Is that a true statement today?
Again, I haven't reviewed, when you say levels, I haven't reviewed what that means and how that translates to what's available today. I mean, obviously, we monitor the availability of the units through our participation on the board and through updates provided by the board, and understand the availability of the units, their reliability characteristics, and so forth.
And those reliability characteristics have gone down since 2011, have they not?
I haven't made that comparison, but just within any generation unit over its life, those operating characteristics do vary.
What is the typical life of a coal-fired power plant?
I don't know that there is a typical life.
Can you give me a range?
A range. We have looked in the past at 55 to 65 years as a range. Obviously, there are a number of factors, as we all appreciate, that could influence that.
Well, you're aware that both of these OVEC plants were built in the 1950s, right?
Correct.
So by the time the contract that you all signed with OVEC expires in 2040, they will be almost 90 years old. Is that not true?
That's correct.
You said you had read Jeremy Fisher's expert testimony in the previous rate case that I referred to. Are you aware that he pointed out in that case that OVEC's generation costs are not cost competitive?
I recall that, yes, in that proceeding.
And he also opined that OVEC's coal units were not operating at historic levels. True?
I don't recall that specifically.
Do you agree with Dr. Fisher's testimony from the rate case where he stated that the companies will be paying a higher cost for power from OVEC due to OVEC's debt repayment obligations?
Again, I haven't read that recently, so I wouldn't want to agree with that statement, no.
Do you know what OVEC's debt repayment obligations are on their coal units?
Yes. As the board, we are made aware of the debt repayment. Obviously, it's part of our billing, so we pay close attention to that. The board and OVEC, the board through OVEC's actions has voted on several different reorganizations of that debt to capture savings that are available to OVEC. So we are aware of those. Mr. Arbaugh was our treasurer, and that was his main contribution in our relationship with OVEC to advise on how that debt is managed and what the most efficient placement of that debt would be.
And what is the amount of that debt obligation?
It is around 1.1 billion, subject to check. That number is in the discovery.
So if OVEC defaults, or for some reason their coal units can no longer operate, then they owe $1 billion, more than $1 billion to their lenders?
Correct. Today.
And LG&E and KU's ratepayers would be on the hook for a portion of that?
Based on the ICPA, the purchase power agreement that we have with them, yes. And of course, the ultimate determination of that, in your words, in terms of whether ratepayers would have responsibility, is the word I would use, would be up to the commission to decide.
And if Indiana, Michigan Power Company, or the Ohio power companies, if for some reason they're able to escape their obligations, that's going to increase the burden on LG&E and KU, correct?
If that played out that way, correct. There are defined costs of operating the facility. That power would be available to be sold. As you are probably aware, First Energy, we went through a situation similar to the one you're describing with First Energy. It was resolved in a reasonable way, but so we've had that situation develop and resolve.
That was, First Energy actually went through bankruptcy.
Correct.
And that was a settlement in the bankruptcy process?
Correct.
Would you support this commission opening a formal investigation as to whether the company's OVEC payments and other obligations under its long-term contract are fair, just, and reasonable now and in the foreseeable future to its ratepayers?
I don't think that proceeding is necessary.
Why?
The commission approved the long-term agreement in 2011.
Would you, as a board member, request OVEC to conduct an independent investigation into the continued viability of its two coal-fired power plants?
Again, I don't think that's necessary. OVEC does analyses on a real-time basis based on what they believe to be the lowest cost way to produce energy and satisfy their side of the power agreement.
Isn't it true that major decisions made by OVEC related to investment and maintenance of the two coal-fired power plants are made with little or no control by LG&E and KU?
We are a minority share owner, and we do, as noted in discovery, make inquiries to ensure from our board seat that OVEC is making quality decisions. But as a minority board member, we don't have the ability in isolation to control those decisions.
In fact, in the company's last rate case, you testified that due to the company's minority interest in OVEC, that neither the companies nor this commission has any chance to review the costly decisions made by OVEC before the money is allocated, didn't you?
I would have probably not used the word costly. I would have said that we didn't have the ability to review the decisions. I would agree with that.
Mr. Childers, I'm not rushing you or asking you to stop. We have been going for 2 hours. Do you have a couple more questions, or do you think it's time to take a break now and let you resume when we come back?
I have a few more questions. We probably should take a break.
All right. So we'll take a short recess until 3:40, so we'll take an 11-minute recess.
You are. Mr. Oh. You gotta go up, turn the microphone on if you could, Anthony. Thank you. Mr. Cook, can you hear us?
Yes, I can,
All right, let
Chairman.
me finish with Ms. Sturgeon here. Wait for her.
We're good, sorry.
Well, good luck there.
Mr. Childers, you may.
Thank you.
Yes.
Ready to go on the record, Chairman?
Yes, and go on to the record.
You're on, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Beller, do you agree with the statement that this commission has the power, indeed the duty, to revisit the question of whether the company's participation in the 2011 ICPA remains reasonable and in customers' best interest going forward?
I mean, obviously, the commission can act as they see fit, and they can, by their own motion, investigate whatever they want related to the companies.
Qualification on that answer, it sounds like, but I appreciate it. Isn't it true that today that power generation sources exist and are available to the companies at a lower cost than the power purchased from OVEC?
From our participation in the power supply agreement, we dispatch those units based on their energy costs. So from that standpoint, we take other sources into consideration. Holistically, we don't have the option under the power agreement to forego participating in the energy. If we did that, we would just be paying fixed costs and receiving no benefit for our customers.
That wasn't my question. My question was, isn't it true that there are power generation sources today that are available to the companies at a lower cost than the power purchased from OVEC?
It depends on how you define the power purchase from OVEC. As I just attempted to answer, from an energy cost basis, we take that into account. From a total cost basis, I haven't made a calculation to try to determine what replacement costs of the OVEC power would be and whether they would be lower than the current cost of OVEC.
Now, since the commission approved the ICPA in 2011, the companies have not investigated whether the purchase of power from OVEC remains in the ratepayers' best interest, correct?
We haven't made a determination of that based on the requirements of the ICPA to continue to participate.
However, you are aware, aren't you, that other sponsoring companies, as well as OVEC itself and rating analysts, have conducted investigations which reveal that the OVEC plants and the obligations of the long-term contract are high cost and high risk in both the short term and the long term?
I have seen analysis in that regard, yes.
Are you aware that the Ohio Public Utilities Commission docket initiated by Duke Energy demonstrated that the value of the long-term contract, known as ICPA, had declined to a liability, which is a negative value of $68 million through 2026?
Not particularly familiar with that. I've seen that case.
And in the bankruptcy proceedings of First Energy Solutions, it was demonstrated that the value of the ICPA has declined to a liability or negative value of $277 million through the life of the contract, 2040. You aware of that?
I'm familiar. They made a calculation. I can't confirm that number, but it sounds reasonable from what I had heard in that proceeding.
Do you have any explanation for the high forced outage rate at these OVEC units?
In terms of our discussions that we have as a board, one of the things that OVEC is trying to do is to create the lowest cost source of energy possible. So OVEC has minimized maintenance expenditures. For example, any expenditure that we would typically classify as capital, OVEC would ensure that it has at most a 5-year payback, many of which are shorter than that. So while I haven't conducted a specific analysis, from my view, some of the dollars that they have not spent in order to produce lower cost power have resulted in less reliable units.
Come back to bite them?
I think it was part of their strategy, right, to balance the availability of the units with the cost, and trying to do that. If they don't, OVEC doesn't serve a particular load, so they're not looking at a particular reliability criteria. We've had a lot of discussion in here about how we do that holistically on our units. So that's not their objective function per se. They want to maximize the production of the facility and minimize the cost.
So they certainly don't measure up to the maintenance schedule that your companies, your units do, correct?
Correct. They would not make the same investments that we've made in our units in terms of maintaining reliability.
And the OVEC units have a poor operating performance history, don't they?
If you compare their forced outage rates to ours, they are higher, but I do believe that goes back somewhat by design in terms of the way they're trying to maximize the value of the assets.
Now, the energy and capacity offered by the company's purchase of power from OVEC are not necessary for the company's reliable operations, correct?
On any given day, you could make that statement. That is true. Just as if, one of our combustion turbines, which could be relatively the same size as OVEC, wouldn't be necessary to support reliability on any given day.
And isn't it true that OVEC's participation in PJM has proven imprudent and resulted in millions of dollars of operational losses in recent years?
We don't participate in PJM as some of the other member companies do, so I'm not aware of any calculations related to that or other companies' experience in their interaction in the PJM market.
But OVEC does participate in PJM, correct?
Correct. Many of the participants do, maybe all except for us. We take the power directly into our system, and we're not PJM members.
I want to refer you for a second to the company's response to Sierra Club's first data request, question 11. It's on page 312 of 341. Just let me know when you're there.
Yep, 312 of 341 is titled Effluent Limit Guidelines Permitting Update, in a big box at the top. Okay.
Yes. The third bullet point references an MPDS permit for Clifty Creek plant expected in the summer of 2022, which will establish new ELG compliance dates. Have those been established, to your knowledge?
Not that I'm aware of. They may have, but I'm not aware of that update.
And turn to the next page, page 313. On the next page, it indicates that OVEC intended to initiate pond closure by October 2023, a date now rejected by EPA. And I believe you testified earlier, you don't know what the new date for pond closure is because they haven't issued the final decision, correct?
Correct. What EPA's view of that? Are they going to deny the request?
It's going to be, if they stick with their conditional denial, it's going to be much sooner than October 2023.
Correct. The current OVEC plans, as I recall, would be, they needed an extension to April of 23. And as you just stated, if EPA, depending on when they issue their final determination, it would be reasonable to assume it's earlier than the April 23rd date.
Yeah, approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Mr. Beller, what I've handed you consists of 4 separate emails, which I will ask to be introduced as 4 separate exhibits. I wanted to do this to speed it up a little bit. So the first email is an email from Michael Seaborn dated April 2nd. Do you see that one?
Yes,
Would you turn to page 2 of that email?
I'm there.
The highlighted sections, which I've highlighted, speak about corruption involving the passage of a bill in Ohio which would provide subsidies to OVEC's coal-fired units. Are you familiar with that?
Broadly, yes.
Do you know if those subsidies have now been removed by the Ohio legislature?
I'm not aware that they have been, no.
So you don't know whether that's going to affect the cost of power from the OVEC units?
Through our participation, I have not heard that those subsidies have been removed and therefore there would be a potential impact to OVEC.
Do you know if anyone's been prosecuted as a result of that corruption?
As a reading industry publications, I believe that has occurred.
It has or has not?
Has occurred.
Your Honor, I would move that first email into evidence. I believe this is public number 4. Is it Sierra
Is
Club?
that the first 2 pages? Mr. Riggs?
No objection.
Is that number 4? I think I'm right.
Yeah, it is number 4. Public number 4.
Thank you.
Sierra Club, public number 4. All right.
Thank you. The next email is an email dated January 5th, 2021,
Yes,
from John Fendig. Do you see that one?
yes,
And at the bottom, there's an email from you to Mr. Fendig. Do you see that?
yes.
Your email at the bottom speaks about the repeal of the Ohio House bill and its impact on the subsidies to OVEC. You state you might get some questions at the rate case. You're getting questions about it now, but you don't know how that turned out as far as whether those subsidies have been removed?
Again, I'm not aware that they have been repealed.
Is that information you could obtain as a board member of OVEC?
Yes, and would suspect if that were to occur, it would, that fact would be part of a normal board update.
I would ask as a post-hearing data request that you provide that information as to whether those subsidies are still in place or whether they've been repealed.
Okay?
You'll file that as a written request after the hearing,
I
Mr.
will.
Childers? Great.
Your Honor, I would move this email into evidence as public, Sierra Club Public number 6.
This is the 3rd page of the group you just handed us.
Yes, this is one that starts January 5th email at the top.
Mr. Riggs?
Sorry, I just want, which email is this?
It's question, it's this 3rd page of what I gave you. It's the first page that's not stapled.
Can I clarify, Mr. Riggs, I'm trying to mark pages for me too. So, you are asking to mark, this case, attachment to response to SC 1, question 18, page 8 of 13, was originally supported by Mr. Arbo.
Correct.
At Sierra Club Public number 6. Is that right?
6 or 5?
5.
5.
Sorry, 5. Okay, I will work with the court reporter to make sure we get these right. Mr. Riggs, whenever you're ready to respond, I know you're taking your time to look.
I'm sorry, is this page of 8 of 13 that you're saying you're going to mark?
That's what it is, top. That is what Mr. Childers is
Yes.
requesting be admitted as Sierra Club Public number 5.
Yeah, no objection, Your Honor.
And the next email is an email dated January 26th at the top. It's attachment to response to Sierra Club 1, question number 15, page 6 of 13. Arbo, do you see that one?
Yes,
This is an email from Paul Thompson at LG&E and KU, correct?
yes,
And this responds to an email from Vincent Sorge concerning the Ohio House bill. Who is Mr. Sorge?
he's the president and CEO of PPL Corporation.
Mr. Thompson indicates that the plants will likely close before the end of the decade. Can you explain that?
That would have been Paul's view. I don't know what he particularly based that on. So I wouldn't want to, try to put words in his mouth.
Has there been any discussion at the board level of closing these plants before the end of 2020s, before 2030?
Not specifically that I recall of closing the plants earlier than 2040.
So there's been no discussion at the board level of closing these plants any earlier than 2040?
Not that I recall. If you look at the debt repayment structure, obviously there's efforts to minimize debt as part of the optimization of the overall assets, and those debt balances, which is part of the record, are declining, but we haven't had any discussion around that decline and what it may or may not mean for a retirement that I've been involved in.
Do you know what the collateral is for the obligation, the mortgages or the loans, the 1.1 billion in debt that you referenced earlier for OVEC? Is there collateral associated with that debt?
I'm not aware of those, that situation, no.
But OVEC is a standalone company, correct?
As far as I understand it, yes.
So if it were to take bankruptcy, for example, it could shed itself potentially of that debt. Is that not true?
I wouldn't want to give an opinion on bankruptcy law, no.
Your Honor, I would move this into evidence. This here because public number 6.
Okay, so we're talking about page 6 of 13.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Riggs?
No objection.
The final email in this document, in this stack, is an email dated March 25th, 2021. Do you see that from Dan Arbo?
Yes,
It's to you and to Paul Thompson, correct?
yes.
This email from Dan Arbo to you and Mr. Thompson indicates that with the lost subsidies from Ohio, OVEC is less attractive, and the owners may also push for earlier plant shutdown. You see that?
Yes.
Is LG&E and KU pushing for an earlier plant shutdown for the OVEC units?
No, we have not pushed for early shutdown of the units.
Your Honor, I would move this into evidence as Sierra Club's public number 7.
Mr. Riggs?
No objection.
All right, so these are entered as Sierra Club Public number 4, 5, 6, and 7.
And with that, Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
Afternoon, Mr. Beller.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fitzgerald.
In the company's IRP, page 5-44, in response to the report on the steps to be taken during the next 3 years to implement the plan, it stated that, quote, aside from the planned addition of Roots Creek Solar and the retirement of Mill Creek 1 and Zorn 1, no changes or additions to the company's generation resources are planned for the next 3 years. Is that still accurate? The best of your knowledge?
Correct. I know we, and I'm not familiar with the timing, but we do have 2 solar projects that are under development that we've talked about that were created under the Green Energy 3 tariff, the 100 and 125. So there are 2 solar projects, and I always get the names of them confused on Roots Creek and the other project that we have. But with that qualification, we don't plan on making any changes over the next 3 years to our fleet.
Okay, wonderful. And thank you for that clarification. I should have mentioned those. Those are for specific customers, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. If I could, and I'm trying to figure out how all this pieces together. And so similar to my questions to Mr. Schram regarding the June 22nd, 2022 RFP that we talked about. On the 21st of June of this year, there is listed on the TransServe Transmission Management Services website two separate projects that I wanted to talk about. So what is Transerve? Is that your independent transmission operator?
Correct.
Okay, and how are they related to LG&E KU? Are they an affiliated company or simply a company that independently manages your transmission for you?
It's more of the latter. We contract with Transerve to manage certain aspects of our open access transmission tariff.
Great.
And managing the queue and approving generator interconnects is one of those processes.
Perfect, okay. And what I wanted to talk about were two generation interconnection postings that were listed on that queue. The first is identified as, and they may be the same project, okay, but there was one listed as, identified as 2022-003, which was a transmission interconnection at Mill Creek in Jefferson County for a 660 megawatt combined cycle gas plant. You familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay, and it was listed under the column that said affiliate, and it gives you the option of yes or no. It said yes. What is that? Could you explain what affiliate is proposing a 660 megawatt combined cycle plant, and how is it related to your generating assets?
Okay, so we've talked about the RFP quite a bit that was issued this year, and we, as part of our process, will submit from our project engineering group a proposal to that RFP. And this is part of developing a proposal. We've developed, or will develop, and submit a proposal for a combined cycle unit to be placed at Mill Creek. I think there's another request in that queue for a very similar combined cycle to be sited at the Brown plant. And we are, as some of the discussion that we've had earlier today in the hearing, really just getting our place in line to have that interconnection request studied.
Okay, so the two things, the 004 is the one that's listed in Mercer County at Brown.
Correct.
That's not two 660 megawatt plants you're proposing. It's one that could be at either place?
We don't know. We will present both of those options, and then the evaluation, depending on some of the uncertainties that we've talked about here, depending upon, we've already talked about the DSM analysis that will be completed, energy efficiency analysis, and evaluation of all of these supply side alternatives that are part of the RFP, along with the environmental uncertainties. All that will go into that. So both of those will be submitted as part of that RFP response. I'm not saying which one or if either will be selected. But if the need were sufficient enough, it's possible that both would be accepted if they were determined to be least cost with all the analysis that's done.
Okay, and just a couple of follow-ups on that. So what you're, if I understand it right, is LG&E itself is proposing to respond to its RFP with a proposal to self-build the 660? Okay, because the affiliate thing kind of threw me. I was like, is there a power purchase agreement or some other, so this is a self-build?
Correct. It would be a self-build. The concept that those units, if they were constructed under this approach, would look just like Cane Run 7. They would be jointly owned, and some percentage yet to be determined by the two entities. The affiliate just comes in and more of the administration of the OATT. Is it an affiliate company, or is it East Kentucky Power or TVA or some other requester?
Okay, I appreciate you clearing that up, because I was a little kind of thrown there. So I guess the last couple of questions I have are, why the choice of 660 megs? The RFP says 100 as kind of the, the base of what you're asking people to bid on. Is there some separate planning process that has produced a potential need within a certain time frame that says we're going to need 660 megs, or is that simply the best economy of scale for that technology? I'm just wondering.
It's more of the latter. Will be, or conceptually, they'll be what we would consider a 2-on-1 combined cycle, which is similar to Cane Run 7, where you have two simple cycle combustion turbines and an associated steam turbine. And the current availability and implementation of that technology would produce those megawatts, and that's, as Mr. Schram testified to, what other respondents do. They want to put their best foot forward, produce the most efficient bid they can, and we've made the determination that that size would fit the best at those facilities with requiring really limited or no upgrades, because we know our own facilities. There are existing units there now, so we know what the capabilities of those units are, and so they would fit nicely within those two plant locations, both physically as a layout and economically from the 2-on-1 combined cycle perspective.
Okay, and have the proposals been completed as of this date?
No, they will be completed and submitted on the date that the rest of our proposals are due, sometime in August.
So August, okay. And do you know at this point, and if I'm treading on confidential turf, just tell me that, and we can do it as a post-hearing data request and do it under confidentiality. Do you know at this point whether the proposal that's being developed includes carbon capture as part of the design of the combined cycle plants?
I don't believe we're contemplating carbon capture on those proposals, but we haven't finalized that. Obviously, we'll keep a watch out from any indications, as we've had this discussion too about new source performance standards as they develop between now and August.
Okay, and do you know whether the designs that you're looking at are capable of having that slipstream added on to them to allow carbon treatment or carbon capture?
I haven't looked at the designs, but it would be reasonable to assume that we would ensure that they can be, if carbon capture were to be developed, there would be footprint and a reasonable footprint to be able to install that technology.
Okay. That's all I had. Thank you very much. It's good to see you.
Mr. Spadard,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
you have any questions for this witness?
I have several questions for this witness, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Bellin.
Good afternoon.
And I apologize because some of the questions are based upon my memory of your testimony here today. And certainly if I mischaracterize it, I'm going to apologize in advance. So just summarize it as you remember it, and that's fine. I don't think that I have anything confidential, but we'll pay attention to your attorneys because they'll tell us if I have. And then also, I'm not going to ask you for any legal conclusions. If I have asked you a question you don't know the answer, just say you don't know the answer, and we'll move through this as soon as reasonable, okay?
Okay.
All right. In the company's responsive comments, beginning near the bottom of page 44, it identifies, we're talking about when we say ICPA, that stands for Intercompany Power Agreement. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to just read it into the record. Also, although the companies have commission-approved contractual obligations under the OVEC ICPA that they must honor or pay the cost of breaching, Sierra Club did not present a realistic counterfactual situation, i.e., it did not present any analysis of what the actual cost of exiting the ICPA would be or legal basis to support breaching the contractual commitments. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And again, these are all, if you know, if my recollection is correct, during your response to Mr. Childers, did you indicate that even if the companies do not take any energy from OVEC, the companies would still be responsible for paying a fixed cost?
Yes.
Okay, Is that something that, how frequently do the companies, quote unquote, settle up with OVEC, on a monthly basis?
I believe the invoices are monthly.
Okay, so, in a, let's say for a billing period, if there's no energy used, you still get a bill for fixed cost.
I don't think that's ever occurred, but if that situation were to develop, that would be my understanding of OVEC's ability and our obligation to pay would be we would still be subject to monthly billings.
Okay, and then so in a month where you do receive energy, you get billed for that, so you're gonna combine, your monthly payment's going to be for any fixed cost portion that you're supposed to pay under the contract, and then the energy that you pay under the contract. Is that correct? Okay. So in terms of, once you receive that bill, how do you recover that cost from ratepayers? Is it through, is it set through a general rate case, or is it collected through any surcharge mechanism or any combination? How do you get your money of what you pay for OVEC? How do you get that?
It is a combination. Generally, the fixed costs are recovered through base rates, and the variable cost, the energy cost of that purchase, are recovered through our fuel adjustment clause.
Okay. With regard to the contractual commitments, and this is if you know, do the contractual commitments with regard to the company's participation with OVEC, is there any feature in that would, through which OVEC can make a capital call or request a capital contribution from the companies that occurs outside of the normal billing cycle?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that. That calls for a legal conclusion, a legal opinion.
I'm not asking for the legal conclusion, and I'm sensitive to the whole thing about asking witnesses about legal conclusions.
As much as anybody is, Mr. Spinard, I understand.
All right.
Continue.
Well, if he knows the terms and conditions of the arrangement and can talk generally about the terms and conditions of the arrangement, I'm not asking him to interpret the contract or their legal obligations in their contract. I'm just asking him the same as I would say if under this plan, if you know that you're not going to do X, the contract says you got to do Y. I mean, it's just his lay. He's an expert witness. He's a smart guy, and if he doesn't know the answer, he just says he doesn't know the answer. This is a factual question.
Does counsel have a section on the contract that he's referring to, or is he asking Mr. Beller to interpret this contract and essentially, provide a legal opinion as to whether there can be a capital call? I mean, that involves, it seems to me, the articles, the bylaws, the ICPA, I don't know what else, but it's not an insignificant legal question.
Mr. Beller is the director of OVEC. Mr. Beller is familiar with the operations of OVEC. He's familiar with how they do the billing under the contract. He's familiar with the companies. He's familiar with all aspects of rate making, to be blunt. And the question is that if in LG&E, in terms of entering into this agreement, does LG&E does a contract specify the terms of the contract between OVEC and the companies? Does it specify that OVEC has a right to ask for a capital contribution? And if he doesn't know, he doesn't know.
I'll rule the objection, but I would like to know, does he know, as an initial question, Mr. Riggs, Mr. Spinard? Are you aware?
No, I don't know.
Fine.
I thought that might solve the situation.
It does.
Without me making any significant ruling, Mr. Spinard, you can continue.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Beller. So in terms of the if there are capital costs that OVEC incurs for compliance with environmental regulations or for any purpose or any reasons, to your knowledge, are those going to run through what I would call the general rate case recovery aspect of the OVEC cost, or are they gonna go through the fuel charge or some combination?
Generally, the capital costs that you're referring to would have to be processed through a base rate case. Obviously, we have forecasts. We file a forecast test years, you're probably aware. And so we have a forecast from OVEC of what that forward test year level of costs will be. But outside of that, it would have to, if those costs were higher, as I was discussing earlier, under examination, those would have to be recovered in a subsequent rate proceeding to the extent that they were durable and they repeated year after year.
Okay, to your knowledge, have the companies ever requested the establishment of a regulatory asset for any cost associated with OVEC?
Not that I recall.
Okay. One moment, please, Mr. Chairman. Okay, with that, I do appreciate your answers this afternoon. Thank you so much, and Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spinard. Your turn, Mr. Kurtz.
Thank you. Chairman, I'm kind of reluctant to get into this area, but I will, given the nature of a kind of an informal hearing and all the OVEC Ohio stuff that's going on.
Do you feel personally offended that Ohio's been drugging into
No,
this, Mr.
I
Kurtz?
don't at all. I just want to try to clear up some misconceptions.
Please proceed with whatever questions you may have.
Okay. You're aware that Ohio has deregulated the generation component of people's bills?
Yes.
Are you aware that all of the Ohio electric utilities, the investor-owned anyway, not the co-ops or the munis, have divested all of their generation assets except OVEC?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that in the 2015-16 timeframe, the Ohio Commission approved for AEP and Duke the ability to use OVEC as a cost-based hedge to offset the risk of full market pricing by requiring the utilities to sell the energy and capacity of OVEC into the PJM market and credit back the revenues, and to the extent that it made a profit, customers would get a profit. To the extent it was a charge, customers would pay that charge.
Yes, I understand that from how those two particular OVEC members participated in the agreement.
Are you aware that the Ohio Supreme Court approved the Commission's decision?
I recall reading that there was a challenge to that that went up to the Supreme Court, yes.
Are you aware that the PUCO staff recently commissioned 2 independent audits of AEP and Duke's OVEC participation and found that both AEP and Duke were prudent?
Not aware of that particular determination, no.
This House Bill 6, this bribery scandal, that Ohio is going through, extended OVEC participation for AEP Duke, and actually I think Dayton Power and Light through 2030. Were you aware of that?
Yes, I was aware that it extended their subsidies, yes.
Are you aware that Ohio repealed the nuclear bailout provisions of House Bill 6, but left the OVEC extension through 2030 in place?
That was my understanding, that those extensions for OVEC were still in place.
So the Ohio Commission, the Ohio Supreme Court, the Ohio Legislature have all essentially weighed in on the OVEC question and found no imprudence or no reason to force the utilities out of that hedging situation.
That appears to be the case, yes.
Okay. Now, for many years, those hedges were out of the money when PJM market prices were extremely low. We had $2, $3 gas. You're aware of the effect of that on the market.
Correct.
Now, I just checked a minute ago, the real-time LMP and PJM is like $170 a megawatt hour, and these OVEC hedges are now in the money. At least they have been for the last 3-4 months because of the elevated market pricing. Were you aware of that?
That would not be surprising, yes.
interesting, in Illinois, they did the same thing with their nuclear units and the same kind of hedging situation associated with the bailout, and the bill credit to customers in the neighborhood of $30 a megawatt hour for a period of time. Let me just strike that statement. There was questions about First Energy has been in bankruptcy. That's not correct, is it?
That's been resolved. I'm not familiar with all the individual proceedings that resulted in that resolution, but that's been resolved.
It was First Energy Solutions, the unregulated generation affiliate of First Energy, that went through bankruptcy.
Correct. It was the unregulated affiliate that was participating in OVEC, yes.
It was not First Energy Corp. Or any of the utilities.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in bankruptcy, when you have an executory contract, the contract yet to be satisfied, you can ask for that to be discharged, and then in bankruptcy, and then the counterparty is essentially an unsecured creditor.
I wouldn't want to, again, to try to practice bankruptcy law.
I do have an objection. I'm trying to catch my breath on the question, Your Honor.
Would you like to
I'll withdraw that question. I don't want to ask any bankruptcy questions, but
No, yes, I do object, just to be clear, that calls for a clear legal conclusion. Mr. Beller's not qualified for the law firm.
so Ohio has its own very long history with OVEC.
Correct.
From your position on the board, you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask about this Sierra Club. I have the financial information about OVEC.
Yes.
Okay.
Would you like to move to the confidential session?
Oh, I think so, yes.
Mr. Kurtz, all right, so we will move to the confidential session. Ms. Chin, a signature of the, Mr. Spinard, Mr. Strobo, is Ms. Chin a signature of the confidential?
No, I did, but Chen did not.
Okay, so Ms. Chin, if you could drop off the call, we'll have the folks in the room, thank you, will contact. And if you could lock the room, please. Mr. Riggs, everyone behind you is a company. Yes. Here, we're on the confidential session now.
the room. We're still back on the record. Great.
Mr.
Mr.
Chair,
Kurtz?
I was gonna, just to make sure she gets her credit, it's Dr. Chen.
Dr. Jen JD, PhD JD, yes. Mr. Kurtz?
Thank you. I want to get back to sort of the IRP aspect of this case. So in 2028, the IRP analysis showed that there would be, the least cost plan was 500 megawatts of solar and then 2 simple cycle combustion turbines, each at 220 megawatts, for a total of 440 megawatts of CT peaking capacity.
Yeah, I'm
Is that
looking
correct?
here, 2028, yeah, there will be a retirement of 1,009 megawatts of coal and 47 megawatts of small frame CTs. And I'm repeating the numbers, 440 megawatts of simple cycle CTs and 597 megawatts of new solar.
500, okay. And the solar is projected to operate at a 25% capacity factor?
In that range, correct.
And then the new peaking units at a 20% capacity factor about?
About, right. They will be, dispatched along with all the other units, but I think we've had discussions around the newer CTs being the most efficient, and they would run the most in the dispatch queue when you think about simple cycle CTs.
And staff asked you to run a scenario with combustion turbines, combined cycle plants without the carbon capture sequestration, correct?
Correct.
And then when you did that, it showed that the NGCC was the least cost option under a number of scenarios.
Correct.
Okay. I want to ask you to sort of compare 2 scenarios. 440 megawatts of gas peaking and 500 megawatts of solar versus, let's just keep it simple, 440 megawatts of combined cycle and 500 megawatts of solar. I want to compare these financially and on a CO2 basis. For the 500 megawatts of solar, it's the same in each portfolio, so that would be a wash on the economics and on the CO2 reduction.
Yeah, yes.
By definition. Okay, the 440 megawatts of peaking capacity, combustion turbines, would operate at about a 20% capacity factor and be in that mid-range CO2 emission, lower than coal, but higher than combined cycle.
Correct.
Okay. Now, under the 500 megawatts of solar, 440 megawatts of combined cycle, the solar's a wash. The combined cycle for the first 20% of the dispatch hours is less CO2 than the combustion turbines.
Correct.
And the combined cycles would dispatch and displace coal generation if Cane Run 7 is any indicator.
Sure. If given the historic gas profile, that would occur as you related to Cane Run 7. It would be much more efficient than the simple cycle CTs and would dispatch ahead of coal given the historic gas prices that we've had.
So if the solar's a wash and the combined cycle would have lower CO2 emissions than the CT and lower CO2 emissions than the displaced coal, it could turn out, theoretically, to be lower cost and reduce CO2 more than the plan that was recommended in the base case IRP.
Yes, in your hypothetical comparison, the combined cycle would, if it ran equal to the simple cycle CTs, by definition, produce lower carbon, as we've had that discussion before. And then if it were to run more and displace coal, it would have an even lower CO2 emission profile that the company would as a whole.
And these are the type of things that might be explored in the CPCN case when the rubber hits the road, so to speak.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. No more questions.
Mr. Bellamy?
When you submit a potential resource to transfer for evaluation
I'm sure there's a date at which we would like that service to be available in that interconnection request to define the time period in which that interconnection should be studied.
Do you happen to know the two 660 megawatt units that have been talked about that were submitted to transfer, what the projected in-service date was for those two units?
I don't know what they would have been submitted. It would be logical to assume that it would be 2027 at the earliest, based on a lot of discussions we've had, but we can definitely look at that portal and see when those requests were put in for.
Mr. Wolf had answered a question. I think you adopted his responses, if I'm correct.
Yes.
Regarding the, it wasn't really in-depth, but basically it was about the distributed energy resource portal.
Yes.
Could you just kind of explain, I understand that that's currently being worked on and with the expectation it might be in service by 2025. What is that portal? What will that consist of? How will that work, I guess?
I think the concept is just to do anything we can to ease the burden of an individual customer who wants to take advantage of our net metering. While we really don't have a backlog today, it's my understanding that we fairly readily process those requests. There's not a lot of people waiting in line to get those requests, but an automated portal we see as a development in the future. I believe there's some 2,500-ish customers who have net metering now, so as those numbers continue to increase, it would just be a more efficient way. I'm not familiar with the details of exactly how it would work, but some type of online application process with off-ramps, if there are exceptions to our design standards and things of that nature, would be all programmed in it to allow for the approval to be even more efficient than I would argue it is today.
So it's basically going to be a mechanism for someone to submit an application for a distributed energy resource to be interconnected.
Correct.
Net metering.
Correct.
I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you very much.
Someone won't surprise you, Mr. Beller, because they've been pushed to you for other people, so I have a few questions. First, we'll just talk about OVEC just very quickly. Page 44 of the company's response comments. There's a line I just want to clarify. So, and you may not need to see this, but I know Mr. Lufkamp's pulling it up. But there's a line in it that says, "And the companies continue to monitor OVEC closely, and they will act timely to take any actions they can for customers' benefits." Is that was that provided to imply both as an owner and as a board member of OVEC that you will take actions for customers' benefits? Customers' benefit.
Generally, yes. Obviously, as a board member, we have more direct interaction with OVEC than we do as a power purchaser. But I would say the statement applies in both venues.
Can anything be done? Let's just, all the facts aside, let's just talk about it as you understand it. If even under your all's analysis, you ran an analysis, it is objectively uneconomic to continue to whatever the status quo is for OVEC, right? The companies, both the companies' status quo, objectively uneconomic. You could bring in 100 economists and all of them agree. So hypothetical here. Is there anything that you all can do, just LG and KU, that you're aware of without any significant number of additional owners supporting you?
I'm not aware of any actions we can take independently to the part of your question without the support of a majority of the other board members that we could do to change the construct of the ICPA and the obligations that we have under that.
Around economics, as you view it, is the major distinction between economic and non-economic what that cost of power is, that kilowatt hour, megawatt hour cost of power?
In terms of our dispatch of that unit, that is the way we assess it. Obviously from, as we were just talking a moment ago, from the overall economics, the full end cost of that, we haven't made that determination, and we haven't made that calculation because we have that obligation under the power agreement, and we've had a discussion about our obligation to take energy or satisfy those fixed cost billings from OVEC.
No, you have fixed costs regardless. What I want to make sure of is the pivot point when it becomes economic or non-economic in your mind when those marginal cost of when that marginal cost of energy all of a sudden becomes uneconomic compared to your own generation or market generation?
I wouldn't use the words economic or uneconomic, but that's how we scale our take from that facility.
Let me ask it this way. If the production cost or the cost of the power, just the power, right, was $100 a megawatt hour coming out of OVEC, and PJM, which it's its own member of PJM, it participates in the capacity markets, my understanding, but LMP is $50, right? So it's out of the money. If it offered in the day ahead and allowed PJM to dispatch it, it would not dispatch, right? Just 50 and 100, it wouldn't dispatch under that scenario unless there was a condition requiring it to dispatch. Would you
Correct.
agree? Okay.
Correct.
It wouldn't economically dispatch.
Correct.
And your all's power, let's just say that you all had units available that were not being run at $35 a megawatt hour. Let's just say those conditions existed for a whole month. In your mind, is that at the point when you stop taking energy for that month from OVEC and just pay the fixed costs?
Yes, there may be some minimum requirements if the units are being, if the OVEC units are being dispatched. I think there are some minimum takes that we might have. I'm not familiar if they're measured over this short time period. In the hypothetical we're talking about as a month. But yes, in that hypothetical, if we had the contractual ability, we would run that down to zero because it wouldn't be economic for us to source $100 variable cost power when we could produce it in, I think your example was $35 a megawatt hour.
Is it your, well, let me ask this. Do you think that you would get a mass of other board members to join you in making a change if that scenario played out over a longer period of time?
I would suspect we would. If the variable cost quadrupled from what it is today, that would create a different profile, cost profile for all the sponsors.
Even those that are financially indifferent?
I would think so, but I obviously can't make a determination for them, but that would seem to be a significant change in circumstances.
All right, let me ask you a couple of questions real quick. You have that June 9th PPL presentation in front of you?
Yes.
All right, so just a couple very quick questions about that. Page 32, well, yeah, we can go back to that part. So let's start going to page 32 of that document as indicated in the bottom right-hand corner. And it's a slide entitled Pursuing Full Transition of Coal Fleet by 2050.
Yes, I have it here.
So I just want to make sure, I mean, these are PPL slides, but when it talks about PPL's coal fleet, that's OG&E and KU's coal fleet. Agreed?
Agreed.
Okay. Narragansett, or whatever it's being called today, Rhode Island Energy, has no generation. Is that your understanding?
Correct.
And same for PPL, right?
Correct.
Okay. So here it shows 2021A, that's 2021 actuals, right?
Yes.
On the left-hand side. And then it has a bar that's 2028, 3,706.
Yes.
Okay, and then 2035, 2746.
Yes.
And then 2040, 919.
Yes.
And then 0 at 2050.
Correct.
Okay, and those numbers represent going from 4715 to 0 megawatts of coal-fired generation capacity. Is that right?
Correct.
And then the footnote for 2050 is the same footnote that Mr. Ember and I were discussing earlier, that the economically transitioning coal, unabated, and ends in carbon dioxide removal technologies. Similar or same footnote, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Are the retirements, is it a coincidence that in the IRP, many of the retirements that are reflected between the 2021 actuals and 2035 date on here, that many of those retirements were hard-coded and fixed in the integrated resource plan instead of economically determined?
No, this slide is a result of those retirement dates that we are currently assuming, whether it be the IRP or, as you're very well aware of, our analysis presented in the previous rate case. So this slide, I would say, is an outturn of that. It didn't work the other way. The development of this slide didn't drive those assumptions. I think Mr. Wilson talked about how we came to the conclusion about fixing those retirement dates in the IRP, and obviously we can explore that further, but I would relate back to his explanation of that.
Right, but has anything changed, materially changed, replacement value, avoided capacity values, or anything else with the positions, generation fleet, or responses to RFPs, anything like that, that would change the results of the analysis that you provided in middle or end of the year in 2020 around the retirement of generation units?
I mean, we've talked about some of the things that have changed. The Good Neighbor Plan, we've talked about that. Obviously, fuel prices have changed significantly, even since the IRP. We've been focused on that IRP analysis. So I would say there are things that have changed since that analysis has been done. We will, as we've also had quite a bit of discussion on, perform an analysis with respect to our RFP. Now we'll combine that, and I'm trying to be holistic here, with our DSM energy efficiency capabilities analysis, and reevaluate the retirement of generating units. So that will be a decision point that we'll make and we'll take. We anticipate doing that as we approach the end of this year, as we've discussed.
Okay, so that leads to a lot of things, but I just want to make sure I understand the difference between the first bar and the second bar and the third bar, and the third bar and the fourth bar. All of those are merely a result of the economic analysis that you ran to determine the useful life of generating assets. Is that correct? But the difference between the fourth bar and no bar, the 0 in 2050, is not a result of an economic analysis. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that based exclusively on the expectation that the company will be unable to economically run coal 2050 and after without some sort of carbon abatement?
And so, as we had the discussion with Mr. Ember to kind of clear up this point and summarize it, there is a commitment that the corporation has made to not burn unabated coal past 2050. And to speak to your specific question on the term economic, if you go back a bit to walk us to that, down to that commitment, the corporation, through analysis that we have done and supported, as Mr. Sinclair had testified, has made a commitment to reduce CO2 emissions by 70% by 2035, 80% by 2040, and be net zero by 2050. So we made that commitment in the past, and then as we get closer in time, we continue to receive questions about that net zero commitment, as Commissioner Reagan had asked a specific question on that, and what that meant, and how we could fulfill that when we had coal operating beyond 2050, namely Trimble County 2, and that's part of the root of your question, Chairman. And so in response to that, we looked at environmental regulations that could occur between now and 2050, technology developments that could occur, and we've talked about a lot of the support that we have for that. We also looked at one thing that we really haven't talked about, is the ability to actually mine and burn coal in the United States in 2050. How many folks will be doing that? Will it be an economic endeavor at that point? And we made that commitment. So it wasn't based on a specific economic determination at this point in time. And, but it is a commitment that we will not go beyond that as a corporation and burn unabated coal past 2050.
And all that's fine. I guess what I don't understand is the ardent commitment to economics prior to 2050 and the risks that you were just speaking of that lead you to make that commitment or goal of 2050, that it seems that those drivers, those inputs, are otherwise not taken into account for any of the years prior to 2050. And I just don't know, other than it's a nice round number, it's the middle of the century, I genuinely don't know why 2050 was the year you all said that. But if those are real risks that you expect to impact the economics of burning unabated coal at 2050, why are they not the same risk that should be taken into account in 2049 or 2040 or 2035 or 2022? I don't have anything in the record in the IRP that would show that there's a significant difference between 2049 and 2050. I can see 2035, I can see 2040 because I've seen your economic analysis 2 years ago for the retirement and the end of useful life and the update to the end of useful life for generation assets. What am I missing that explains the distinction between those risks that lead to your decision in 2050 and every year prior?
Yeah, so 2050 is a date that's discussed widely in industry. Now, I don't know the origin of that, but we've seemed to settle in on 2050 as being a key date. So I think that the disconnect that you're observing comes back to that date being an industry date that creates a lot of questions and a lot of inquiries. That date, as many folks have observed, is closer to a 30-year time horizon, whereas the IRP and the more recent dates of retirements in the 28 and 35 period, we have much more visibility on technology development, environmental regulations, the coal markets in that time frame. That is a way I would attempt to explain that difference, is we have much more visibility and understanding of pure economics during those time periods than we would in 2050, coupled with 2050 being, if you will, a date that industry, a lot of our investors and other folks, stakeholders have focused on as a date at which the industry should be either zero emitting when it comes to carbon in the course of producing electricity, or net zero, which we've had that discussion already.
But you all are worried enough about the risk that, and I say risk, I don't know of any other word, the risk that some sort of CO2 policy or CO2 regulation poses, in that your preferred resource or one of your resources in the IRP is not just a natural gas combined cycle plant, but a natural gas combined cycle plant with CCS, right? So it's not just a 2050 risk that you took into account. At least with that singular issue, that's a risk that you took into account over the 15-year planning horizon, right?
Correct, and you have to, and I think there's been some testimony on this, but you have to look at the time period in which we made that recommendation. If you recall, during that time period, President Biden had proposals through reconciliation to effectively limit carbon production through a series of a reconciliation bill. There were other actions more aggressively occurring during that time period that led us to believe that that making that assumption as a base IRP assumption, understanding that we weren't going to make any decisions or commitment of dollars in the IRP or as a result of the IRP, that's what led us to make that decision. That's how I would, in my mind, separate the 2050 time period with that decision that was made during that time period.
Okay. So was the use of the natural gas combined cycle CCS unit in lieu of some other constraint, right? Like a sensitivity around possible carbon prices. Was that not including
for instance, what the utilities included in their last IRP around carbon risk or, carbon regulation risk, was that a direct result of the commission's use of expected carbon taxes or risk of carbon taxes in calculating net metering successor rates?
I wasn't involved in any discussions that related those two issues. I think it is the company's view that future carbon regulations, and of course we will see now that the Supreme Court has issued their order where the EPA is going to go, but our view is CO2 won't be regulated by a carbon tax in that construct. So we were looking for other ways to reflect what the EPA may do with respect to that, but I wasn't involved in any discussions where we linked it with the Commission's use of a carbon price and setting our net metering reimbursement rates.
Right, I appreciate you may not be part of any discussions. I just was wondering if you were aware of that discussion, those discussions happening.
No, I'm not aware of that, any linkage between those two assumptions.
Okay, do you mind to move to page 44 in that document? I've already got a question about this. So this shows non-coal generation rate, it doesn't show, let me take a step back. The top of this says, while reducing coal-fired generation rate base, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then it goes on to talk about how the non-coal generation rate base is going to be increased to more than 85% of total rate base by 2026. You see that?
You're talking about the pie charts?
No, to the left of that, just below while reducing coal-fired generation, it says non-coal generation rate base.
Yes.
In blue, sorry.
Yes.
The inverse of that would mean that coal generation rate base would be less than 15%.
Of the total corporation
Total
here,
corporation
just to
Great.
orient you, if you weren't already oriented in that regard.
Great. So that's PPL wide, including all three operating subsidiaries.
Correct.
Yep. So average rate base dollars and billions is what that chart represents, correct?
Correct.
So 2021 actuals, the rate base of LG and KU's coal fleet, the only coal fleet you got, it was $5 billion, right?
Correct. I do believe, without cutting it too close, the $5 billion doesn't include certain assets that would be there if all the coal units were retired, landfills and other things. We had discussed prior in this proceeding that the rate base is around, somebody read the number off, 6.3 billion. So it does exclude certain rate base items that would exist if all the coal units were closed.
Does not.
It does not, I'm sorry
Does
if I
not.
misspoke.
Okay. So,
Yes.
and a perfect example, that's Brown, where the remaining undepreciated value of Brown 1 and 2 when they were retired was like $1 to $2 million. When Brown 3, it's not $1 or $2 million right
Correct.
now. It's because it has everything left that wasn't retired with the first two, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So just that clarification.
That's great. So $5 billion, and then it goes down about 200. I know we're rounding to the nearest 100 million, but it goes down about $200 million to 2022, right?
Yes.
And then $100 million down to 2023. You think that's just a function of probably rounding the numbers?
Depreciation against incremental investment.
Yeah, but it's going to be the same amount of annual depreciation for these units is going to be very similar between 2021 and 2022, and then 22 and 23, right?
Right, but the investment could change based on maintenance schedules and other requirements.
And then it drops, so it drops 100 million, and then it drops 200 million, and then it drops 300 million. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so the companies are under a commitment to have a rate case stay out, right?
Yes.
Okay, so does the jump between 2024 and 2025 represent an expectation of the companies to amend its useful life and depreciate, or request a change in depreciation rates in the next rate case?
No. I don't believe that's factored into this. This is just a calculation. Obviously, we're assuming retirement of Mill Creek 1 in 2024. And, that was obviously modeled as part of this calculation also.
And that was going to be the other question. If the retirement includes a undepreciated net book value and the company seeks I just putting your rates hat on for a second, and the company seeks deferral accounting, do you know whether that regulatory asset is still included in rate base for purposes of this calculation?
I do not know that. We could definitely respond to that in a post-hearing request. I'm not familiar with this calculation in that level of detail.
Okay, I appreciate it. The last question I have for Mr. Bellar, well, almost last question, is 2050, won't burn unabated coal. That's the commitment. Do you know if there's any internal commitment about the burning of fossil fuels after 2050? Whether, I'm just curious if you all have, again, sort of hard-coded that and said, we hope technology makes it when we get to 2050, or is it just limited to coal right now?
The commitment that we made thus far is just limited to coal, yes.
Okay. Are you internally planning to burn no fossil fuels after 2050? I want to know internally if there are conversations that said, yeah, that's what we said publicly, but let's not put anything out there that goes past 2050.
No, I'm not aware of any decisions that we're contemplating that would include not burning any fossil fuels past 2050. And of course, we're saying we could burn them, they just need to be abated.
Okay. Do you already have, you were talking about end of useful life, and have you, separate from the IRP, it's not present in this case, have you all conducted an analysis to determine new expected lives of your generation fleet that has not been filed with the commission?
No.
And then lastly, I think this may just take my questions. I may not have any questions for Ms. Saunders or Mr. Bevington if I ask you this. You heard my questions to Mr. Wilson earlier about when you all knew the economics had changed around avoided capacity values, for instance, right, for planning purposes.
Yes.
And it seemed that there was maybe around the time that you all internally conducted that retirement reassessment, that you all knew things had changed from for instance, your last DSM application. Is that what you understood that time frame to be?
Yes.
So sometime between 2018, 2019, and mid-year 2020, the economics had changed because the expected retirement date of a certain generation had changed. Is that fair?
Correct. Out into the future, we had anticipated that there would develop a capacity need, and we've had a lot of discussion around that, likely being 2028.
Right, and 25 or 28, depending on who knows, right? The different variables that have been discussed at the hearing, right?
Correct.
Okay. So why, after knowing for, at this point, 2 years that the economics had changed, why has it taken 2 years or more than 2 years, because the application isn't filed yet, to come in and change your demand side management and energy efficiency plan?
So I can hopefully help with that in terms of the way I think about it and the way the company has thought about it. So right now, we anticipate the capacity need to be in 2028. So up until then, we won't have a capacity need, and based on prior indications by the commission, when we don't have a capacity need, they are inclined not for us to be factoring that capacity need into the economic decision to pursue incremental DSM and energy efficiency programs. So that time, it's not like we are missing an opportunity in our view. We're waiting until we have the most information that we can to fashion the best DSM program that will produce results for us beginning in 2028. That's not to say that we might come in and propose a program that begins to ramp up before that, and that program being premised on that ultimate 2028 need. But in our view, we didn't need to act any sooner than what we're proposing. The advantage of waiting is that we will have more information. We'll have the RFP results. We'll have what we believe our suite of supply side resources will be costing the customer, what costs we would expect to incur, and then we can more accurately design DSM programs around that avoided cost. Our general premise is to only make that decision or any decision when we have to, and we can get more quality information as time passes. What you're alluding to is you clearly don't want to wait too long. You don't want to wait so long in making the decision that a DSM program would not be viable or wouldn't be available to meet a need in 28 in this hypothetical. Nor would we want to wait, and we've had discussion around this, too long that if a combined cycle combustion turbine was the right option, we wouldn't be able to develop that, permit it, construct it, and build it. So we think the timing fits nicely, optimizes our ability to plan for that future DSM. So that's how I think about it. That's how we thought about it as a company.
So you, from your previous positions at LG and EK, you're generally aware of those DSM filings and those DSM procedures, right?
Yes.
And avoided capacity values are a specific input in those DSM applications to determine the cost effectiveness of the programs, right?
Yes.
And that's one of the reasons in the last application, very few programs were chosen because the company's avoided capacity value was $0. Is that right?
Yes.
That's no longer the case. Fair enough?
It will not, and I don't mean to seem argumentative, it won't be, it is today. It is $0 today. We don't have a capacity need today. Part of my explanation is that capacity value will be non-zero as we approach 2028.
So how do we discount that today? Right, we know it's going to exist, or we have an expectation it's going to exist. It may not be at that amount in that year, but that doesn't mean it's $0 today, right? There's some sort of discounted value today of avoiding that, those avoided capacity costs, right?
So to break this up, so ideally, let's take an ideal scenario. If I found that there was 500 megawatts of DSM, or DSM that would reduce our peak by our capacity need, even more specifically, by 500 megawatts, and I could turn it on as soon as that capacity need occurred, meaning when I retire assets and load comes on in 2028. That would be ideal. I think we could all agree that we don't have to pay anything for that until that very day. We know that may not be true depending on the nature of their programs. So that's the way I would back up from that, is how can we, and maybe instead of using the word discount, I would think of it as an optimization. If I want those programs to be at their full tilt or their full potential in 2028, how far do I need to back up? Now, if we analyze programs the remainder of this year and we think that takes 10 years to get a program there, maybe we have not made a decision quickly enough. We don't anticipate that to be the case because we think one of the enabling features of our new DSM portfolio will be the AMI data that we get. We know that won't be available for the 42-month implementation that we've talked about of AMI. We'll start deploying meters here in the next 2 to 3 months. So I think all the timing works. I don't think about it as one that I would discount the benefits in the future today if I didn't have to. I would only pay today for that future benefit if it was the only way I could get the ball rolling, so to speak, that the maximum benefit would be available in 2028.
Okay. With AFUDC and QUIP, at some point, customers are going to be paying ahead of getting that generation, right? If that's the way you go to meet that capacity need. It's not as if you're not spending money in the early years to eventually have that capacity unit.
Correct. With CWIP, if we're making investments and we're in a rate, if we have rate activity and we can change our rates, there would be a trigger point when that CWIP would kick in and there would be higher rates. And that would factor into some of the ultimate rate making of that decision, yes.
So, and the other use of avoided capacity in addition to DSM are QF rates, right? They're an input to what QF rates ought to be, the avoided capacity cost and the avoided energy costs.
Correct. The
Under
commission
regulations.
has made a determination of what those rates should be, yes.
Did you ever review the original case back in the 80s, maybe in the 70s, when the commission looked at creating the regulation around QFs and avoided capacity costs?
No, I don't recall having done that.
But you've made QF filings when you were in a previous position, right?
Yes.
Updating them. And so there is a section of the regulation, and I want to read it to you. I'm happy to have Mr. Lovekamp bring it up. I don't think he'll need to. But it's important to this conversation. So section 5, sub 5 of, it's 807 KIR 5054, which is the QF regulations. talks about factors affecting rates for purchase for a qualifying facility. In determining the final purchase rate, the following factors shall be taken into account. And B, sub B, is the ability of the electric utility to avoid costs due to deferral, cancellation, or downsizing of capacity additions and the reduction of fossil fuel use. So there was this whole case about it, and I don't want to get into it, but would you agree that on a similar basis, as long as it's cheaper, well, taking a step back, let me withdraw that. Generation comes in chunks, right? We've talked about that before. It's I don't know the way the term, it's blocks, right? You can't build a natural gas combined cycle in maybe you can, but 100 megawatt chunks or 200 megawatt chunks. To your question, your response, Mr. Fitzgerald, it comes in a most efficient 660 watt or megawatt unit, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so if you're talking about only having a 300 megawatt capacity need, right, in a certain year, you go ahead and build the 660. That seems to be the idea. Maybe build the 660 and maybe you'll grow into it, or maybe it'll be enough and you won't have to do anything else, right? That's the idea of still having that cushion, but you can't just build the 300. Is that fair enough?
That can be a scenario, yes.
But with DSM, it's not going to come in 660 megawatt blocks. Would you agree? That's what you were talking about earlier.
Unlikely. It's going to build up to that, particularly if you have to convince customers or incent customers to change behavior or act in different ways.
And so my final question is, if you're providing an update to DSM at the exact same time you're providing the commission a CPCN for generation to meet its demand, then how is that DSM able to downsize, defer, or, let me get the term right, I want to get it right. I don't. 1 second. How are you able to defer, cancel, or downsize the generation that you're explicitly requesting?
Sure, we would do that as part of the CPCN. So let's propose a hypothetical so maybe you can follow my line of thought. Let's say with our evaluation and our expectation, we determined there's 1,000 megawatt capacity need in 2028 through this process. If we, through our DSM process, say that we can reduce peak load by 300 megawatts through a series of DSM programs, we would only seek from the supply side RFP to satisfy 700 megawatts, not the 1,000. So we would scale that together. That's why we would do those simultaneously, so that we wouldn't not use double negative. We wouldn't build too much capacity at the same time we're proposing DSM. So that would all be factored into the scale of our request in the CPCN, the offsetting amount that we would have on the demand side filing.
Right, but you're not downsizing or deferring planned generation. You're just proposing DSM beside the planned generation, right?
You would be downsizing, right? Had I not considered DSM in my hypothetical, I would have asked for 1,000 megawatts of supply side resources, whatever they turn out to be. But in my hypothetical, I'm looking at a DSM program that would provide 300 megawatts of that. So I am downsizing what I would have requested otherwise had I not considered the supply side benefits of DSM, energy efficiency, however you want to categorize those activities.
Well, thank you for letting me in on how you all are thinking about it. I do appreciate it. And thanks for bearing with us until not quite the small hours, but it's supper. Mr. Riggs, do you have any redirect of this witness?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay. I will, at this point, Mr. Riggs, entertain a request to have Mr. Wilson, if you'd like to, we're happy to excuse Mr. Wilson for the remainder of the hearing.
The request, Mr. Wilson can be excused.
So be it. Okay. So let's take a 5-minute break until 4-minute break until 5:25. Then we will come back and we will be going until we finish tonight. Okay? We'll take a short recess.
Your Honor, if we're gonna go till we finish, could we make the break to 5:30?
Sure. We'll make it to 5:30. Mr. Cook, can you hear us? Mr. Cook, can you hear us?
Okay, Chairman, you're on, sir.
Mr. Cook, are you there? Mr. Cook, can you hear us? Hello, Mr. Cook, are you there?
He sent me his phone number earlier. If there was any issue, you can just text him.
I would. I would just ask Dr. Chin if she can confirm that she can hear us.
I can hear you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, if you don't mind, to reach out to Mr. We'll go off the record for a minute, Candace, till we can get hold of Mr. Cook.
I was getting feedback.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us now, Mr. Cook?
Yes,
Great,
coming
thank
through great.
We're back on the record. Okay, great. We're back on the record in case number 2021-00393. Mr. Garrett, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat, state your name and business address for the record.
Sure. Christopher M. Garrett, 220 West Main Street, Louisville, Kentucky, 40202.
Mr. Riggs, please.
Thank you, Your
continue.
Honor. Mr. Garrett, would you please state your full title for the record?
Yes, Vice President, Finance and Accounting for LG and KU Services Company.
Mr. Garrett, did you cause to be prepared and filed in this case responses to certain data requests under your name?
Yes, I did.
And Mr. Garrett, are you today adopting the data responses prepared by Mr. Arbo that do not relate to OVEC?
Yes, I am.
Do you adopt those data responses and your data responses as your testimony this evening?
I do.
Mr. Garrett, do you have any materials with you you've taken to the witness stand?
I've got a few pages of just notes and one page on the net book value of our coal-fired power plants.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Garrett's available.
And congratulations, by the way, Mr. Garrett. I haven't seen you since your change of position.
Thank you.
Mr. Cook, do you have questions for Mr. Garrett?
No questions, Chairman.
Mr. Nguyen?
No question.
Mr. Childers?
No questions.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Spinard? Mr. Kurt, no questions. Mr. Bellamy?
We do not have any questions. Thank you for being here.
Fisher, do you have any questions, Mr. Garrett? All right, thank you for being here. Sorry that you had to wait.
That's okay, that's good news.
I have to suspect it's better than the alternative.
It's been educational.
Although it could have been educational from your desk.
That is true.
All right. So, Mr. Garrett, you may be excused from the remainder of the hearing. Mr. Crosby, would you like to call your next witness?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we would like to call Mr. Bevington.
Told you it happens this way. All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat, state your name and business address for the record.
John Bevington. Business address is 220 West Main Street, Louisville, Kentucky, 40202.
Mr. Crosby?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bevington, by whom are you employed and in what capacity? What is your title?
I am the Director of Business and Economic Development with LG&E and KU.
Okay. And did you cause to be prepared and filed in this proceeding responses to certain data requests?
Yes,
Do you adopt those responses as your testimony today?
I do.
Do you have any materials with you at the witness stand, Mr. Bevington?
I'm solely relying on Mr. Lovecamp.
Oh, boy. All right, Mr. Chairman, he's available for cross.
Mr. Cook, any questions for Mr. Bevington?
No questions.
Mr. Nguyen? Mr. Childers?
Just a couple, Your Honor. Mr. Bevington, good afternoon. I think it's been established, but I want to make sure from your standpoint, the companies did not directly evaluate any new DSE programs for this IRP proceeding, correct?
That is correct.
So even though this commission's IRP regulations require utilities to, quote, describe and discuss all options considered for inclusion in the plan, including, and skipping some words, conservation and load management or other demand-side programs not already in place, end quote, the companies chose not to include an analysis of new DSM programs for this proceeding?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object to the extent that calls for a legal conclusion about what the regulations require. I think Mr. Bevington can speak to what the IRP as filed includes, but I don't think he's in a position to state what the regulations require.
I think Mr. Childers stated what the regulation requires. I think the question is that
Well-
information in the IRP? Is that right?
I'm fine with that,
Okay.
Your Honor. I mean, if the question is what did the companies include or not, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, sorry, and I'll let
Okay.
Mr. Childers respond to your objection.
Okay, certainly.
But that's how I understood the.
I'm not
the
asking
question.
for a legal conclusion, I'm just asking him, based on, with that regulation in place, why didn't the companies include any DSM programs in this
Mr.
proceeding?
Crosby, is that
If-
what your objection stands with that
To the
question?
extent
or?
he's not being asked to interpret the regulation, I withdraw the objection.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. Crosby.
Good.
Specific to the IRP, we did not develop any new programs for the IRP or purposes of the development of the IRP. Correct.
If I can refer you to Table 812 on page 821 of Volume 1 of the IRP.
I'm sorry, Mr. Childers, it's on page 821?
8-21.
Okay, thank you.
It's Table 812.
Yes, sir.
I've got it.
Are you there?
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and I probably am, but it appears to me that no demand-side management is forecast after the year 2025. Can you explain that?
Well, the IRP contemplates a continuation of energy efficiency throughout the planning period through 2036. What this table represents is the specific energy, the incremental energy impact per year from the specific DSM programs that are approved through 2025 in the currently approved portfolio.
So we don't know what's going to happen after 2025, basically. Is that correct?
Well, again, the IRP assumes continued energy efficiency beyond 2025. So that's not represented in this table. This table just shows the programs that we offer to our customers today through the approved period of 2025.
So we don't know what
we
they're
don't
gonna
know the
look like.
specific programs and what those specific programs will add between 2025 and 2036, but energy efficiency is assumed to continue regardless of the specific program, and actually increase by 6%, as Mr. Wilson stated earlier.
That's all I have.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bevington, I'm Tom Fitzgerald, I'm representing the joint interveners, and I'm not sure whether I should pose these questions to you as did you say you're head of business economic development?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have questions about DSM and EE, and if you don't feel comfortable answering them, then you let me know who out of the remaining lineup is the better person to answer it. Is there, in your experience, is there value to energy efficiency for customers, even where there is no new capacity needed for generation on the part of the utility?
I believe that, generally speaking about what customers value is a difficult proposition, but I do think that customers, again, by virtue of the fact that we offer energy efficiency tips to all customers, and we offer programs to customers, certain programs that we offer in energy efficiency are taken by customers and some are not. So I think it's hard to, answer that in a blanket statement way.
Okay, well, let me ask it in this way. Why do you offer energy efficiency programs to all the customers during a time when you don't need new generation capacity?
Well, the currently offered DSM programs are approved by the commission, and I think they were contemplated on the basis of their characteristics and lending capacity in a cost-effective manner to customers. And so, again, I go back to the ones that we offer today are approved by the commission and have proven a value and a cost-effectiveness that indicates we should be offering them to customers.
Right, and you said those are DSM programs approved. I was asking about energy efficiency. Why bother putting little blurbs in my insert that I get every month from LG&E talking about how to save energy if there's no, what's the word, intrinsic value to energy efficiency savings because you all don't need new generating capacity?
Well, I think we're trying to, in those situations, help our customers. I think we're trying to understand what they're going through or things that they have going on, or weather events or fuel costs and different things like that. And so again, I think we're generally just trying to be helpful and supportive of our customers.
Okay, so your assumption is that being more efficient in energy use is a benefit to customers?
I think if a customer's bill is lower than it otherwise would be, that's a benefit to a customer.
Awesome. And if a customer who is, for example, taking power on a time of day schedule can control their loads so that they are using it at a time that energy costs less, would that be a benefit to them, do you think?
If they manage that effectively and their bill is lowered, I assume that has a financial benefit to them, yes.
Okay, and the reason I ask this is not to be clever, because that's well beyond my capacity. I'm just troubled by the disconnect between my understanding of what energy efficiency and DSM is for, which is to avoid or defer the need for new capacity, with what I understand from the last bit of testimony is the company's approach, which is we see no value to DSM or EE until new construction is imminent, at which time we're going to propose it in conjunction with the new construction. When I thought the whole idea was you proposed it in the meantime to avoid having to do new construction. So I guess I'm wondering whether LG&E and KU are really capturing the value of EE and DSM by waiting until literally the last minute to propose changes to their programs.
I'm not sure.
Let me withdraw that.
I'm not sure I can answer that.
It's too late in the day to go into that. Let me ask this. In talking with Mr. Schram earlier, he indicated that the RFP that was let on June 22nd of 2022 is just for new additions on the supply side. To your knowledge, has LG&E either in 2021 or this year or ever let an RFP asking for proposals for energy efficiency or DSM programs that could help it address capacity needs?
Not an RFP per se. That's a moment in time event where, again, we're asking for specific things. I think DSM for us and energy efficiency program development is an ongoing process, actually. So I'm not sure that we have to do an RFP for it because, we've got industry partnerships. We have a contractual relationship with a company called Cadmus that helps to continually advise us on what's in the market, what customers value, what programs could be cost effective based on inputs that we provide to them, and things of that nature. So I think it's an ongoing exercise for us.
Okay, is it fair in light of the past couple of DSM EE cases, at least that I've been involved in, that it's been an ongoing process of paring back the DSM offerings available to the customers?
Well, those DSM cases happened before my time with the company, but I have done a lot of research in the last 4 years to try to learn the utility business. And what I understand is that in 2014, when we did our DSM filing and were approved in 2014, that there was an avoided cost of capacity of about, I think it was stated as maybe $100 per kilowatt per year, something of that nature. And then when we refiled that plan again, just as I was joining the company, so I was brand new, but it was zero at that time of the last approved filing. So I think the commission asked us to not offer things to customers that happen to cause cost where they weren't necessary, and I think that's why they were wound down in the most recent case.
Okay, so, okay. Couple of other questions, and then I think Mr. Childers asked the one question that I had, which was how you would square the regulatory requirement that you described DSM programs not already in place with the proposal that there's nothing in here after 2025. So to your knowledge, and this is the last thing I'll ask you, did the modeling that was done include as a variable increasing utility investment in end-use energy efficiency in any of the scenarios?
I'm not the modeling guy. I wasn't involved in the modeling exercise.
Okay, and to your knowledge, was any modeling of DSM done, recognizing you're not the modeling guy? Did any of those scenarios look at increasing end-use demand management as a way of meeting anticipated needs over the planning period?
Well, I think what we said in the record is that the IRP planning process will absolutely inform, as I've said, the DSM development for us is ongoing. It's a continuation of a process with both external and internal stakeholders. And so I think what this IRP planning process has done and will continue to do for us is inform what things should we be offering to our customers that are cost effective and that provide necessary resource to operate our system reliably and in a cost effective manner for our customers.
Okay, here's my quandary. Okay. We have a planning process that bakes in and assumes no units will be retired before their depreciation date. Prices that we've acknowledged for natural gas that are lower than what they really are today. No DSM, no value to carbon costs. And I don't know how that planning process is going to lead us inexorably to anywhere other than we need to build more natural gas capacity, because you've eliminated all of the other options for meeting your needs, energy efficiency and DSM. Am I wrong in that? Or are they somewhere in this planning process?
Well, as I said at the onset of my time up here today, I think the IRP assumes that energy efficiency, which could be demand side management, it could be customer related investments in energy efficiency, but energy efficiency was assumed to continue on throughout the planning process and actually increase by 6%. That's so again, I think I just want to make sure that we're not confused that just because that table doesn't show specific DSM programs with a number attached to it doesn't mean that the plan or the IRP doesn't include energy efficiency and DSM. It's just not specified per program.
But that assumption of the energy efficiency, that's the baseline of continued savings over time, is it not?
I don't know what methodology they use to use, those numbers in there. So I don't know that I can answer your question.
Okay, because you're saying, there's I think 6% or somewhere in there is what is assumed to be what you're saving through energy efficiency that you otherwise would have in terms of load that you'd have to meet. And are you suggesting that it's increasing because there is assumed additions to energy efficiency programs?
Correct.
That are just not spelled out?
That all energy efficiency that has been captured over time continues and actually increases by 6% over the end of the planning period.
Is that because of customer investments in energy efficiency, or is that because of utility-sponsored investments?
It's not specified. Probably a combination of both, but again, I don't think that is specified in the IRP. It just says that it's assumed that it continues, and whether that's customer investment or energy efficiency and DSM programs from the utility, it's assumed that those levels will continue and actually increase.
Okay, and do you know whether that's a high assumption, low assumption, or just
I don't know.
okay, do you know the basis for that assumption, where that number came from?
No, sir, you'd have to ask Mr. Wilson.
I will. We'll make it a post-hearing data request. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
That's all I've got.
Mr. Spinardi, any questions for this witness?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Kurtz?
No, sir.
Mr. Bellamy?
No questions.
I don't have any questions for you. Thank you, Mr. Bevington.
We will not redirect. Thank you,
Okay.
Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you. You may be excused. It's you again, Mr. Crosby?
It's
You
me
have another
again,
witness?
Mr. Chairman. I guess before we call Ms. Saunders, is it helpful just to ask if anybody has any questions for her, or we can have her sworn in and then ask the
I'm
question?
happy to ask, but Mr. Cook, do you have any questions for the remaining two witnesses?
Ms. Saunders, I do not, and who was the other one?
It's Mr. Conroy.
Ah, Mr. Conroy. No, actually, I have no questions for either of them, believe it or not.
Trying to go back to our list here. Mr. Nguyen, do you have any questions for the remaining witnesses? I do not. Okay. And Mr. Childers? I do not. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Mr. Chairman, I've had as much fun as one person can stand today. I have no questions for the remaining witnesses.
Mr. Spinard?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
No question.
Mr. Bellamy? Commissioner?
No, just want to say thank you for helping me through my first 2 days. It's been very interesting.
I do have questions for Mr. Conroy, but to be frank, I think they're at the point that the answers that Mr. Conroy has given me over the past, we'll say 2 years of we don't know yet, are probably going to be the responses. And so I'll just wait until a subsequent proceeding when those are more timely in front of the commission. Especially, I'll just be perfectly honest, around the expectation of, in addition to supply side resources, demand side resources, and how rates fit into meeting customers' needs over the next 15 years. But my expectation is, I'm just gonna go on a Bob Cicero rant here for a minute, or a comment instead of a question. My expectation that Mr. Conroy's response is going to be, we don't know yet, we'll see when we get the data from the meters. So we'll wait until we get the data from the meters. So I have no, given everybody's responses, I have no problem given that we had requested their appearance here today, letting Ms. Saunders and Mr. Conroy be excused from the remainder of the hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. It would appear to me that all of the exhibits, and I think it was only Mr. Childers that had exhibits, all the exhibits have already been moved and placed into the record.
Yes, sir.
So we don't have to deal with those anymore. I was looking, I think that we can enter a post-hearing procedural schedule by Friday or Monday of this week, setting out what I'm about to discuss. Sure. Oh, I'm sorry, I did want to, Mr. Spinard, I went ahead of myself. I had a list of things I wanted to take up.
Yes,
I did speak to Mr. Bellamy at a previous break just recently and asked him specifically, did he have questions? Did staff intend on calling the two individuals that authored the comments of SERA? And Mr. Bellamy indicated that staff did not have questions related to those comments. and so did not intend on calling them today for cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that, and just for the record that they were available. We appreciate the commission's consideration.
Duly noted.
Thank you.
And it wasn't this past break, it was the break before, and I should have mentioned it earlier, and I apologize for that.
Oh, it's quite all right.
Okay, so I think that we can enter a post-hearing procedural schedule either Friday or Monday. That would be Friday of this week or Monday the 18th. That post-hearing procedural schedule at this point that I have it would indicate that post-hearing data requests should be sought by the 18th, by this upcoming Monday. So data request issued, I will have the post-hearing. It won't be Monday by the time we get it. We'll get it out tomorrow or Friday. But post-hearing data request would be due on the 18th. And the responses would be due on August the 8th. I think that's approximately 3 weeks to have those responses due. I don't know what staff will be asking for in their post-hearing data request. It did sound like they had questions earlier about specific modeling. I don't know that that'll end up on paper. If it is, and if additional time is needed to run those models, I just ask that sometime well in excess of the 8th that you seek leave to late file those or for an extension of time to provide those if additional time is necessary to run those models.
Understood.
As part of that post-hearing procedural schedule, we'll have to have a discussion amongst ourselves. As part of that post-hearing procedural schedule, it will set out at a minimum a date in which the staff report will come out. I have an expectation. It will also provide a date in which parties may respond to the commission's staff report.
Your Honor, to that, it would seem to me that it would be most beneficial if the parties responded now after the post-hearing, or the data responses are filed, and submitted a set of comments to reflect their final positions that could be considered then by the commission staff in writing the report. Once the report is issued, that's the report. So
you all don't have any interest in responding to the report before the case is closed?
I think that, yes, we do, but I would see that our comments would be far more limited at that point. I mean, there's no provision in the process then for the staff to withdraw the report and amend it, restate it, or, I suppose if there's some big material correction that could be done. That has not proven to be the case in these cases. And so I would anticipate that our comments on the final staff report would be limited.
So, and as I see it, I'll just speak for myself. Commissioner Regan has anything? One of the issues that I see would be that if you take issue with the staff report or a particular requirement or recommendation in the next IRP, that may not necessarily be reflected until the filing of the next IRP, at which time the next IRP is already done.
Yeah.
And so it would be helpful, I think, for me,
Certainly.
if you have contingents, if the company has contingents, or someone else has contingents about the requirements that the company is under, the companies, are under ahead of the next IRP, there's a year or two to work through that.
All right.
Whether that's through an informal process, whether that's a tracking meeting that all the parties come to, whatever it may be, that there's a period of time in which those issues can be worked out, discussed, and maybe some conclusion come to, instead of it being a surprise the day the application is filed. We find out that you all have decided to go the other way, or thank you for your recommendation, but we've decided to do it differently, whatever it may be. At least there would be a heads up and an understanding of how the parties take the commission staff's recommendation.
Fair enough. Fair enough. We'd be glad to participate in that.
Okay. So with that, I would just ask, do the other parties have an interest in making comments post-hearing prior to the staff conducting its comments?
Chairman, the procedural schedule suggested that there would be supplemental or final comments by the interveners, followed by a final response by the company prior, and it didn't say when the final staff report would come out. So I guess my question is, what is most helpful to staff in terms of would supplemental comments from us? Obviously, the questioning plus the data requests are going to focus what concerns we have, remaining concerns we have that haven't already been aired in the preliminary comments.
Let me ask this question before Mr. Bellamy responds on behalf of the entirety of staff. Is there interest in allowing for the procedural schedule, post-hearing procedural schedule, data request responses, post-hearing data request responses, for any party that wishes to amend or supplement its previous comments? To your point, post-hearing, here's our position, prior to the commission conducting their staff report, and then giving all the parties an opportunity for a final set of comments after the commission staff's report is finalized.
Like generally speaking, yes.
I think that would be optimal. I
Okay.
really would.
So everybody gets to make their position known post-hearing, having the additional evidence in front of them ahead of the staff finalizing their report. The staff can finalize their report, produce it for everyone's comment, and then everyone will have ample time, a month, whatever it may be, to review and prepare their comments.
Yes.
Is that fine with the companies?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, I would ask that we be permitted to comment on the intervener's comments.
That's fine. I think a subsequent reply, comment, and then close the case, whatever it may be, that's fine.
I'm asking for the opportunity for subsequent reply comments before the staff report is issued.
Essentially what Mr. Fitzgerald had just suggested from the previous procedural schedule, or the current procedural schedule, that the interveners would file their responses, their comments. Yep.
So can I ask, would the proposed response or reply comments, would they be limited to those additions or changes? I ask this, if Mr. Fitzgerald, Mr. Childers, none of them make any amendments to their prior comments, have you all commented yet on their previous comments?
We have.
Yes.
And that's the 50,
Yes.
that's the 50 tabs I have here.
Yes. Yes.
So are you asking for those reply comments to be limited to those amendments or
We
supplements?
can do that. We can limit that.
I think that would be
Yeah. It's
more
more focused,
efficient.
more focused.
This
that way.
is,
Your Honor, could I
Whoops.
chime in
Mr. Cook?
here? As somebody who's done this for 17 years and with all the companies in Kentucky, not just the two before us today, we always appreciate the staff report. We think they do a really great job, and I really do want to commend the staff, for instance, on their last report on the Duke IRP. I thought that was the most concise and professional-looking report I had ever seen. And we find it very helpful because oftentimes staff catches things that other interveners do not. And so for that reason, I am going to recommend to our principals in the Attorney General's office that we wait to filing comments until after the report is issued.
so we will take all these under consideration, and as part of our post-hearing procedural schedule, we'll discuss a process that will probably most likely take into account these comments, and that'll go out the next couple of days.
Very good.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
That's great.
Is there anything else that we need to take under consideration prior to adjourning today?
No.
Mr. Childers, Fitzgerald?
Other than to say, Commissioner Regan, every day is not as long as these past. And we all
I miss
congratulate.
them.
I hate it, an IRP for this commissioner, and I think that, for Commissioner Cubbage, her first day was the beginning of the East Kentucky Power rate case hearing, so, we're not doing ourselves any favors.
Baptism by fire.
That's
That's
exactly
right.
right. So, well, thank you all, for being here the last 2
Thank you.
days. This hearing is adjourned. No, not yet.